charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lord's live enhanced stream in association with Daffodil. I'm Kevin Hand. Delighted to say Dave Fulton is alongside me for this one. Absolutely glorious day out there in the middle. News is that Kent are going to be batting first in this one. We'll bring you all of that in a few moments, but we need to get very quickly to our morning interview before we bring in Fulton, have a chat about this game and what's coming up and what's going to happen. But first of all, let's hear from the head coach, Richard Johnson.
Richard Johnson, thanks for joining us. We're here on a glorious sunny day at Lord's, training ahead of the game against Kent this coming weekend. Obviously you spoke to Kevin Hand at the close of the Derbyshire game, which ended on Monday. So not a huge reflection on that, but just talk us through your thoughts on a really well-earned battling performance and a well-earned draw on day 4.
Yeah, look, as I said to Kev, it's frustrating from our point of view because we obviously go into every game thinking with our side that we've got, we should win every game. That's our mentality. So to win the toss up there on what we felt was a bit of juice in the wicket for us early on, and for them to get 470 was not part of the plan, obviously. And we felt we just missed out on key moments, which I know I've spoken about a couple of times already this year, how we turn those key moments into our favour. And I know I've spoken about, 220 for 5, letting Martin off the hook at that point, suddenly 220 for 6, a few overs at the bowlers that night. Suddenly the game can reflect very differently if you take advantage of that. We also then had a chance in the following morning. Wasn't given. But yeah, those are the small margins where the game can change very quickly. Then we had a poor session and a half, I'd say, where we obviously tired towards the back end of that innings and they got away from us a little bit. So that was a frustration from our point of view as a group. Not once did we think we were going to come up against getting some sort of positive result from the game. Even on day 2, we were still talking about how we win the game from there. And we carried that on all the way through, to be honest. We never felt we'd get bowled out. We were comfortable with the draw, but we're just all disappointed that we didn't force the game to win it, basically.
It's always nice to see a player leave the club and go on to prosper elsewhere.
Is it?
Not always quite so nice when it's against us. But a quick word on Martin. Obviously, he wasn't in our plans moving forward, but we know he's a good cricketer. And I guess it was almost inevitable he'd score runs against us.
Yeah, look, you're right. I think it shows our strength that someone like Martin can leave and go and do well elsewhere, but when he's not getting a look in at our side. And I think that's right. He played nicely. We know he's a good cricketer, but he was a backup player for us with Higgy, obviously, as our main all-rounder, bringing Zafar in as well as another all-rounder. So yeah, for him to go there and do as well as he's done is great for him and us as a club, and that's what we want to see.
Jono, let's focus on the toss, which is obviously a key component of every game. You've got tough decisions as coach and captain to make at the outset of a game. We win the toss again up in Derby and choose to bowl. What were you thinking? What was your thinking around that? Obviously, I guess you thought there was a little bit in the wicket early on. Perhaps you could expand upon that.
Yeah, look, there's different ways of winning games of cricket. Obviously, we tend to bowl a lot first because we feel that's our, as a team, best way. But as I've said previously, with Zafar in your team now, as a senior spinner, you don't mind bowling last on wickets as well. That particular one, we knew it was a hybrid. We knew there was 8 mils of grass on the wicket. The data, the scores at that ground over the last couple of years has been you get more runs batting second than you do batting first. That's just data that's presented to you. You turn up, you see the wicket, you talk to the players, the senior players, you talk to the other coaching staff. There wasn't anybody that was saying we need to bat first on there. No. And look, quite often when you win a toss and bowl, it's not always about this is going to be a bit of a snake pit where it's darting around all over the place and we look to roll them for 80 or 90. This is about, can we bowl them out for 300? Then we have the best period of the game, which is the middle couple of days, to then try and go above them and build a really good score with our great batting lineup that we have. And then obviously then you're looking to bowl last. That's the perfect game. That's what you're trying to do sometimes when you decide to bowl first. There are other times where, at Lords especially, you know that the best time to bowl at the ground is quite often on that first morning. Sometimes it can be overheads, but sometimes you just look at the wicket, you know you're going to get the best out of it early on. So there's lots of different things that you weigh up. There's data that you take in. There's the opinion of other senior members. So yeah, it's a mixture of everything. We felt there was enough in that wicket for us to make inroads. And as I said, if we'd picked up on those key moments, decision goes your way a little bit, you're talking about bowling out for 320. I think it's a different game if you're doing that.
Again, I suppose it does come back to your point of grabbing those key moments. You get Martin at the end of day 1 when I think he was on 6 when he was put down. 240 for 6 makes it a very different game. You're then rolling them for 300, 320, Absolutely. And your game plan's fully into play. But Absolutely. I guess missed opportunities cost us. But one thing you raised there, John, was playing on a hybrid wicket. I think prior week we played here at Lords, I think there was 5 mil on the deck. 5.5, played up in Derby, 8 mil on the deck, fairly slow track. There was a bit in it if it was in the right areas, but what are your views on hybrid tracks?
Still learning about them, to be honest. They're still quite new, so haven't got too much experience with them. That was a lot slower than we thought it would probably play out. It was very hard wicket with some grass. Generally, when they're hard and grassy, they tend to bounce a little bit more and have a little bit more pace in them, but that was incredibly slow. Yep. Still learning about them, and I think we're going to continue to learn, because when they're new and you actually get the bit of artificial plastic that comes out of the ground, that plays differently to now. Like, so for example, our experience of that Derby one was that you probably wouldn't have known it was a hybrid unless you were told to start with, because there was none of that sort of plastic coming through. But what they say is it binds the roots better, yep. And that's why they use it. So yeah, I mean, it's still very early days with it, and we're still learning about them.
Absolutely. Jono, let's have a look at the batting now. Obviously it was nice to see some runs scored around again. Good to see Eski in the runs. Ghetto, of course. Lias. We'll come on to talk about Lias and his injured foot in a moment, which is disappointing. But talking about the batting, is it a frustration of yours? I know we've spoken before about the frustration around not coming out the blocks quickly enough and missing out on opportunities with the bat in the first innings, perhaps not putting on big enough scores and scoring at a high enough rate. And then obviously we're fighting back in the second half of the game, kind of picking up a bit of a shortfall of the first half of the game. How frustrating is it that that's still evident now? And obviously, are you concerned about scoring rates, and are you concerned about batting points, or is there a bigger picture at play here?
I think it's a bit of both. I think when you play your home games at Lords, traditionally the wickets here aren't wickets you're going to score 500 quickly on. If you're going to get a big score, it is going to take a bit of time, so it can be a little bit slower. I know Carl and the ground staff are working hard to get more bounce and more pace in the wickets, which is brilliant, and we're starting to find that a little bit this year. But in the past, they've been quite hard batting tracks, so sometimes you're happy to get 300 on the board rather than trying to get all the bonus points. And then sometimes when you bat second and the opposition might have got a big score, you've got to weigh up how important it is to get that extra point on a bonus point, at risk of maybe losing a wicket or two trying to get there. Yep. But you need to put a big score on the table. So the last game up at Derby, I think you saw the way they scored very slowly. It wasn't a wicket that you could go in and play a lot of shots on. So yes, look, we as a batting unit know very well that we're a good side and we're a good unit, and we're very confident in each other's abilities, but sometimes it's not easy just to go in and score at a fast rate. If you're playing at Hove, the frustration at the moment, I suppose, there are counties out there that will almost play for the draw first, yep. Create wickets that you can always get your maximum points, bonus points on. They get the draw and they're pushing up the top of the table, and I suppose from our point of view we haven't got that, and so we've got to find other ways of building our points, which yep. for us is about winning games of cricket. Absolutely. So yeah, there's different ways of doing it, but it's definitely something we look into and we talk about a lot. We also talk about, as a strong a unit as we've only got a couple of hundreds and 15 50s so far this year, so we're competing, but we're still not for the standards that we set and the standards we know that our boys can get to. We should be converting more of those 50s into hundreds and building those partnerships bigger, without doubt.
Absolutely. I mentioned Lias Deploy there. Lias obviously got a painful one on the foot up at Derby off I think it was a Yorker from Lewis Rees, I think. I think it probably hit him on a toe that was already injured, so he's not in great shape. I've seen him at training today in a boot. What's the prospect of Lias playing in this one? I guess pretty slim.
Yeah, he won't play in this one. We have made that decision through chats with the medical team. He can play, he can get through this game, with no doubt that can happen, but he had a fracture over the winter. Yeah. We've had it rescanned, it's not fully healed, and obviously he's been hit again, so we've just sort of taken the long-term view that we want him to be 100% right rather than 75 or 60% right, and that could get worse as the season goes on. So let's take the gamble of taking him out for a game and get it right, and then bring him back in as 100% fit. So yeah, he'll miss this one, but he'll be good as gold after this.
Seems like a sensible decision. I have seen Sam Robson back today, fresh from becoming a father.
One in, one out.
One in, one out, absolutely. Well, great to have Sam back. He's obviously that rock at the top of our innings. I assume Sam will slot straight back in.
Yeah, absolutely. He's for us, he's a world-class player. He scores consistently. He's a great influence to have around, and it's great to have him back top of our order, 100%. As a new father and lack of sleep, it would be interesting to see how we go.
Whole new world for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last one for me, Jono. Just touching on the second 11, who are doing good things. Some hands being stuck up there for potential selection, and certainly knocking on the door anyway. Josh DeCare's scoring runs, taking wickets. Luke Holman scoring runs, taking wickets. It's nice to see those boys kind of doing all they can in the second 11. We've talked about selection headaches before and having lots of people vying for those places. I guess it's a nice place to be at.
We've talked probably now this 4th year about creating competition, and the people in the team having to battle hard to stay in it, and the people outside the team putting them under pressure and demanding to be picked. So, we feel we're getting closer and closer to that all the time, and the boys have done brilliantly to push hard for a place, and I think that just filters down throughout the club. It's important to have competition. It's important that when academy players come through, they don't just get a contract and get in our second team. They've got to work hard and be something special to get in our second team. And I think that's, it filters through the whole club, and it's just great to see that, people are starting to put their hands up, and you just want it over a long period of time. You want that consistency and banging on that door. And if any of the boys slip up, they know that there's someone else to come in, and then you've got to work hard to get your place back. Yeah,
for sure. Outstanding. Well, Jono, Kent up next here over the next 4 days. Eyes on revenge?
Revenge, that's a strong word. I thought, as I said at the end of that game, I thought we competed really well through the game. I thought we had the worst of the conditions in that game. And we were, very upset to have lost that game. So we bring them to Lords on our pitch, on our home ground. We know how it plays. We know we perform well here, and we'll be looking to, not revenge, we'll be looking to do what we do, play well and try and win the game.
Sounds fair to me. Well, Jono, all the very best luck, and good luck with that revenge.
Thanks.
Richard Johnson there speaking to Stephen Fletcher. I think you had a particular take on that, didn't you, Fultz?
Yeah, it looked like Grant and Phil Mitchell, didn't it? Just in a slightly nicer environment than the old Queen Vic. But yeah, it's nice to see them chatting away. I hope they have the factor 50 on.
You can see how this day is going to pan out. Well, it is the grudge match here at Lords. It might not be revenge, as Richard Johnson said. And no, I'm not talking about Canelo versus Skull, or indeed Fulton versus Hands. It is Middlesex versus Kent, which actually over the last couple of years, it's been quite the encounter, hasn't it? And obviously it's only a couple of weeks ago since a big Kent victory down at Canterbury. Yeah,
just wonder psychologically how much that's in play here. Obviously, different way around this time with Kent winning the toss and batting first, because I think the way they've wanted to go is to generally bowl and chase, and certainly at home a bit of grass on the wicket, but the surface here doesn't have as much grass on as they might have expected. They're playing Matt Parkinson, and they've gone, you know what, we're going to try and put runs on the board and let Parky do his thing.
Parkinson versus Gohar, that's a big factor in this one, isn't it?
Well, it's nice to see two proper spinners, isn't it? So much of the year, especially early season, when the weather's not as nice as it has been, you see part-time spinners, it's all about the seamers, just hold an end up, bowl that over before lunch. Whereas now you've got proper spinners that like to take wickets, that like to turn the ball. And if we do get 4 days of sunshine and the forecast is set fair, isn't it, then you'd like to think they will both play a part.
It's top end of the square, as it was for the Lancashire game first end of the season. That can be a bit quicker, a bit faster, certainly, but drier is the theory. Always here at Lords. You'll have played plenty out there. Thoughts on that, on the toss?
Yeah, I think, the Kent boys thought long and hard about it. I think overheads play a part, don't they, here? And you have to, I think, you take that into account. Always in Championship cricket, this is proper, what I call proper cricket. You've got what looks like a belting pitch, but it is going to do a bit. This morning session holds the key.
Right, here we go. Special announcement here at Lords this morning. The ringing of the bell is for Lorraine Poole, to the right of the bell there, who has been with Middlesex for 20 seasons now. She's departing. It's her final day, and a very special day for Lorraine, getting to ring the bell. I've always had a little tear, or two perhaps. But there's Mum and Dad alongside Lorraine. Yep, there's a tear. She's wearing the sunglasses. I'm surprised that Fletch to her right hasn't got the sunglasses on as well. There must be a tear in his eye too. But the 5-minute bell rung by Lorraine Poole, a great servant of the club. And there we go. Deafening Mum.
Giving it some welly.
And the players there to acknowledge it as well. Yeah, thank you, Lorraine. A big part of Middlesex County Cricket Club for 2 decades, and wishing her all the very best in her new ventures. Outgrounds won't be the same, as you full well know as well, Fultz. We won't be shouted at as much. Get out of there, Fultz. Get out of their hand.
Yeah, she's a force of nature, is Lorraine. I always, having done a few events for Middlesex, a few awards dinners and lunches over the years, she runs to time. Military precision is Loza. She runs a tight ship, and wish her all the best in her new ventures.
Speaking of tight ships, Richard Johnson, they have a win under their belt. They just about avoided defeat at Derbyshire. It was a little bit tight on that final day, but Max Holden, a brilliant 90, 160 stand with Stephen Eskenazi having been 0 for 1 following on, which wasn't quite ideal for Middlesex, but they got out of Derbyshire with a draw, having fallen 8 shy of their follow-on target in the first innings in a pretty big scoring game, but just falling 8 shy of a follow-on in itself in a relatively high scoring game does add that bit of pressure, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Kent almost came unstuck against Gloucestershire as well. Gloucestershire couldn't quite fathom what happened there. They declared so late in the day. I think they were a bit nervous of Kent's batters doing what they did to Middlesex and chasing down a target, so they didn't set them anything, and then suddenly put the skids under them, kind of 40 for 4 and 90 for 6, and there was an opportunity that Gloucester spurned there. So interesting to see how these opening batters go. Ben Compton has been terrific so far this season. Big 100 in his last game. 178, 170, 124 unbeaten in that run chase at Canterbury against Middlesex. He's been in good touch. Zach Crawley, by contrast, always in the spotlight, but an unbeaten 50 against Gloucestershire in a tricky situation will do him the world of good.
Right, umpires are on the way. The bats are there as well. Here's the surface to have a quick look at it before the start of play. Go on, Fultz, take it away. You've been down there already yourself.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, there is some grass, and there will be an opportunity here for Middlesex in this first hour especially, but the sun is beating down on it. This tinge of green will disappear pretty quickly. If you're still batting as an opening batter at 2:30 this afternoon, you will be sitting pretty. So it's all about this first hour, I think.
Jack Davies, Toby Rowland-Jones, and there in the background is Zach Crawley. He was one of 2 that fell in quick succession in that second innings in the chase at Canterbury a couple of weeks back, but a magnificent knock by Compton. And Mieye seeing Kent over the line for a 3-day victory. It was a painful one for Middlesex. It was written all over their faces as they left. So although not looking for revenge, it's a very fresh game. It's a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely, and Zach Crawley will want first innings runs. He's gone 1-0-1 so far this season in the first innings. He's got 30 and a couple of 50s in the second innings, but yet to get to 2 in the first innings. And he'll know that, but he is also a pretty phlegmatic character. You have to be to have produced what he produced in the Ashes, having had a barren spell at times. So, but Toby Rowland-Jones with a new rock in his hand will ask questions, and he did get him, didn't he, at Canterbury, I think, in the first innings.
I was just about to say, yeah, there's the man who's picked him up. So, Rowland-Jones it'll be from the pavilion end. 3 slips, 4 I think they'll have in total in place. We'll see where they'll all settle in just a moment's time. But quickly running through the side there, Middlesex, Stephen Eskenazi, Sam Robson, Max Holden, Luke Holman in for the injured Leas Deploy with that toe injury down at Canterbury, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes, Jack Davis, Safa Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Henry Brooks replacing Blake Cullen, and Dane Patterson. But here is Rowland-Jones. I'll bring you through that Kent side in just a moment. But 3 slips and a gully it is. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long legs for a pretty standard 6-3 field as Rowland-Jones will be right arm over the wicket. He's running from right below the away dressing room to get us underway here at Lord's, and it's Crawley on strike. Compton on strike. Right in behind on the first ball, and a solid start from Rowland-Jones. Formidable figure still here at Lord's, the Middlesex captain. That Kent side, injuries obviously ravishing the bowling attack. Zach Crawley, Ben Compton opening up, Daniel Bell-Drummond the skipper, Twanda Mieye, Jack Leaning, Joey Everson, Chris Benjamin keeping wickets, George Garrett, Matt Parkinson, Kashif Ali and Jamal Richards in on loan for this one because of the injuries. Now, has he? No. Early shake of the head. Well, Rowland-Jones is sure that he's heard a noise. Couldn't really have been anything else if there was a noise. Bat was a long way away from the body.
Looking at his pocket. Ben Compton, but it looked like it was higher than his pocket. That could be a bit of kidology from the batter, but it definitely bounced and went up the hill to the left-hander, and he shaped a leg glance. So you'll have to see a little replay of this one. They don't look too aggrieved, the Middlesex fielders, but they all went up in unison. Oh, the bat was away, the gloves were away. If it hit anything, any kind of noise, it had to be handle or glove. Might have got away with then Ben Compton.
And a big appeal or a rejected LBW dropped catch. It's always followed by a boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, if you opening batter, you wanted a ball first morning at Lord's, it would probably be there, short and wide. He's not going to miss out. He's in good touch. A couple of hundreds already to his name this season against familiar opposition, and 178 last week as well. So Compton very much Kent's full man.
See some crowd in behind Roland Jones. Feeling he's looking pretty healthy this morning as well. There's the spot. Just wants to leave it there, doesn't he? It's a complicated game, cricket, but the less complicated you can make it, the better.
Yeah, I think he'll want to bring him forwards. I think that's the thing with Ben Compton. He doesn't get a massive stride in. He kind of hangs back in his crease. He likes playing off the back foot. He lets the ball come well. So I think Roland Jones will be trying to hit that back of a length and then just slide that one a bit further up, catch him in between, try and nick him off or pin him in front. But if Compton can stay on the back foot, he's pretty happy.
You've obviously been in working with the Kent boys, in with the batting and in there this morning as well.
Yeah, it's been nice actually. I've said to Simon Cook, had a coffee with him and said, look, I'm aware you're kind of between batting coaches at the minute. I'm around to kind of in any capacity you want really. I've got a bit of time on my hands in between media commitments, and I'd love to get a little toe back in the game and feel I might have something to offer. So he talked to Adam Hollyoak, and I've probably done about 8-10 days. It's been lovely. You know, what's not to love being out there on the hallowed turf?
Oh, that nips back up the slope from Roland Jones. Good leave from Compton. 4 without loss.
Yeah, just some good signs from Toby Roland Jones. He does like to get that ball going away from the right-hander, doesn't he? And just some evidence there that he's likely to do that. Bowling at the lefty, came back up the slope. One that might have just flicked a glove. They seemed pretty convinced, didn't they, in that last one going over the top of the stumps. But that's where Compton, old school opening batter, leaving on length. And it looks a pretty good pitch here. I think if you can get through this first hour, it's going to be lovely to bat on. But this will be challenging. Patterson, Roland Jones, decent new ball attack.
Says he prefers the nursery end here at Lord's. Dane Patterson, which obviously is a blessing for Middlesex, having lost Merthyr, who'd run in from the nursery end all those years. So they've got a man who genuinely wants to bowl from down below us in the media centre. Good signing for Middlesex, and he's been Mr. Reliable so far. Yet to perhaps have that huge impact in the side, that huge innings where he's really made a difference. So well run. Luke Holman coming up a point into the side of the injured Leas Deploy. Big signing last summer for Middlesex, but Patterson and Gohar, for me, they've just plugged a couple of gaps in the Middlesex side. Max Holden in the background there, he's been the form batter this year. He's got 2 centuries already in his 2 matches at Lord's. Only dropped below 50 for the first time when they were trying to knock off runs quickly against Glamorgan with bad light setting in the last fixture here.
Yeah, Holden and Compton, the kind of form batters for these 2 sides, 2 kind of southpaws who like to get stuck in, good technicians, prepared to leave the ball as well as play their shots.
Mid wickets just closed up to almost a short, or mid on I should say, is closed up. Close up to almost a short mid wicket in there. Now that is the skipper. Another one down the leg side, that one's slipping with the slope away from the left-hander.
Beautiful day, isn't it? Make a difference with the crowd as well. A knowledgeable crowd here, but they've come in and blue sky, decent pitch, couple of sides who both fancy their chances of promotion this year. So Middlesex just missed out last year, it's third, wasn't it? And Kent will want to bounce back straight away.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Kent's prospects for this season. I think Middlesex were just tipped ahead of them going into this one. But before we do, the thoughts you were saying on the pitch and the overheads, Chris Rogers, when he was captain here, he always said of all the grounds in the world, you look up, not down at Lords.
Yeah, I think Lords and Headingley will probably be the two that overheads play such a part. But yeah, I mean, obviously last year, Kent finished bottom of the Blast, finished bottom of the Championship. It was just a talented squad that just had no confidence, and just one of those seasons that you hope to learn from and bounce back from.
It's a straight of Holden, but he's quickly round, out of the backward point position at the moment, Holden. I'm assuming there must be some slight little knock on one of his hands that have pushed him up to mid-off or mid-on. An unusual position for him. He's out long leg a fair bit in the last couple of rounds as well, so maybe just carrying something, which they probably won't tell us.
Where's he normally field? In the grabbers?
Backward point, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Looking after him. Was he 27 now? Getting on a bit.
Just outside the line.
Yeah, Patterson looks like he wants to swing it back into the left-handed Compton. So both Roland Jones and Patterson look like the kind of bowlers that want to try and kiss a good length and try and get it swinging about.
End of the second. Kent winning the toss here at Lords on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. 5 without loss they are. So Fulton alongside myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you day one of this one. And two very big names at the top, Crawley and Compton. Beltran and the skipper next, Mieye, who scored those runs with Compton to win the match down at Canterbury. 300 plus was chased to win the game. Middlesex 222 in their first innings, 218 in reply. Kent, Middlesex thought they had enough, but magical. Well, it was a good start indeed, wasn't it, by Crawley and Compton, and then 2-2 as Crawley and Belldrummond fell to Zafar Gohar, but centuries for Compton and Mieye seeing that one home.
I saw Richard Johnson this morning out in the middle. He said he'd never seen a wicket change as much. He said it was a snake pit on the first morning and then it changed alarmingly. Crawley has got his 2. Just saying, in the first innings he's gone 1-0-1. He has now doubled up to 2. So that's he got a couple of 50s. I think the 50 against Gloucestershire would have done him the world of good. But setting the game up, first morning of a long form game, first innings runs so important, and he had an option I think not to play this game, Zach Crawley, but he wanted to play. Feels he needs time in the middle and wants to contribute to the Kent cause.
Lord's lunches.
There might be a bit of that as well, but yeah, showing. So I mean, look, it's a wonderful place to play, isn't it? And it's a guy that's played Test cricket here, phenomenal Test match, wasn't it? The Ashes here, and that bouncer warfare test. So Roland Jones is in, and Compton does what he does, just no fuss, prods it out on the offside. Holden's in, there's no run.
Yeah, and hopefully no spitting of chicken instances in the dining room. Yeah, and for Crawley as well, he's facing up here against a pretty decent attack as well, isn't it? A good surface, obviously the ground and everything else, but Roland Jones and Patterson, if you do want to really focus yourself, then it's a good challenge.
That's just what you want, isn't it? If you're England's opening batsman and you're trying to gear up for an international test summer, you want to test yourself against high quality opposition on a good surface, and that's what we find ourselves with today. Compton solidly behind this one. Yeah, I just also wonder from a Zach Crawley perspective. I remember talking to Mike Atherton about it when he kept getting out to Glenn McGrath. You know, the matchups is the common word, isn't it, in this day and age? You know, Roland Jones got Crawley a small matter of a fortnight ago. You're going to be thinking about that. Roland Jones will certainly be thinking about it. One or two slip fielders might be even reminding him of it. Just missed out on that one. Bit of leg side. Just picked out square leg. Short boundary to the grandstand.
Yeah, there we go. Very big boundary slipping down the slope there to our left as we look at from the camera. 10 to 12 further time. The scorer's box on the left, just out of shot. The Mountain Tavern stands.
Yeah, 3 slips, fine gully, backward point. Significantly behind square for Compton's cut shot.
Into the thirds. Kent 6 without loss. Watch Crawley. I think probably one of the first innings that I saw of Crawley was here post-COVID. He and Bell Drummond. I'm trying to remember if you were here for that game as well. They absolutely tore into Middlesex. It was on a hybrid. I think it was a T20 because they were only allowed to play T20 that year. Were you here for that one? Absolutely tore into the Middlesex attack. Angus Fraser said he'd never really seen hitting like it. I think it was the first time a hybrid was used, certainly for a Middlesex match at Lords, which means first professional match at Lords.
Well, he can give it a whack, Zach Crawley. When he's flying, a few better batters to watch. But, he needs to get himself in.
That's a lovely shot. Stroked away in between point and cover. Down the slope, but losing a bit of pace across a pretty lush square. We were mentioning that the square itself, or the track itself, particularly the last game here, was a very, very dry track. But the outfield itself, still pretty lush in early English conditions.
Yeah, there's always the aesthetics here, aren't there? The stripes immaculate at this time of year. It's not going to run. I, walking across this morning, noticed how lush it was.
Ooh, a little bit of shape on that one from Patterson. First one with a little bit of indication through the air.
Yeah, he got a couple to Ben Compton to just shape back into him, but that shaped onto the middle of Crawley's bat. It's got properly nailed back at him. He did well to prevent runs. Maybe not. Short, powerfully built man, isn't he, Patterson? He's going to be kind of skiddy pace.
.36 and 37 Middlesex's opening pair. He wouldn't quite believe it though. Still running in, rolling the years back. Obviously Roland Jones, as Patterson, will have lost a little bit of zip. Roland Jones still picking up the poles for Middlesex though. Leading wicket taker last year, and he was shouldering the wicket taking column on his own really. Hope is that this man will help him. Shaping into the legs again. Nice little turn for 2.
Is he taken to the captaincy, Kev, over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think he's probably wanted it for a long while. I reckon Toby Roland Jones. He's always been that talismanic. I mean, he's always been a leader at Middlesex. He's been the strike bowler, hasn't he? For, well, I mean, even with Mercer and even with Finn going back, it's Roland Jones. I think Finn will be in and out with the Test side, but week in, week out, Roland Jones was the man that Middlesex would look to make the big difference, I think. Was there a little inside edge on that? Angling back in from Patterson.
Looked like it nipped back and bounced. There wasn't a lot going for it on the decision. I think it really bounced. Yeah, it's going down the leg side and going over the probably 5th stump to the leg side. But there's good indication that there's something in this pitch. If you hit the seam and you hit the pitch hard enough, it's definitely the right length to bowl to Crawley.
And the 4th over, 10 without loss. Is that little bit of grass? I didn't get down there this morning to have a look, but you did, obviously. From up here, you can just about see a little bit of a greenish tinge to it.
Yeah, that greenish tinge won't be there for long, I think, with the sun out. So it's all about the morning session for Middlesex. And I think as well, contrasting styles, these batters. You've got a 6'5" guy who likes to get on the front foot, come at you and drive the ball down the ground, and then you've got a little 5'8" fella who likes to sit on the back foot. It's a nice foil for Zach Crawley, and he just get in his bubble, do his own thing. Ben Compton, grandfather, of course. He told a little story this morning about his grandfather, which was a nice touch.
Anything you can share? I always used to ask Nick in his time when I first started doing the job. Nick Compton was just breaking through at Middlesex. And as hard as it was, you can't help but ask, can you?
No, just a nice story about how he got to open or was part of the kind of family contingent that came to open the stands when they were refurbished and all done up, and they are beautiful. It's just the Compton and Edrich families. It was, yeah, it's nice to continue that dynasty and legacy.
Yeah, I asked Nick about if there were any memories, he said, of his grandfather. And he said he could only ever remember one thing, and that was basically Grandad sat on the porch while he was playing cricket in the back garden, and the only piece of advice he ever gave him was just hit the ball. There was an extra word used in it, but that was it, just hit the ball.
Yeah, Nick and Ben play a slightly different game to Dennis, I think, but still very successful in their own way.
Oh, lift for Roland Jones.
Yeah, a little fend at that, decent delivery. He's been bending the ball back into the left-hander. This one looked like it went down the hill, and luckily for Compton, bounced enough to beat the outside edge.
As you say, he's been bringing it back in enough, hasn't he, that Compton has to think about that line. Might look at it initially and think, was it a little bit wide? Could he have left it? Oh, it's a beaut again down the hill.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you see batters get out and you just see the clip on social media, you think, why has he nibbled at that one, or why has he gone at the one before? This one he's done nothing wrong, Compton. This is beauty. And if you watch him, what I love about his forward defensive, he doesn't follow the ball. That's why he misses these. He doesn't go after it. He plays it and holds the bat. And that's why he doesn't nick it as much as other people. But the one before was a little bit of an errant shot, but that was brought about by the fact the ball's been coming into him. But would have been better leaving it alone.
On the spot again to end the over. Kept 10 without loss.
And the other thing that sets the likes of Compton apart is just that power of the mind. Play a miss at 2 balls in a row would not faze him in the slightest. Some batters can get rattled by the fact that the bowler's all over them. Compton almost relishes it. Go past my outside edge, I'm still here. You've got to walk back 30 yards, Toby Roland Jones, and try again.
You mentioned little and large with the bat. Similarly with the ball to some extent. I mean, he's not little, but certainly different in stature to Roland Jones, who is that taller, hit the deck hard bowler. Oh, wow, that's a beaut. Now, what has it taken? It has. He's gone. Well, looking back at the umpire for a moment, Crawley, it wasn't descent, but I think he's not so sure. It's just clipped the pad on the way through, beating the bat. And Crawley goes early, LBW. It looked like something of a Jaffa from Patterson.
He's going to have a little there and just straightened. And that's out. That is dead. I thought he'd nicked it, at first glance. I thought he'd nicked it short of the keeper. That is a hell of a seed. And that is plumb.
I mean, we all had to pause for a moment, but huge credit to the umpire to get that right. Under pressure. Bat coming down. Finest of little glances. And yeah, Crawley will look back at it and think that is one heck of a ball from Dane Patterson. Big breakthrough early for Middlesex. The England man goes for 6.
And that is not what you need when you're in a little tough patch of form. You need a little bit of luck. You see Compton, who's got 100, playing and missing at deliveries, and then when you're struggling up the other end, you miss the one that's crashing into off stump, pitch middle and straightened. Daniel Bell Drummond, a man who could also do with a few runs. The skipper, he's gone 16 and 0, 6 and 0, 37 and 2 so far. And he's a very fine player. One of 3 Kent batters to have scored a triple 100. But he needs some runs, 10 for 1.
Roland Jones last year needed somebody to get in the wickets. Higgins was a huge threat with him, but he missed Murtagh. Now he's got Patterson at the other end, and fine bowler to turn to when needed. It's Patterson that makes the breakthrough on this first morning, and that's what Middlesex were looking for this morning in the first hour. As you were saying, it's a big morning session we fancy with regards to this surface. Same end of the square that they played Lancashire on first game of the season, and that went right down to the wire, hanging on with a couple of wickets left. Lancashire for the draw in that one. But yeah, there have been 2 outstanding cricket wickets so far at Lord's this summer, and it looks like another one here. A bit in it for the bowlers, a bit in it for the batters.
And that is what you want, isn't it? You want an even contest. You'd expect there to be something in it. As an opening batter, you expect the ball to move around on the first morning. But I think the surface they played on 2 years ago, 23, was a real low-scoring one, wasn't it? It looked green. It dived around all over the place. This looks a much better surface. But you've got to get yourself in. And if you can see off these opening bowlers, life will get easier. And Daniel Bell Drummond has opened the batting before for a lot of years. He knows all about the new ball.
Catford Wanderers and Richmond out in the middle at the moment. And Sunbury at the pavilion end. A little bit further afield for Patterson. Oh, it's another beaut. I like it behind the stumps. Maybe a bit of bass on pad, just offering a noise to them. Patterson wasn't interested.
Yeah, heart in mouth there for a second. Looking at the reaction. He's missed it. Might have just, like you say, nicked his front pad. It's interesting, Patterson. I thought he was going to swing it away, but he's actually angling it in, and it's just straightening off the pitch. It was similar to the ball that pinned Zach Crawley, just a couple of inches wider. And that is tricky to play. Ball angling in and just decking down the slope.
Up there and driven. Half volley, but put away by Bell Drummond. Down the hill it goes. Chase for Holden, chase in vain.
Well, they'll make Daniel Bell-Drummond feel a lot better. He'll grope at the one before. This was a long half volley, and he's too good a player to miss out on those. You can understand what Dane Patterson's thinking. Get it full, get it straight. The ball's just seaming around a little bit, but just overcooked that one. Bell-Drummond has that kind of whippy drive. Puts it away.
End of the 6th. Kent 14 for 1. Someone moving in the pavilion, still taking their seats. It's pretty packed in there again today. Really good crowd. Bank holiday weekend, of course. That can go one of two ways on the Saturday and Sunday, because people with busy plans over the weekend and a bank holiday weekend as well. But day one, good to see a good crowd in here. So Gully's come out and got into mid-wicket. 5-4 field now for Roland Jones, looking to keep that ball tight on the stumps from the pavilion end. Saw that one that lifted in Roland Jones's last over against Compton. He got a couple to really challenge the left-hander. Just the 5 runs conceded. He'll look to settle into this spell now, Roland Jones. Mercer was always the economy man for Middlesex in their partnership. Roland Jones could blast through a side, as Mercer did, racked up all those wickets for so many years. We've got Middlesex balcony. There's a contingent sat below on the benches in the sun as well. Drops one short, just to remind Compton not to sit on the front foot. There's Mercer taking on some fluids. Richard Johnson in the middle. I think that's Tom Helm on the left in the shade. I can't quite see. Coming back from surgery over the winter. Deep square, just been set back. So just a single taken. First ball to Bell-Drummond for Roland Jones. Field switches around. Back to a 6-3 field for the right-hander.
Yeah, quite like that tactic to Ben Compton. There's a theory that a lot of teams have operated on. You can, bang a couple into him. There might be a weakness there. I haven't seen it personally. But that man back on the hook.
Top ball to end the over, 7 done. 15 for 1.
So Henry Brooks, probably first change alongside Ryan Higgins, I guess. So Brooks and Cullen, are they interchanged a little bit? Are they seen as similar types of bowlers? Young fellas still kind of learning their craft. They have played together, but they sometimes swap them round.
Yeah, exactly that. I think last year, whereas Middlesex didn't have Dane Patterson and Toby Roland Jones on the right, there was really shouldering the burden of the attack. The absence of Tim Mercer. Cullen's first class game for 2 years came this year after a couple of years of injury, and Brooks coming in from Birmingham, from Warwickshire indeed, last season. Richard Johnson, I think, was pretty open in saying that he just needed a winter with Brooks to work with him and get him back to where he was before. He's had that winter now, and both Brooks and Cullen have looked really consistent. They played the first game of the season here against Lancashire before Patterson arrived. He had a delayed arrival for a couple of reasons. That first game of the season against Lancashire, the first innings, I'd said it on the day, it was the best bowling performance as a unit that I'd seen by Middlesex since 2016, since they won the title, which was, you know, a pretty big call, but it was actually backed up by them themselves. They went and said it in the post-match interviews and reflecting on the match that, you know, as a unit, that was the best it had been since they'd won the title. So yeah, Cullen and Brooks in that match, it was really noticeable just how much control the pair of them had. Whereas Brooks last year had been a bit expensive, struggled for a little bit of consistency and control. Cullen coming back from injury. He played a couple of T20s over the last couple of years, but that back injury really holding him up.
It was quite nice if you can kind of chop them around, in and out, give them a week off. Well, they're still learning their trade.
It's a good stop, tumbling from Holden. Yeah, and I think Richard Johnson was quite clear about that at the beginning of the season. You know, it was a message as much sent to his team as to anybody else in interview to say it is rest and rotation. It is not somebody is dropped. With Cullen making way in this one, he's been used as the battering ram at times, asked to bump the opposing bats. That gets through. No stopping that one for Holden. Down the ground it goes. And he might just have a chance. He does. There you go. There's that example of what you were talking about as well, Fultz. The lush outfield here at Lords, just holding it up.
Yeah, nice shot by Ben Compton. Patterson understandably trying to get it full, trying to pull him out of his crease. He's kind of reluctant to get a massive stride out to the ball, so he'll sit back in his crease. The bowler gets fuller and fuller, and then when he overpitches, good enough to just get on that front foot and drive it down the ground. Not quite where he aimed it, but he'll happily take 3.
And that's all part of it as well. Drop the single.
Yeah, absolutely. As a batter, especially early on, first morning, you don't want bowlers to line you up and have ball after ball after ball. And if you've got a right-left combination, that can also impact a bowler as well and disrupt their rhythm. So you keep turning the strike over, defend and scamper. Give your mate a go.
End of the 8th, 1 for 13 for Patterson. Kent 19 for 1.
Short leg going in. Just Toby Rowland-Jones getting a little bit of bounce, and that last one looked like it hit Daniel Drummond on the glove, so a position that you don't see as much these days. That's where I've spent about 15 years of my career, perched there.
Oh, gets it to go away. That's very, very good from Roland Jones.
Yeah, particularly having put the short leg in, you could sometimes think he's looking to nip it back. I mean, that is... you see the way Daniel Bell-Drummond, just as the ball went past him, he just offered to cover it. It just went out and he just pushed at it. You contrast that with Ben Compton earlier, the one he played at where he didn't move a muscle. You nick the ball when you just go away, you just push at it, and that's often the one you nick. If I said to a batter, if you just held your bat there and said to a bowler, find the edge, it's almost impossible.
How inbuilt is that in a batter? And how I say easy, it's definitely not going to be easy is the answer, but how much of it is ingrained, inbuilt in a batter?
Well, it's trained. I mean, we talked about the Kent Leaf. Mark Benson did it years ago. Marcus Trescothick was also a very good exponent of it. Well, not a Kent player, but if you play the line of the ball and you just stick to that line and the ball moves, you'll miss it. You nick a ball when you go to play it and you just try and adjust and cover it and your bat moves kind of sideways. That's when you nick them. So Compton, one of the things he's very good at, one's letting the ball go, but also playing the original line of the ball and sticking to that. You saw with the player Mr. Daniel, and Daniel's a very fine player, don't get me wrong. He's just been a little bit out of touch, and that's what happens when you have a few low scores. You just go searching for it. You try and get, you want that feel of bat on ball. So you see the ball move and you try and move with it. That's the danger. They're the ones you nick.
Oh, width on that, and Bell-Drummond's eyes lit up through the bat at the ball.
Yeah, you're right about the eyes lighting up. My eyes lit up at that one. I tell you what, that really seemed as well. If it hadn't, no, it might have been bouncing off the boundary boards, but it was wide. It was one of those, if you nick that to slip, you'd be cursing yourself for hours. But I can understand why he went for it. It looked juicy and inviting. In the end, he couldn't reach it.
And that one comes back down the slope and takes the edge. Oh, a beaut from Roland Jones. Well, the other one might have slipped out, but it put something in Bell-Drummond's mind. He's had a couple go away from the right-hander. This one comes charging back in towards the off-stump and nicks through to Davies. Oh, look at that angle on it. It's just absolutely beautiful. No doubt for Bell-Drummond's the way that ball's been seaming this morning, but he has to play at that one. And Roland Jones, no doubt in his mind as he ran through. Another big wicket. 2 early breakthroughs for Middlesex. Kent at 19 for 2.
Yeah, and as he's walking off, you just wonder whether he's thinking, oh, you know, did I do the right thing at the toss? Should you have had a bowl? There's been a bit in it. But then, you know, if you're 30 without loss at this stage, you're probably thinking, actually. But credit to the Middlesex bowlers. They've extracted some seam movement. They've bowled in the right areas. And they've had Kent's slightly more vulnerable batsmen, the batters who aren't in their best nick. Zach Crawley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, both back in the shed. It's outside edged that. I thought the way it went, he might have inside edged it because it went to Davis's left, didn't it? Yeah, but he's outside edged it. Yeah, but I just not quite sure whether he just didn't line it up properly. How you outside edge a ball that's come back, maybe just expecting it to come back more.
Was that seam movement in his mind? I mean, that was what I was looking at from behind. There was obviously we've seen the balls beat the outside edge and go away from indeed that previous delivery as well. Seemed quite a lot away. I'm guessing he's worried with the slope that the combination of the slope and the seam movement that off stump could be in play on that. Well,
I think if you watch, I don't know if we get another replay of it, but it looked like Toby Roland Jones has deliberately gone for the in-swinger and he's gone wide and he's got a bat pad in there. So you just think maybe he's thinking, oh, that's the one that's going to come right back into me. So he's played accordingly and it hasn't come in as much as he thought. But usually you outside edge the balls that just hold or go away. That one definitely came back.
short leg, short mid-wicket as well, running in there, Roland Jones. He was at mid-on. I think he realised late that he wasn't where he had been previously for Patterson. He has gone even fuller into that short mid-wicket position now. There they are, targeting the pads. It's the bat down on that one, Compton. This is the pair that did the damage, or indeed won the game. Centuries apiece for Compton and Miea down at Canterbury a couple of weeks ago. Middlesex be very keen to get past them early this morning.
Well, they would have wanted to Wanda Miea out there early. He is a very fine player. Having done a bit of work with the Kent boys in the last 3 or 4 weeks, he really has looked the informed player. I'll put the kiss of death on him, but lining it up beautifully at the minute.
Width and punished. The first balls at Patterson's particularly strayed on line. Compton makes no mistake. Short boundary as well. You mentioned the ball hammering off an advertising board. That would have made quite the thud.
Yeah, but he's got the 4 fielders on the leg side. You see the bat pad, the short mid-wicket and the square leg, so he wants to target the stumps here, Dane Patterson. Get Compton to play around that front pad. That is exactly the line they're looking at. And one of the things about a player getting 100 against you a couple of weeks ago, they would have discussed how these two played, what they could have done better. Maybe at Compton we start a bit straighter, we don't give him that cut shot that Patterson did 2 balls ago. We try and target the stumps, we move an extra man over. So all of these plans would have been hatched, and yes, the batter's got good experiences against that fielding side, but conversely the bowling side have gleaned quite a lot of information about the way he plays. And we just think of that early shout from Roland Jones down the leg side. You just wonder whether, not that you bowl for the strangle, but whether that's a ploy to try and come straight, try and get him fending to short leg.
I was going to ask you that actually. Short leg, as you say, perhaps not used as much as it used to be, but one fielding position that seems to be used more than ever is leg gully or leg slipper. Find at the moment, week in, week out. Sides, I mean, we saw it in the Test side a couple of years ago, the real bumper theory, and 3 set back in the deep. Around the wicket, Patterson for this one to Compton. Roland Jones just checking how he wants that to adjust the field, and it is going to bring, there we go, gully to leg gully.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's more in play actually from over the wicket, that fielder. Leg slip.
Just the single brings the right-hander back onto strike, or on strike for the first time in DMA for the last ball of the over.
You can see the brains trust has been, they've been thinking pretty hard about Compton, I think, given his good start to the season. There'll be meetings usually. Those meetings go bowl the top of off stump. We'll just go top of off stump, just outside with your bouncer thrown in. But sometimes when a guy goes particularly well, or he's a bit quirky, you go, okay, maybe we'll try a few more on the leg side.
Oh, draws him into that. First ball, Miea sucked into one wide outside the off stump. It's just shaping, wasn't it? So come back into him and nips away.
Yeah, I think it seemed quite a long way. I mean, it looked like a pretty horrible shot, but actually you can see why he played it, because Patterson, just his hand gets almost to the left of the ball, like he's going to push it in to you as a right-hander. So you think it's coming back at the stumps, and then it just pitches and seams down the hill. So dangerous customer. You just hope you miss those.
24 for 2 after 10. Kent having to dig in now in this morning session, protect that wickets column.
Yeah, just wonder as well with Kent's decision to bat first, the injuries to the likes of Gilchrist and Grant Stewart. Matt Parkinson getting his first run out of the summer.
Yeah, I've got no insight at all from the Middlesex side as to what they would have done. Would they have had a bat with Zafar Gohar quite possibly they'd have gone out. Sam Robson back in the side for this one, of course, for Middlesex, having missed a couple of weeks on paternity duty. My fancy with you, I think just before we went on air, we discussed it and said Middlesex probably would have had a bat as well. But that little bit of a greenish tinge out there this morning, it's not a lot, but just that little bit of a greenish tinge did make me wonder whether Middlesex would fancy, with their attack, having a very, very good morning session here on a pitch that might otherwise be one for the batters.
Yeah, and Gohar is one of those bowlers that can be effective early in the game, isn't he? Both stump to stump. He's a class act. He's got 15 wickets, I think. I'm looking at him. He got 4 and 3 against Lancs. And yeah, 2 fors, down the line. But Parkinson has been kind of overlooked because Kent have played on these green seamy decks. But with the injuries to Jazz Singh, he turned his ankle in the nets. Nathan Gilchrist concussed. He'll be back next week. Just Parkinson getting a run out. If you're going to play the leg spinner, you think, actually, we bat first, try and get a big score, bit of scoreboard pressure, and that's when Parkinson's at his best. He is a wicket taker, but what he needs is something to bowl at.
Thumps onto the middle of the bat. Talking about tasty encounters between these two sides over the years. There was obviously the game earlier this season. There was the pink ball game at Canterbury. That was quite the affair.
The Grant Stewart match. That one?
Indeed.
Yeah, Grant Stewart seems to go to a different level when Middlesex come to town.
I was going to say every match is a Grant Stewart match when he plays Middlesex.
Well, he went well, didn't he, in the 2 weeks ago. Got a few wickets, but it was his 50 alongside Harry Finch, which really changed the momentum of the game. And I say that as someone who wasn't there, just looking for the scorecard, because Middlesex had Kent on the run, didn't they? And that partnership just got Kent a foothold in the game, and kind of parity, almost parity on first innings, which wouldn't have happened without his contribution.
Good take by Davies, tumbling down the leg side. End of the 11th, 25 for 2, Kent. Yeah, going back to that game, I think from Middlesex's perspective at Canterbury, there were 2 pinch points. First day, 79 for 6, when the Stewart show began, and that really did. I think they knew in what at that point felt like it was going to be a low-scoring affair. They felt they'd really let Kent off the hook. Now, obviously, it did, as you say, on the third day. Then particularly flatten out, and heavy roller playing its part, a big part, I think, on that third day, which I think Kent probably fancied as well.
Yeah, well, I mentioned Richard Johnson said he'd not seen a surface change so much. I think, again, overheads play a part, certainly at Canterbury, and they play a part in every ground, maybe not quite to the extent that they do here. They had good weather down in Canterbury, and that green grass, it's 12 mil of grass, I think they leave on it, and then when it dries off, it just means the ball carries nicely. It's pretty flat, so that became a batting paradise and a shirt front from a minefield, and as batters you try and fill your boots.
Yeah, I think the best example down at Canterbury of how the pitch changed, probably for me as much as anybody, was Zafar Gohar on day 1, where there was a bit of turn but bounce as well for the spinner. There was none at all by day 3, and that was the really stark contrast, where I think Middlesex probably, that may well have been the spell when they realised they were in trouble when Gohar came on. Well, he picked up indeed 2 in 2 deliveries, didn't he? I think it was the arm ball my memory that got Bell Drummond's first ball just played on with an inside edge, but yeah, the an inquiry of sorts. The fact that it was doing so little for Gohar by the third day, when Middlesex perhaps would have fancied that maybe it would do a little bit more, but no bounce even for him, and that was big trouble then. And a big opportunity which Kent took with relish. And credit to them, because again, you know, as much as a pitch may flatten out, you've still got to go out there and score the runs, and you're under the pressure of losing the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You chased 300 plus on the last innings. It's a good effort, however flat the pitch is.
Well, in some contrast or comparison to that, indeed, the last match at Derby for Middlesex, 400 played 300, 472 I think it was, played 313, so they were 8 runs shy of the follow-on. The final day into the third innings of the match, and okay, it's looked pretty flat and there's been lots of runs and batters are cashed in, but cricket doesn't play that way, does it? Pressure just plays its part, and it was mainly pressure more than anything else in that final day that nearly opened up a chance for Derbyshire, and Middlesex nearly succumbing to that pressure. That's why I can't get the credit down at Canterbury.
Well, I think pitches obviously behave in different ways, but ideally the way the long form was designed, I think, is that the first hour does a bit for the seamers, as it is here. It then flattens out as the ball gets softer and the sun gets on the wicket, and probably the days 2 and 3, certainly in Test match cricket, probably the surface is at its best afternoon of day 2 into day 3, and then you'd expect maybe a little bit of variable bounce and the wicket to turn, and then you've got a bit of everything. You're testing your courage, you're testing your skill in different conditions.
End of the over, 25 for 2. Yeah, so I just wonder here, like I said, my feeling is Middlesex probably would have had a bat first, but what's their best bet going to be? Some wickets early this morning, maybe get on top of Kent today, and then the best day to bat is tomorrow. But perhaps in that sense, it was good toss to lose.
Yeah, I think so, but then if you look at what Compton's doing here, I mean, it's 14 off 45, it's been unspectacular, but this is what he does, and this is why he's worth his weight in gold. This is an old school opening batter doing his thing, and actually, if you can weather the storm and see off the new ball this afternoon at 2-3 o'clock, you know, his middle order could really benefit. If Kent are 5 down before lunch this morning, then it's a different ball game. If they're 2 down at lunch and they carry on these 2 throughout the afternoon, you look at that decision at the toss and go, okay, it was tough, first hour and a half, but then it got pretty flat and we can make hay. And, you know, batting is not supposed to be without its perils. So change of bowling, Ryan Higgins replacing Toby Rowland-Jones.
Oh, now that did a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, a little in swing. Just using the slope a little bit, Higgins. Got his hand that side of it. Yeah, just hand to the left side of the ball. Wrist shaping it back into the right hand. He'll hope to just get that one to hold up the slope, find the outside edge.
A little inside tickle on that. I think Higgins would have been perhaps optimistically, but still asking umpire Bailey. Both sides, please, mate. Ooh, doing a lot, an awful lot. And yeah, a little inside tickle. Oh, yes, no, big mix-up, throw at the non-striker's end and misses. Brooks with the throw from mid-wicket. Huge mix-up between Compton and Miaye. He'd have been gone by a mile.
Yeah, batters just have a little chat, a little punch of gloves. Don't worry about it, mate, these things happen. Might have seen that differently. Yes, no, Yeah, a little bit of a barn dance in the middle of the wicket, and Mayeye would have been a yard and a half out, but it looked like it missed by a bit. That is when you count your lucky stars, isn't it? You could bet your bottom dollar if it was Zach Crawley or Daniel Bell-Drummond, they would have had their middle stump plucked out with that throw, because that's the way things go sometimes.
Discussion about the fields. 3 in place for Compton. We've seen him swinging it big into the right-hander. Here's his chance to swing it away from Compton.
Yeah, just looking at Ryan Higgins' career, 100 first-class matches, averaging 25.8 with the ball, which is a mighty fine effort. 289 wickets. And that is exactly what you're talking about, Kevin, that round the wicket, that kind of Stuart Broad to David Warner kind of line, looking to angle it in, get the wrist to the left of it, getting it to shape away from the left-hander. Where Compton's discipline outside his off stump will be so key. He'll know what Higgins is trying to do. He might turn it round and try and run one back into him, but generally it's going to be angle, look to use the slope, a little bit of swing, see if you can flick an outside edge. But that last one was just a little bit too straight.
Into the 13th, 26 for 2. Higgins, stats-wise, he's one of the best all-rounders in the country, isn't he? What's some chat, I remember, mischievous when Stokes was injured about Darren Stevens getting the go as an all-rounder, but Higgins never gets put into that bracket for international honours with England, which I think is a little unfair.
Yeah, he's just going to be one of these slightly unfashionable cricketers in this era of crash bang wallop and pace, isn't he? He's someone that wobbles it about. Probably bowls what, 70, early 70s, 75 maybe, but probably not much quicker. But he presents a good seam. He moves it around if you get a little bit in the surface. He's a handful, and he's a more than useful batter. But he's a proper batter. 1200s, averaging 36.82 with the bat. So you average that with the bat and 25 with the ball, you should be in the conversation. But these days, international cricket, you want 85 mile an hour plus, and you want batters that can average 40 odd. There aren't many of those that go round.
School's day at Lords, ready with the pens and the signatures. Oh, Shorts first up and punished by Mayeye. His first boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener from Brooks, but one thing you don't do to under Mayeye is bang it in, unless you bang it in with real conviction, because he can pull the ball as well as anyone in county cricket.
Yeah, this is a man that was clocked at 90 at one point in his early days and just seemed to fall away a little bit towards the end of his time with Warwickshire, but Middlesex excited about his capture.
Yeah, to under Mayeye's trademark shot, really, the pull shot. You bowl it at 94 miles an hour at him. If it's short, he'll climb into it. Have seen him caught deep square. That's something Middlesex might look to do, but they might be better advised to do it from the other end where the boundary's longer. It's a pitching wedge to that grandstand boundary.
Yeah, Higgins gets the pavilion end after Roland Jones quite regularly now, and you almost looked at Higgins and thought but potentially he'd be the man to replace Mercer at the nursery ends. Strike bowler's end is traditionally here at Lords up at the pavilion end, isn't it? But Brooks at the moment having to wait his turn because Higgins gets first dig.
Yeah, you can see that leg side boundary for Mayeye. It's really short, so if he's going to bang it in and try and get him caught down there, chances are it will sail over the fielder's head.
Just a single to Zafar Gohar, down patrolling in front of the Warner stand.
Change field for Compton. This 5-4 leg side field. Max Holden going into a kind of catching mid-wicket position. I think he's more in play with Brooks over the wicket. We saw Patterson come round the wicket.
End of the 14th hour done here at Lords, and Kent winning the toss. They're 31-2. News coming out at noon as well of the test squad announced. So a solid first hour here for both, really. Kent will be keen not to lose too many more in the next hour. Middlesex will be desperate to push through at least one more, but a couple perhaps. So Cook's in. Fultz, you got it in front of you there. Sam Cook gets the
Sam
call.
Cook earns maiden England call-up. Zach Crawley retains his spot. Shoaib Bashir, frontline spinner. I think Jordan Cox is in as well. Yeah, Sam Cook and Jordan Cox, the only uncapped players in a 13-strong squad for that Zimbabwe test.
And we can cross live to Laws for the thoughts of Dave Fulton.
Well, I think the Sam Cook is long overdue. I think, again, we've been talking about the Ryan Higgins and being slightly unfashionable. Sam Cook is not one of those express bowlers that are tall and hit the pitch, but I think he's a decent replacement for Jimmy Anderson. I'm not putting him in that bracket just yet, but he's skillful bowler, pitches it up, swings it about. I think he gets good players out. And in a summer where you've got India and a winter where you've got Australia, you need to find out about one or two, and find out pretty quickly. So he's got proven pedigree at county level, and hopefully he can make the step up. But if anyone has earned their stripes, it is Sam Cook.
Joe Root clearly wanted to see who was in the test squad. He's just been dismissed for one by Yates and Barnard, the bowler. Yates the catcher. 38 for 3 Yorkshire against Warwickshire in that game up at Headingley. Durham 57 for 1 against Hampshire. Essex 45 for 1 at Somerset. Glamorgan 57 without loss against Derbyshire. Lancashire 34 for 2 against Gloucestershire, while Leicestershire 57 without loss against Northamptonshire in all those games starting today and just completing their first hours.
Yeah, just looking at that Jordan Cox Sam Cook call-up. It's going to put the Skids under Essex's charge, isn't it, for the county championship? I'm sure they'll be delighted for their colleagues getting that England call-up. But then you're looking at two pretty important players for a side who fancy their chances of challenging at the top end of the county championship Division 1.
Under the 15, 32 for 2.
Sam Cook, 318 first-class wickets, an average of 19.77. You can't do much more than that, can you, in terms of knocking a door down?
Taken too long? Let's get him in.
I think so. Personally, it's just my opinion. You know, he's 27. He's been around for a while. He's played a bit of franchise cricket, which has probably helped his development. But yeah, red ball in hand, he is a skillful operator. I think what hasn't helped him is the success the England selectors have had of pulling these kind of rabbits out of a hat. You know, you get Shoaib Bashir from nowhere, plays a couple of games, and then was it Josh Hull? You know, because they like the pace he could bowl and his height, and there's certain profiles that bowlers hit. It's like goalkeepers, isn't it? If you're not 6'4", if you're a 5'11" goalkeeper, you might be the best goalkeeper in the world, but if you're not quite hitting that right profile, you can get overlooked. It's a nice bit of cricket. Brooks getting a little bit of shape down the hill, bowling a decent pace, and Mieye solidly behind it, back down the pitch. Still a little bit happening through the air. The pitch is getting flatter.
You mentioned the hill there. How does it compare to Canterbury?
Yeah, it's similar. I mean, here at Lord's, the slope goes across, so from screen, the higher end on the right side, sloping straight across the ground. Canterbury's more on a tilt. It comes kind of diagonally across.
Oh, short again. And pulled hard by Mieye. His second boundary. Both of them short balls from Brooks.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, but he's just so good at this shot to under Mieye. He just sits there and bang. Fast hands. Not a terrible delivery. He probably could have hit it through the offside as well, but he sets himself for that pull shot. You drop a bit short, you whack it through mid-wicket. So yeah, going back to the slope, you think Headingley and Hove probably slope more straight down the ground. Here's right across, and Canterbury's a bit in between. It's from corner to corner. It's a better length from Brooks. Not much change bowling short to Mieye. I do think though it stands you in good stead as a batter. You know, people talk about the slope. You can fall over down the slope as a batter and play round your front pad. I think the Kent players would be used to. It's the most similar slope in county cricket to Lord's, the Spitfire ground. So similar issues.
Oh, wow. It's like a missile out of the middle of the bat, that one.
Well, if he didn't know before about bowling short to Mieye, I think he does now. The first two were decent. That one was climbing into it. That's how I'd describe that. Two men back. Got that man back on the deep square fence, just right on the right edge of your screen, just disappearing over the boundary rope.
Short again. Well, this one's dragged somewhat. And Holden does the fielding. Just a single to end the over. 9 off it, a couple of boundaries. 41 for 2.
Well, he put that man out there for that delivery. And I thought just for a horrible second that Mieye had obliged and hit it straight down his throat. But he's a man very much in control of his game at the moment and just kept it down pretty comfortably. I mean, that boundary, as we've mentioned, is so short that he probably could go up and over. He's got that in his locker. He could hit that 20 rows back if he wanted to. There's an element of risk, so he keeps it on the floor, takes a single.
Slightly different length for Higgins there. Up there and challenging the pads.
Yeah, asking different kinds of questions, and this is the variety in Middlesex's attack. If you've got someone that quite likes the big strapping fast bowler who bangs it in and plays a pull shot, well, you ask different questions at the other end. And then from Kent's perspective, two very different types of players as well. You've got Compton, who's full team. Yeah, he's already gone past him.
Ooh, swinging in to that thick outside edge. Hard chase for Gohart. Oh, nearly missed it. Come back for the third. This is why Millet excites so many knowledgeable kind of pundits around the circuit, because he just scores so quickly. He can take a game away from you. He's very much in the Bazball mould. Kind of old school Compton at one end, and Millet, who will play his shots. It's a nice contrast. Oh wow! Around the wicket, up the slope, a mistake by Compton, and a big wicket for Higgins. Misjudgment by the left-hander. Delight for the home side here. Lost the toss, but they're winning this morning's session at the moment, and that has seemed.
Yeah, it's decked in, isn't it? Compton usually so good at leaving that line, and again, that looks like a horrible dismissal from a batting point of view, but you've got to take into account, you know, the context is that little away swing, getting his wrist and running it back to the slip. So as a left-handed batter, you're thinking, I just want to leave alone. I don't want to be pushing and nicking those balls. That one has jagged back up the slope, hit the top of off stump. And a key man for Middlesex to get rid of. He's been in great touch as Ben Compton. 100 last time these two sides met, 178 last time out against Gloucestershire. That is a big scalp.
It seriously is. The manner of it as well, as you say, from the pavilion end, he's around the wicket. You can understand Compton's lining up that, the swing that Higgins has been getting away. Even if it holds its line, it's not hitting, but to really seam back like that and take the top of off, the outside of the top of off. Here comes Jack leaning at 4, at 5 indeed, for Kent. Well, we mentioned that maybe this was a good toss to lose, whether Middlesex would have fancied a bowl themselves or whether they too would have gone in and had a bat with an eye on all 4 days, as opposed to just trying to get through the first hour. Well, that wicket just swings the pressure onto Middlesex, onto Kent indeed, in this morning's session. Now all of a sudden 50 minutes to lunch, as Millet just receives a bit of strapping. Sort of finger on his left hand there for Millet. 44 for 3. That's a very big breakthrough for Middlesex after the brilliant innings down at Canterbury, the defiance this morning.
So Jack leaning, another man who could do with some runs. I've been doing a bit of work with the Kent batters. He's looked in really good touch this week in the nets. Absolutely, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he has been hitting it beautifully. He's scores this year. Get to in just a second. Got a decent 40 up at Wantage Road. 40 and 9 against Northants. 0 against Middlesex. And 16 and 0 against Gloucestershire. So last 4 scores, 9-0, 16-0. I think he's actually playing better than that. But this will be a challenge. Higgins has got the ball swinging, decking off the seam as well. And this pitch doing perhaps a little more than Kent thought when they won the toss and opted to bat.
Oh, comes swinging back in again down the slope as well. Scoreboard's just frozen at the bottom, but watch for the one holding its line now before the over's done. Skillful bowler.
Yeah, he is, and he would probably have the same criticism that levelled at him that Darren Stevens did, which is he bowls on wickets that do quite a bit, but this looks a pretty decent cricket pitch.
A little bit of extra oomph in that to end the over, but sends it tailing down the leg side, Higgins. End of the over, 44 for 3. This is why it's 3 down.
Yeah, cracking see. He's got his fingers trying to swing that out, and it's just nipped back, and that is the worst feeling as a batter when you're lifting the bat, and as you lift the bat, you see it deck towards you, and your bat is nowhere in line to defend it. If anything, you just try and thrust your hip at it, because it might not have been given out LBW if he'd got a bit of pad in the way of it. You just clip the top of the stumps, but always say to bowlers, don't you, where'd you aim it? You aim at the top of off stump, and that was exactly that. Well bowled, Ryan Higgins.
Brooks to resume his battle with Mieye.
2 men out on the leg side.
Yes, an interesting one here. We just seen top of off stump hit. Really, that's where Middlesex want to be this morning, but they've gone quite early, it feels like, between Brooks and Mieye here.
Well, yeah, there are 2 fielders back on that deep square fence. The one is in front of squares, just out of shot on our screen. It's just kind of right edge of the screen over the boundary rope. It's quite a long way in front of square. That's because Mieye latches onto the short ball so quickly. But, 2 back waiting for that errant pull shot.
There you go. Oh. Agony for 2 fielders.
Yeah, I think this is a poor ploy. I think they'd be better off pitching it up. If you bowl there, I mean, you can see how much time he had. He just stood there and swatted it. He was never going up. I don't think it's that kind of surface. It looks to me like a pitch it up, kiss the wicket, and there's things happening. You want to get into a bumper warfare with Tawanda, I think you're ill-advised. That said, as I mentioned before, I have seen him hole out on the boundary. But I think when you telegraph this ploy, it just enables him to go, OK, I'll get my hands up and I'll swat it on the floor.
Help for confidence for a bowler either, does it, so early in the innings. So Cullen the last couple of weeks has been deployed in that kind of batter, and Ramroll asked to dig it in, but much later in the innings. Really affects the economy rate. I'm talking to Jason Gillespie about this over the years, someone like Tim Bresnan, or indeed in the latter days of his Middlesex career, James Harris, who was very much a pitch-it-up bowler but was almost asked to be bang it in the final days before he went back to Glamorgan.
Well, I think you can operate in that way. If you've got a flat wicket that's doing absolutely nothing, then you go, OK, how are we going to make something happen? Well, we're going to bounce someone out. We're going to get someone caught on the leg side boundary. But all the while, the ball's decking around off the seam, and it's pretty hard and new. We've had 17.4 overs. That ball is still going to be in really good condition. The outfield's lush. Kent haven't gone off like a trace, have they? So it's just an opportunity to keep the ball pitched up. Yeah, sure, go the odd short ball, but Tawanda absolutely loves a pull shot. Pitch it up.
It's better. Again, that was perhaps just asking the question as to whether it would come back up the slope from Brooks, but you could see he was really stretching for that one, yeah. Wasn't stretching for that at all. Lovely stroke in front of point. Couple to end the over. It's a big boundary down to the scorer's box. Old Father's time away to our left, but a couple more. 18 done, 50 up, 53.
Yeah, he's in good touch to win. 25 off 27. That's, I think if you're Middlesex, you don't mind that shot. Brooks just get a little bit of nibble from there. It's not a half volley. He's lent on it. It was a good cricket shot. But it's got a nip from there, and you can find the edge or inside edge it back onto your stumps. I think if you're going to do that bang it in ploy, then you want to be bowling to him from the pavilion end doing that. Maybe Brooks gets turned round and he has a crack at him with a 80-metre boundary as opposed to a tin pot one.
As I say, Higgins gets first dig at the moment, but for all the reasons you've said, it almost makes sense to switch them, but he's got it moving nicely at the moment, Higgins. Goes thick outside chunk of the bat. But yeah, for certainly later in the piece, you could imagine Higgins coming down to the nursery end and Brooks being given his turn up at the pavilion. Interesting for Gohar as well, where he'll go shorter boundary, hitting against the spin to the shorter boundary, turning it with the slope away from a right-hander or into a left-hander, which should free up the quicks at the pavilion end. Oh wow, that's a Jaffa. Beaut from Higgins.
We're talking about the injuries to Kent's bowlers. Harry Finch missing this week as well. He played pretty well in that reverse fixture at Canterbury. That is a seed, isn't it? That one's gone, much like the ball that bowled Compton, up the slope. Leaning missed it by about 6 inches, didn't do a lot wrong. So Chris Benjamin on debut. He was given his Kent cap today by former teammate George Garrett.
And again, he's wobbling it on that off stump at the moment, isn't he, Higgins?
Yeah, be the kind of guy I would have hated, Ryan Higgins. Give me the pace of Brooks or the 90-mile-an-hour guy, but someone that just challenges both sides of the bat, half forward. Not nice.
Again, Leaning's holding on at the moment, isn't he? Tentative against Higgins.
Yeah, so Jack's been looking really good in the nets. Everything's been kind of hitting the middle of the bat and coming back down the wicket. I think he's in good touch. He looks in good touch. His game looks in good order. But there's no substitute for runs. And if you've gone 9-0, 16-0, then you can be in the heat of battle a little edgy. Just needs a start. Let's that one go. What he is, Jack Leaning, is he's a competitor and he's pretty experienced. He would have been through these trots before and come out the other side. You know, you've got to trust your game and keep your belief. And Kent will know that at 3 o'clock this afternoon this is going to be a very different surface, but they've got to get there first and get there with as little damage as possible.
Brings that one back in. Leaning off the mark. 19 done. Kent 51 for 3.
So Leaning's away. That'll make him feel a little better. But I don't think Henry Brooks will mind having a crack at Leaning. He's been second best in his duel with Tawanda Miyeye, so new batsman in his sights. Might just have a little look at Henry Brooks, at Jack Leaning upstairs actually.
Leaning still taking his guard, scratching away at the surface. Take 2. That's a beautiful stroke up on his toes. Just eases it away. They seem to be in position early here playing Brooks, even first ball face from him for Leaning.
Yeah, just looks a little out of sorts, Brooks, at the moment. He's obviously great talent, but he just hasn't quite hit the right area for this surface.
Oh, now. That's the question now. Has he just jarred the left wrist You're missing that ball.
Yeah, bizarre. I mean, it's like he's. I mean, it missed everything. You wouldn't be rubbing your glove when the keeper's caught it. It was wide outside off stump. So it's almost like he's sprained a wrist or something. Just throwing the kitchen sink at it. It was not a shot he'd be particularly proud of if he'd feathered that through to the keeper. He should have gone where this previous ball went, through the covers.
Where would you not want this ball to be as a batter?
Yeah, and gets up the other end leaning. It's probably the best thing at the moment. Just get yourself in, spend a bit of time acclimatising from the non-striker's end with the ball zipping about.
I was just thinking, was that one going to be straight back into his shoulder, into his armpit from Brooks after the ball before?
I would have been inclined to, but you know, all opening batters were closet fast bowlers. Really, we'd love to have been 90 miles an hour bowlers, but I just think he's played a very poor pull stroke. Why wouldn't you ever look next time?
And all commentators are closet cricketers. Easy game from up here.
I've become a much better player, Kev, since I retired and started talking nonsense about the game.
Just stretching for that one slightly again, Mieye.
Yeah, I think that's the length. That's the length from a Middlesex perspective. Try and get Tawanda driving through the covers. Just a little bit of movement. That length. He just moved down the hill, didn't it? If it had not moved down the hill, it would have whistled between extra cover and mid-off. But you don't mind that as a bowler. You've got two slips. Big thick edge, can fly to backward point. You're in the game. If you're short against Tawanda, you're asking for trouble.
And there he is, short again, gets away with it in the covers. That was very much toe end of the bat from Mieye, though, as he did stretch for it slightly, just played away a little on that one. That slope outside off. End of the 20th, 54 for 3. What are your favourite Lord's memories? Mentioned coming up into the commentary box now, but
from a playing perspective, I played Lord's final here in '95 against Wasim Akram in Lancashire. It's my debut in the competition. Floppy hat, and yeah.
How have I forgotten that one? I might have heard it once or twice before.
That was good. It would have been better if we won the game. Yeah, we were second best on that day, despite Aravinda De Silva scoring a brilliant 100. I had a bit of fun for a few balls. I was 25, and there's a few lunches that were good.
Full ball, is it? Oh, go hard as well, up the hill. Just slowed up a little bit, gave him a chance.
Yeah, it was a good bit of work because it's a short boundary. It did go up the hill, didn't quite middle it leaning, so well reeled in. Probably 2003, that was a fond memory, championship-wise. I came back from an eye injury, kind of very much partially sighted in one eye, and that summer I didn't get 100. My highest score was here. I got 94. I tried to hit down Rimpool into the tavern. Top pitched it. Excuse my French. Up it went. In 2003, and we had a little wizard by the name of Mataimu Litharan who helped win us that match.
I was just remembering Middlesex Kent encounters here, but I think you were done by then. It was the first floodlit game at Lord's on the Friday night at Canterbury in a T20. Then the next morning was here in a championship game, Middlesex versus Kent. 23 wickets fell that day.
Tired players.
Yeah. It was glorious sunshine. It was seeming a bit that day, obviously, as well. A little bit of swing around, but yeah, I think fatigue played a huge part in it.
Well, fatigue and also kind of muscle memory side of things. I think it's very difficult these days for players who go from 2020 cricket when that period where T20 and Championship overlaps. You know, that instinct, that muscle memory, where you see a ball when you've trained yourself for 2 or 3 weeks to just climb into it and clobber it. And then when you've got a fraction of a second to decide what to do, you're now telling yourself to leave it outside off stump.
Was a little inside edge on that, Rob Bailey. Early shake of the head. Higgins suggesting it went down the hill. I think Leaning is looking at the inside of his bat as well.
Yeah, nipped, didn't it? Nipped down the hill. Wasn't a lot to look good there, and it bounced. I think the bounce probably saved him. Too high. Still getting the ball to nip around though, Ryan Higgins. It's a good demonstration of what he's all about this morning.
Yeah, it was the one time in 21 seasons where I thought there was potential of a one-day finish. That game. So there was a pinch point on that day where just a couple of more wickets, I think it was either just before tea or just after.
So we used to play, back in the day, 104 overs. And we had a game that finished inside 104 overs against Northants. I want to say 1999, but it finished over 3 days. But it was just inside the distance of 1 day's allocation of overs. So I remember it was thunder and lightning and so humid. And when we did get out there, I think we bowled Northants out for 63. We got 170, and then we bowled them out for 7. We won by an innings. We didn't get to 200. It was a greenish tinge at Canterbury, but it was more the overheads. It was at one stage we went off the pitch because of lightning, big thundery clouds, really humid, swung all over the place. Rob Key and I got a rocket from John Wright because we were trying to hit Devon Malcolm through square leg. What he didn't realise that it started off on that line and then it just swung. Both lost our off stumps. But yeah, the ball was swinging round corners. And the doctor, Julian Thompson, Kent fans will remember, got a bucket load of wickets. And yeah, I think the game finished in about 103 overs, but across the course of 3 days.
Zafar Gohar is on from the nursery end. Half an hour before lunch on the first day. It's seeming.
I thought he was going to let go of it then. I thought if he lets go of it, Tawanda's not in a great position. Just bowl it and see what happens. I hope it's not straight. Here we go.
If it seems, it'll spin. That's the hope with Gohar on the first morning. Always had a sharp cut in between games, I think.
We're disappointed if these boys get out to Zafar Gohar after I've thrown at them for half an hour this morning. My little filthy left arm spinners off 17 yards. He should be well geared up for this angle. I threw quite a lot of them at Daniel Bell Drummond. So that's the irony.
How's that aching shoulder feeling now? Tossed right up, just a single.
Yeah, shoulders were alright actually, but it reminds me of when we went down to Hove to play against Sussex, and Mushtaq Ahmed was obviously a big threat down there, and I'd spent about 2 or 3 hours the previous day and we raked up a bit of the pitch so it would be spinning and spitting, and I was sweeping and using my feet and kicking the ones outside leg stump. I thought, I'm ready for mushy. I was LBW Jason Lurie to the first ball of the innings at 10:59 on the first morning. Nice looking shot from Leaning. So yeah, your best laid plans sometimes come unstuck. But he did throw quite a lot to Jack, so I'm optimistic he'll be able to negotiate Zafar Gohar. Trying to find a bit of wood to touch.
Arm ball from Gohar. I did just, wonder what he was going to go with on that one.
Yeah, arm ball. I just think one that didn't spin. That is a gutsy leave. You're looking at middle and off there. I mean, if there wasn't a slope at this ground, I reckon that just clatters into off stump. It's not how he played me this morning in the nets. Just walloped it back past me. Difference when there's a bit of pressure. It'd be interesting how Kent approach Gohar here, because their instinct, both these guys, would probably be to go after the left arm spinner, but at 57 for 3, you don't want to run past one or whack it straight to mid on, mid off.
Well, Mie will have some good memories against him from the match at Canterbury, because Gohar had to do a lot of the bowling. Let's go back to those short games. The shortest one, I think, well, definitely the one that always springs to mind, was 5 sessions at Swansea, which sounds like a good autobiography, but Chris Silverwood hooping it with the tide in at Swansea against Glamorgan. 5 sessions it was done. Glamorgan got fined for the pitch, and it was only a week or so after Langer had hit a triple ton at Canterbury, at Taunton against Middlesex. I think there were 3 Centurions in Middlesex's first innings, 3 or 4 in the first, well, 3 let's say in the first innings of, no, 4 in the first innings of Somerset, including the Langer triple century. All 4 days commentating away. 5,000 for 3 overall, the aggregate of the match. It was a horrible 4 days at Taunton, and a great 5 sessions at Swansea, but Glamorgan were heavily fined. Well, I say heavily fined, they were fined for that one.
Yeah, the swings and roundabouts, the vagaries of county cricket, the different surfaces you play on. I always used to get quite nervous going down to Taunton, because it was the best place to bat in the country, and you turned up there and you thought, oh, if I get through the new ball here, you should be booking in for bed and breakfast, really. But with that comes a certain amount of inner expectation and inner pressure. Sometimes it's easy to bat on the green top, where your bar of expectation is a bit lower as a batter, because it takes the pressure off. Change of field with kind of fine gullies going to leg slip, interestingly. And he bowled for that, Higgins. It would have been an inspirational bit of tactical mastery for that big in swing. You see that leg slip moved in there just to a little leg glance around the corner. I think that worked once in my career where I put a fielder in that position and the next ball went straight there.
I say it almost seems never present, even more so than gully. Maybe it's just seeing a lot of cricket here at Lords with the slope. It's used a lot, but ooh, little swing in to Mie on that one. But also the videos do the rounds now, don't they? So as soon as one batter gets out to that shot here at Lords, the Middlesex are on the roads. Opponents will have seen somebody caught down the leg side and all of a sudden start deploying it all over the country. But certainly the bumper theory as well. We've seen an awful lot of that in recent years. Led by the Test side, wasn't it?
Well, the Ashes Test match here was one of the most bizarre Test matches I've ever seen in terms of the lengths that bowlers operated.
Into the 23rd, 57 for 3. Yeah, don't bump too much from the nursery end in this one to a right-hander, as we were saying earlier with Brooks.
Yeah, I think it depends who you're bowling at. I mean, an element of surprise, or even batters who don't usually pull might get lured in by that short boundary. We've all succumbed to the short boundary theory. That game I mentioned, 2003, was on 94. I just thought I could get down on one knee and stick Dalrymple 20 rows back. And if it had been a big boundary, I probably would have just knocked it around and got to my 100. Instead of that, I took it on and top edged it, and I was out. So you can get suckered in by it.
Oh, down the ground. Leaning. Goes big. 4 runs it is. The snapper was keeping an eye on the cricket.
So that's what he was doing to me this morning, Kev. None of this leaving it. Just boom.
So you're claiming that one, are you?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he said, "Can you come in and just bowl, so just throw some left-arm Zafar Gohars?" And I was like, "I'll do my best." It's actually, I said, he's in good touch, Jack. He's almost just got to get out of his own way and trust his game, because he's been hitting it as well as anyone in the nets.
And the use of the feet again. Comfortably clear in the infields.
This is really good batting from Jack Leaning. He knows there won't be much spin day one, and that's a pretty safe shot. You get even half of it, you're going to clear that mid-on fieldsman, and if you push the fielder back, you can then just knock him down the ground for 1. So rather than just push and prod and poke about, just throw something back at the bowler. You also know that the likes of Ryan Higgins and Roland Jones and Patterson, those pitch-it-up, seamy bowlers, are going to be pretty difficult first morning. So if you do get your spinner on early, as good as he is, Zafar Gohar, why not take him down? Roland Jones keeping the field up. Mid-off has gone a bit deeper for the miscue. So you see that fielder at, he's not at long off, he's kind of 3/4 of the way back at mid-off. Mid-on is still up, so Gohar wants to entice him down the pitch. Maybe if the ball just grips a little bit, and he'll slice it and he'll hole out that little deeper mid-off. And that is the game of cat and mouse that we have.
To be careful on that one. Top ball to end the over. 24 done. 20 minutes lunch on day one. Kent winning the toss this morning here at Lords, so 65 for 3.
So Kent winning the toss, opting to bat first. Zach Crawley departed. LBW to a beauty from Dame Patterson, bowling from nursery end, just held its line and hit him on the back pad. Daniel Bell Drummond was called off on the outside edge. Jack Davis, the wicket keeper, diving down the leg side. It was a big in-swinger from Roland Jones, and then Ben Compton bowled by a beauty from Ryan Higgins for 14.
Yeah, it was a beaut from Higgins into his 7th over now. Might have a change up at the end of this over from the pavilion end. Just looking to see anyone that may or may not be warming up. Roland Jones could be an option to come back, or whether Brooks is given that go for the first time from the pavilion end. sliding down high as well. It's nice from Higgins. And it is a real challenge here against Higgins, isn't it? You mentioned outside, inside edge, what's in play. Both edges. Fellini, you can see that he's just easing it. He's taking his time out there, isn't he? He's not overcommitting.
Yeah, well, I think when the ball's moving around like this, someone of Ryan Higgins' pace, you've got different options. You can back down the outside your crease a little bit, try and take LBW out of the equation. You've got to let the ball come, hit it on top of the bounce.
Well run. Ooh, very well run indeed, actually. It was Holden, as you say, a gun fielder. He's up at mid-off in this game at the moment. I fancy there must be some sort of finger injury or something that's...
Holding his shoulder, I just wonder whether that could be the issue. Because, like you say, normally he's in those kind of run-out positions and he backward point, square of the wicket. But through that one, held his shoulder. There was half a chance to Andamiye slow out the blocks. It was well run in the end. Just took a while to react to his partner's call.
Straight to the fielder, end of the over. 67 for 3. 15 minutes to lunch on the first day. Kent winning the toss here at Lord's. Just had a message from Andrew McKenna, who was in your seat for the last match. He said, given what we saw in the Glamorgan game, Bashir is a very lucky boy. Had a tough time of it in that game, young man, and well, wish him the best, obviously, for the next one. It's a difficult balance, especially with a young spinner, isn't it? The balance is very much tilted in the favour of the spectators inside the pavilion today. That is a packed house. Yeah, Lords, and it's a good sight. Good view in from Kent, I'd imagine.
Well, I thought so, yeah. Love playing at the home of cricket, and the fans love coming here. Why not? Beautiful day, two good sides, good surface. It's interesting going back to that Test selection, because you've got Shoaib Bashir on the bowling front, you've got Zach Crawley with the bat, who hasn't had an easy time of things. You kind of want to back your players, don't you? You want to stay loyal to them, you want to make them feel that they can have the odd bad game. With a quick single into the offside. You want to jettison them after a couple of bad games, but at what point do you go, okay, we need to kind of make a call? I think there's an opportunity against Zimbabwe for them hopefully to find their form, but the test series that come after Zimbabwe, India and Australia, are about as tough as it gets. So India may be not as formidable as on their own patch, but that bowling attack of Bumrah and Mohamed Shami and others, pretty decent in English conditions, and they will also play, you would imagine, Shoaib Bashir pretty well in English conditions.
So I'll run again. Turn the strike around nicely here.
So there's that balance of sticking with your players like your Crawley and your Bashirs, and also integrating one or two. You know, Jordan Cox's call up, Sam Cook we mentioned earlier, probably long overdue.
Single to end the over, 70 for 3.
And you see that ball that Gohar bowled there to Jack Leaning, because Leaning's had the guts to come down and lift him a couple of times. It's meant that Gohar's had to pull his length back, and that presents an easy opportunity to just bunt one down the ground off the back foot. So you take that risk, a calculated risk, coming down the wicket and lifting the ball. You do it a couple of times, field goes back, life becomes a bit easier.
Roland Jones it is to finish off the session from pavilion ends. Look at that for an economy. The Patterson will get another goal. They'll probably save him till after lunch now. Start the session with your best bowlers. Certainly finishing it. I'm sure Zafar will be given the couple more overs at the nursery end.
Just looking at Tuandabia's strike rate, 28 off 46. He was around about a run a ball, wasn't he, for about 24. Just perhaps recognising the situation of the game, having lost Ben Compton, and then he's been prepared to drop anchor a little bit while Jack Leaning gets himself going. Also, lots of Ryan Higgins haven't given him much to work with, so he's been content to just soak a bit of pressure up.
Lovely ball. Just drawing Leaning in outside the off stump. That's a slope as much as anything, isn't it, in Leaning's mind there?
Yeah, he's been sucked into playing it, because Roland Jones, the other thing to bear in mind is where he releases the ball. He's kind of mid-crease, so that increases the angle. If he was really close to the stumps and hit that line, then you'd probably be able to leave him, but he's coming in from the angles. You've got to play it.
Oh, there we go. Cuts him in two.
So here's a case in point, and the ball nipping down the slope. You've always got to watch for that batting at this nursery ground. I mean, that's come back a long way. The stump's never really in danger because of the length and the bounce, but if that is 2 foot fuller, that's a bail trimmer.
I was going to say, it's as much what it puts into the batter's mind, isn't it?
So then you end up playing at those balls 6 inches wide of off stump, and if it goes straight on or it holds its line, you can nick it.
That previous delivery really was the Roland Jones bowled. Bowls are slightly fuller length nowadays with the pace down ever so slightly. Whole body. We're talking about the shoulder of Holden, weren't we? It was shoulders, back, hip, knees. Roland Jones had it all. Really was very, very unlucky. Missed out on a tour down under. Ashes tour. We made that breakthrough against South Africa. Stretching for that one. Thick edge down to the vacant deep third. Boundary for Leaning, who gets into the 20s, but Roland Jones will feel he's sniffing a wicket here.
How close this was to the fielder. Oh, I tell you what, it was a pretty decent effort. He's in close there at that kind of fourth slit, fine gully. He went upish. Just a little fine. It would have been spectacular if it stuck in the outstretched right mitt. We'll see who that is. Is it Higgins?
Use of the feet from Leaning to negate the movement off the seam of Roland Jones. 4 off the over. Moral victory for the bowler though. 74 for 3. Just over 5 minutes to lunch. So maybe it'd only be the 2 for Roland Jones and just 1 more for Zafar Gohar. What they they'd give for one more to take in with them.
Yeah, Joey Everson down on the card to come in next. Chris Benjamin on debut. Played for Warwickshire, played Birmingham Phoenix. Probably more renowned as a white ball player, likes to give it a whack. All those improvised skills as well, but he'll be nervous on debut. Just wonder whether Toby Rowland-Jones, he's got the mid-off back, whether he could just bring him in. We're approaching lunch. Tawanda's gone into his shell a little bit. Just encourage him to do something more extravagant. It's a bit easy. Just bunt the single. If he's up, it might, you give away, be prepared to give away a boundary for something, for a chance of taking a wicket.
Poor old Max Holden, the final day down at, or up at Derby, was on 94 just before lunch. Eskenazi put on 160, and a rush of blood. He went down the track and looked to bring up the century of the six, but that was him done just before lunch on the final day.
There you go. Sometimes, there's a batter in this situation. You think we just get to lunch, not out, walk off, 3 down. So as a captain, if you can mess with their mind a little bit, bring a couple of fielders in, leave a gap that might be enticing.
And that is the end of the over, so one more to lunch. I think, Rowland-Jones will never get through this unless he's throwing the ball to somebody else to bowl quickly. He's jogging up to the top of his, or jogging up to hand his cap to the umpire, Rowland-Jones, but it will surely be the last one before the interval. One which at the moment Kent will be pretty happy with. Relatively even and 3 down at lunch in a morning session. You put a side in, you want them 4 down. You win the toss, you don't really want to be more than 2 down. Having elected to bat, but after the first hour, I reckon Kent very much would have taken 3 down at the interval and come again this afternoon. Oof. Shaping that one away, Rowland-Jones. Yeah, so unlucky with injuries over the years. Really has been.
That breakthrough against South Africa, and I say breakthrough, I mean, he'd been a good bowler for a long time. You talk about Sam Cook's international call-up being long overdue. You could probably argue the same about Toby Rowland-Jones, but he did so well. He just wanted him to stay fit and carry on.
Lovely ball. Yeah, it was 2017 against South Africa. They won the title in 2016. His debut was somewhere around 2011, maybe 2012. Rowland-Jones. So he was around about 22 when he made his first class debut. Plucked out of the Surrey second 11. Has it gone? It has. It's carried. Higgins holds on. And Rowland-Jones has his second of the morning. The 4th Kent's wicket falls. And Middlesex will be absolutely delighted with that one. Mayeye, a real danger man. A century down at Canterbury. But not to be, as he follows a wide one here at Lord's. Wary again of that off stump. And Higgins low down to his right. Wasn't sure it was going to carry. He's done very well, tumbling at gully to take the catch.
Well, we saw in the previous over that one that flew past Ryan Higgins, and I thought he's in a bit close there, But that's why he is He's in for the prod rather than the flashing drive outside off stump, and the slope here just causing Mieye to play at a ball he would have otherwise left. The ball nipping back a couple of times, so you just get sucked into playing at a ball that's a fraction wide. And because he pushed at it, because it bounced just a little bit, it carried to Higgins, who took a fine catch. So big blow that to Wanda Mieye, very much Kent's man in form along with Ben Compton, and over the last 2 wickets to fall, 75 for 4. That is very much Middlesex's session, with Kent winning the toss and electing to bat.
Dave Fulton, thanks very much. We'll be back with the live enhanced stream here from Middlesex here at Lords in association with Daft Bet in just under 40 minutes. That's Kent 75 for 4.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All well kept, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, the live enhanced stream in association with Daft. Dave Fulton is alongside myself, Kevin Hand, for this one. It's Middlesex versus Kent on the field and on the mic as well. Morning session on the fields, shaded by Middlesex, probably up here, shaded by Kent.
That was very kind of you to say so, Kev. Yeah, definitely down there. Middlesex, the had the best of the morning. 75 for 4 is not what you want when you win the toss and opt to bat first, which was probably the right decision, but it was one of those tosses that actually you don't mind losing as a skipper, because you think actually, winning the toss and bowling under blue skies at Lords, tinge of green in the pitch, but not a whole heap. I've certainly seen a lot more here over the years, so I think possibly both sides would have batted first, but I certainly don't mind bowling. They fielded pretty well too. That was a good catch from Higgins to get rid of Mayeye, and that's a big scalp because he's been in good touch.
Joey Everson is the new batter. Good leave. Right side off. Reuben Jones looking to hit that length again, which has been so destructive for so many years here at Lords. Master of pavilion end bowling. His old mate Mercer at the nursery end. He's bowled badly at the nursery end himself. They've had to think about it a little bit more in recent years since Mercer's retirement.
He's enjoyed himself in the pavilion end this morning. I mean, they're excellent figures. 2 for 11. Sometimes 2 for 11 off 7 can be balls wasted outside off stump, and he's made the batsman plays, ask good questions.
Ooh. It's going to be a dead ball. I just hesitated to make sure. I didn't think there was bat involved. I'm not sure Jack Leaning's so impressed. I mean, you're a former bat, Fulton, so I'm not even going to ask you.
There's 4 leg byes all day long. He's gone for a leg glance. That is a leg glance. I mean, he didn't make a huge effort to get it, but he's still trying to turn it off his hip. If the ball doesn't nip down the slope, he's leg glancing that for 1. That's an attempted shot. He didn't put his bat above his head.
End of the over. A wicket maiden for Toby Rowland Jones. So Mayeye caught at gully, the last ball before lunch, or ushering lunch. Caught by Higgins for 29. 75 for 9. Everson. 75 for... It was lunch was too good, wasn't it? 75 for 4. Leading on 21. To have strike for the first time after the interval. And it'll be Dane Patterson from the nursery end.
Might have told you this story before, Kev, but Tawanda Mayeye getting out the ball before lunch is distinctly better than getting out the ball after lunch, which is what I did here once, because Tawanda could go up there, and the least consolation of having nicked one is that you can have a big load up on a proper Lord's lunch. Was what I did. So I forewent the steak au poivre and the Rocky Road pudding and had a little baguette, and then nicked the first one after lunch.
And was there no comeback? There wasn't a... You couldn't get up there. Mate, straight up to the
You've never seen a
dining room.
man walk off a field quicker. I've nicked it and gone, don't worry, kitchen, I'm coming. I ran off the field. It's quite a long way up. By the time you got up 3 flights of stairs and along the corridor and everything, they'd cleared it away. I never made that mistake again whenever I was not out at lunch. It was like, if you don't mind just keeping that warm for 5 minutes, I might well be back. If I'm not, I'm happy. If I am back, that is the consolation. Patterson was excellent this morning as well, bowled that full length, and we saw Henry Brooks get pulled a few times by Mayeye. I don't think Patterson even went back of a length. He just kept it full, he kept it shaping and just nipping off the seam. Asked good questions. Looks like he's going to challenge Jack Leaning's front foot game.
Clap cover over Lords at the moment. Mostly hazy, high cloud.
During the lunch interval, I just went out to the nursery ground and just had a little look. It's school's day, isn't it? The kids are doing all kinds of fielding sessions with the community teams. Look like they're having a lot of fun, but also went out there to warm up because there's got the aircon right up here in the box. Let's put the layers on. There, it's glorious.
Wind blowing at the back of Patterson as he runs in from the nursery end. Doesn't necessarily mean it'd be a warmer wind coming from that end usually, but obviously temperatures now into the summer. When are we going to have spring? We've had summer already, it feels like. That's the fear, isn't it?
29 degrees yesterday, I think.
Oh, now away from the right-hander. Yeah, that cloud cover at the moment, it's not leaden skies overhead.
What was impressive about that was the swing was late, it angled in and it went about there, just nipped off the pitch as well, but I think that was largely through the air and it just kind of kissed and kept going down the slope. So often bowlers get it to go from the wrist and you can pick that up as a batter, but when it comes straight and then starts to swing, you get sucked into those shots.
And there you go, inside of the bat, leaning, trying to smother that one. It's the single down to long leg. We've said it a few times, born out of the ball before. And that one did seem a little bit back into the right-hander, 76 for 4.
Yeah, batters having a bit of a chat. Jack leaning, big smile. Good challenge at the moment for the batters. But you have to keep fairly philosophical about it when you're playing a pitch that just nips. It's probably going to get easier. No signs at the moment that he's got a lot easier. So just take it ball by ball, do your best.
Yeah, it's interesting, the cloud cover at the moment, where there was some glorious sunshine at times. It's only mostly hazy high cloud, there's a few bigger puffs here and there. It's a funny ground there, it doesn't have to be leaden skies for it to start to do a little bit. The ball 30 overs old, Middlesex will hope. Yeah, they'll hope that this ball now 30 overs old, one side particularly rough, will just start to do even a little bit more for them, which could make for a very good first day. As I say that, the sun breaks through. There's barely a glimpse of blue anywhere in the sky at the moment though, but warm, warm day. Lovely shot from leaning. Pitch from Roland Jones, but positive.
Well, alongside Tawanda Mia's pull strokes, this is probably the shot of the day so far. Just lent on that. I mentioned that Jack Leaning's been in good touch in the nets. Ball makes a lovely sound off this Alfie's bat. We're soundproofed up here, Kev, aren't we, in terms of the noise going on in the middle? But the got a gun of a bat. He makes that lovely kind of shotgun crack. He finds the middle, and that was the very best of Jack Leaning.
Edged and gone! Higgins again! My goodness me! Ryan Higgins almost took a screamer before he picked up Miaye. He's got a screamer now to get rid of Leaning. No wonder Roland Jones is smiling.
That's a fabulous bit of cricket from Ryan Higgins. Take a look at this. bounced, hit the shoulder of the bat, just gave him enough time. Sometimes when players dive, it's making it look good. The feet go out sideways, but that one was anything but that. He had to go full length, outstretched, one-handed. That's as good as it gets.
Outstanding from Higgins. Excellent from Roland Jones. He's got a third wicket, 3 for 15 for the skipper. Might not have called correctly at the toss, but right now he's pretty happy with everything that's happened since. Leading goes, caught Higgins, bowl Roland Jones for 26, Kent at 80 for 5. So over to Benjamin. Into the side, and a big job to do. Dancing out to the middle, full of energy. He's certainly getting his feet moving.
The on debut, Chris Benjamin. He's a counter-attacking kind of player. Both these two are. Jerry Everson likes to strike the ball. They have got their work cut out. There's a little bit of a tail. I think Jamal Richards can bat. But he's not down to come in yet. He's at 10 on the scorecard. I think that might be different. I think Richards might be in next. At the moment, we've got Cash Ali coming in next, George Garrett and Parkinson. So Middlesex will sense that one more wicket here, and they really are into the tail.
Roland Jones, he's got 2 gullies now. 2 slips, 2 gullies.
Why would you have the second gully? That's just where Higo likes to dive and take it one-handed. He's in his way now.
Not a bad one to receive first up, but equally Roland Jones, it's doing a fair bit for him at the moment.
Yeah, and I think it's done more than Kent expected it to. We went out there and looked at the pitch. We're pleasantly surprised that there wasn't a thick covering of grass. It's got a tinge. I think that's probably the word, a tinge. But Middlesex have used the conditions well.
Oh, it's another beaut. This is going to be a real test for Benjamin and for Kent. And this is why Middlesex aren't only bowling well, they're catching very well as well.
It's worth another look, isn't it, this Ryan Higgins catch. So this is Tawanda Miye just before lunch. Good catch, low to his right. Pretty much regulation when you compare it to his second grab. Take a bow, Ryan Higgins, that's a bit special.
Patterson sense the moment there as well, won't they? Hinting impacts bowlers. Roland Jones and Patterson, huge amount of experience. Massive amount of talent as well.
Well, he got the ball rolling, didn't he, for Middlesex? Got rid of Zach Crawley. A really good one. And he hasn't really left that fullish length and a decent line. And there we go, on the money. Every ball seems to be doing something at the moment.
Well, it's the kind of spell you just wouldn't want as the bowler, the ball to be taken out of your hand.
So this is earlier. This is Zach Crawley. Ball angled in and then just straightens, beats him on the outside edge, hits him on the back knee roll. That's hitting middle and off. 3/4 of the way up. No doubt about that. I thought when we saw it, naked eye, he'd edged it to the keeper. But, it was the knee roll. And he's operating in similar areas. Can't remember a short ball he's bowled, Kev. He hasn't hit the pitch, he's just pitched it up, kissed the surface. let the slope and the seam do its thing.
You said that was the oddity when Brooks came on, wasn't it? That they did ask him to bang it in a bit against Mieye of all people, because there's enough in this surface. You could also see the difference in the lights for that wicket of Crawley this morning, the glorious sunshine. Sun breaking through again now. Gets outside the line, only just, but leg by will be signalled.
This might be closer than it at first thought, because I think he got outside here. That's close, you know. That's one of those that if you had the review, I think it's very difficult for the umpire to give it out because he's coming down the wicket. But he came down outside the line of off stump. It was pretty straight, and actually if you had a kind of hawk eye on it, it would have hit him in front of off stump. It might have gone on to hit the sticks.
Hit the outside of that front pad, didn't it?
Benjamin is a combative individual that I've gleaned from the few sessions I've done with the Kent players. I think he kind of relishes these opportunities. He's on debut, and we saw him in the 100 when he was Birmingham Phoenix. Came into that tournament from nowhere and lit it up. He's someone that wants to be in the thick of the action.
Good finish to the over as well. Just a leg by off it. Patterson's 1 for 19 with 2 maidens from 8.
Benjamin getting his opportunity because Harry Finch took a blow to the thumb in the last game. Fitness test this week didn't quite come through it, so you wouldn't think he'll be out for long, Harry Finch. So it focuses the player's mind as well. If you're Benjamin, you think, I've got a game here, maybe 2, maybe just the 1. You're going to get a big score from 81 for 5, and you make yourself difficult to leave out. You'll know that.
Off the mark, Everson. Back to Benjamin. Massive test for him, Roland Jones and Patterson.
Yeah, I think both these two, their instinct will be to try and counter punch, but you've got to get yourself set. You've got to have a look at this surface. And we saw Joey Everson come down the wicket to Dane Patterson in the last over. If they can play their shots, they will try to.
Oh, there you go. Little bit of width. Benjamin off the mark with a boundary.
It's a very strong area for Chris Benjamin, the cover drive. Middlesex won't mind it, because if it does just swing and nip, slip cordon and that man Higgins in play, but, if you over pitch, he will climb into it.
As though Roland Jones had found a little bit of extra bite in that one, a little bit of extra bounce. It's always the magic of him over the years, the steepling bounce that you'd find. So you're talking about a little bit of movement. And bowlers will be happily drawing Benjamin into the drive.
Yeah, it really went, didn't it? It was kind of up there and out there. It was a drive me ball, but it swung and kept going up the slope. And that's why I said when he hit that first one for 4, the Middlesex won't mind him being expansive through there, because he'll give him a chance. But sometimes you need to ride your luck as a batter. You miss those, and in the next one you lace through extra cover for 4.
Angling in again from the Middlesex skipper.
Yeah, got it shaping both ways, isn't he? The previous one was the outswinger, that one was definitely an inducker. Feels like a swing day now, doesn't it? That bit of cloud cover, you mentioned it was warm, possibly slightly muggy. Don't expect muggy conditions too often in April, but Middlesex have got the overheads probably where they want them now. You get these cloudy days when it's freezing cold, the ball doesn't swing as much. Today is muggy.
Oh, another beaut. Feels inescapable at the moment for the Kent Batters. Middlesex have them 86 for 5. Yeah, I don't want to overdo it on the overheads, but it does. Sometimes Lords just swells up. It just has a feeling about it. Grounds all have their little nuances, don't they? It's the little bits that you pick up over the years. Another one was when James Harris took his 9 for here. It was a gale force, well, a storm was hitting England that day, and he was running into gale force winds from the nursery end. But it was when the cloud cover came fully over, it was very, very thin and very high, but it was completely filled in over Lords. I remember asking Angus Fraser about it afterwards. Did that play a part? Because it was so high, you know, it wasn't, again, it wasn't leaden skies, overcast. Words that Gus used to describe it was that Lords seems to have its own microclimate, so when that sky filled in like that, something does just start to happen inside Lords.
So Gus, rather than giving Harry the credit, this is all about the overheads. You know, without that cloud cover, Harris none for, fills in 9 for. Was that Durham? Was it Durham they played?
It was Durham, yeah.
Yeah, I was here for it. I couldn't remember the opposition, but it was pretty spectacular.
You were on
got us home early.
That man on the left, Richard Johnson. A 10 for 45 at Derby, which got brought up a few times last week in the match against Derbyshire, mostly by him. But equally, he was the first man to meet James Harris when he walked through the doors in the long room with the second best post-war figures by a Middlesex bowler and the second best figures at Lords, behind Gubby Allen and Richard Johnson's words. James Harris on his 9 for. Only really good bowlers take 10 fors. Fine of the fielder. Brooks giving chase, but fine of him.
Quite like from Everson. He was down the pitch. I mean, to pick that off stump, down the pitch. If he missed that one, they would have been shouting, no question. Even though he was down the wicket, it was pretty straight. Enough bat on it, and he's not prepared just to stay in his crease and wait until he gets a good one and nick off. He is to try and be proactive. I think that's probably the right move. I think Benjamin are stroke players.
Now, was the bat involved? No, there wasn't. He's gone. Everson's out, plays around a full one, straight one, and Patterson has a second. Little hesitation there from the umpire. Patterson went up very early, and Everson has to go back.
We're going to have a closer look at this because he did play round it, but yeah, I don't know, that might just have nipped back and be going up the slope. You could just see the edge of the leg stump behind his pad. It's close, but I think from that angle it suggests it's going down leg to me. But it's close. I don't like it. It's nipped back quite a long way, isn't it? It's hit him on the left side of his knee. I think as a batsman you feel aggrieved.
Yep. I think Everson, he was pretty confident as he screamed no at his colleague. He's gone LBW to Patterson, 0 for 5, 90 for 6. Kent.
This is Jamal Richards on loan from Essex. Talented bowler, might enjoy these conditions if the ball's swinging about, but he's got a job to do with the bat here. Can bat. I thought he'd come in at 8. There's not much to come. I don't mean that disrespectfully to the likes of Gashi Fally, George Garrett and Matt Parkinson, but that is a little bit of a tale. So important role here for Richards. Viv Richards would be nice. Coming in at 8, the 90 for 6, he'd counter attack. And his namesake.
Some master blasting right now would help.
Namesake has got a bit of work to do. Good opportunity when you're playing in Essex second 11 and then suddenly you get a phone call. You're going to go on loan to Kent. You're walking out the home of cricket. 90 for 6. Walk off 150 runs to your name later. And they'll say, do you remember the day that Richards went on loan? It was the making of him.
This is going to be such a test, isn't it? The pair of them, Richards and Benjamin, against, I mentioned it already, the vast experience. The Middlesex opening pair, fresh into a new stint after lunch on the first day, 90 for 6.
We talked earlier about how well, was it the Lancashire game you said that they bowled as a unit, best they bowled since 2016 in your opinion, and something they agree with. Well, I think similarly today they've been pretty relentless with their areas. That's the thing that's impressed me, with the exception of Brooks, who did drag a few down and got punished by Mieye. The others have just kissed the surface on a great length and asked good questions.
Oh wow, this could be tight. It's Holden again. Mid-off, well, if he is with some sort of injury at the moment which is pushing him up there, he's had a couple of shies now and you'd expect him usually to hit one of them. He's that good a fielder.
Yeah, I'm just seeing whether he was holding his shoulder, because on the earlier throw, there's this ball coming back. Get you back down, Chris. Go on, tight but safe, but one of those that a direct hit can influence an umpire. Not going to the cameras for these decisions. He's been praising his line and length. He's allowed the odd bad one.
Yeah, they kept Lancashire. Off the top of my head, it was a big first innings, but it was a slow first innings. They kept Lancashire below 2.5 in that run rate. They weren't getting the wickets, but they just kept such a nagging control of the scoring rate, which is what kept Lancashire in sight.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I don't know that the Lancashire batters as well as the Kent batters, but that kind of nagging run rate, Kent's batting lineup, with the exception of certainly Compton, who's kind of more old school, but they're all shot players really. And even Leaning, who can drop anchor from time to time, still likes to play his shots. You think of Tawanda and Zach Crawley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, they're all guys that want to get after the ball and score. And sometimes that can bring about their downfall, as it has today to some extent.
Oh, that's offered straight into the covers. Richards inside out, a little flat-footed on that one, just stretching for it. Dollies it up. Middlesex have another wicket. Roland Jones has another wicket. He's now got 4 in the innings already. And it's been an outstanding performance here with the ball. They've lost the toss, whether they would have bowled first or not. It doesn't matter now, but there you can see just following it slightly outside off. The catch held comfortably. So back goes Richards. Called it cover. Gone for a duck, and it's a difficult day at the office for Kent at the moment. They won the toss, they set the game up as they fancied, but Roland Jones is coming hammering back at the opposition. 91 for 7. Geddes takes the catch. Roland Jones the wicket. Richards out for a duck.
Yeah, it was a bit of a soft one. Really blame the young man on debut, maybe a bit edgy, a bit nervous. You just want to get that first one away, and up there we've seen Roland Jones, he's prepared to pitch it up. Let's get that bit of late movement, just drew him into the stroke. And just chipped it to extra cover. So Matt Parkinson coming out at number 9. It does look like Parkinson. It's not tall enough to be George Garrett.
Leg side with the slope.
Matt Parkinson wondering what all the fuss is about. Just a little leg glance. I think it was off the pad, but it was signalled runs. He missed that by about 6 inches, but he's now striking at 400. Do you see that replay, Kev? Matt Parkinson, leg glance for 4. He missed it by about 6 inches, flicked the pad, and he's been given runs.
Oh, I was distracted.
Yeah,
Apologies.
He's not renowned for his pace of scoring, Parky.
Well, outside off, 35 done. 35 overs done. 95 for 7. Roland Jones with a big smile for the umpire at the end of the over.
Pretty sure he missed this by a distance. He was given 4. You take those as a batter. Definitely take
Was
those
the
as
LB in
number
play?
9. I think it was sliding with the slope, but that no one's appealing because the umpire's giving it runs.
Inescapable at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the only thing that would encourage Kent is that the ball is moving around, and actually if you're going to get knocked over, you get knocked over while it's still doing plenty. If you bat and you get 190 and the wicket flattens out, sometimes you're better off getting bowled out for 100 and get bowling.
Are we going to see another 23 wickets in a day?
I don't think so. I tell you what though,
You'd probably take it right now.
It'd be a gutsy declaration at 95 for 7. I wouldn't put it past Hollyoake. Just call him in.
Funny you should say that. Somerset versus Middlesex. Might have been that 2007 year when we were talking about it earlier, when the game of Taunton, all those runs were racked up. 50 for 8. Justin Langer declares before lunch. Middlesex were furious, believing they were denied a bowling point. Langer's argument was, I wanted a piece of that sky.
Yeah.
For whatever runs my 9 and 10 partnership were going to add.
Well, the famous Brilli game, wasn't it? Was it 77 when they declared? Rain-affected game. Surrey bowled out for next to nothing. Brilli declares 0 for 0 or forfeits an innings or something, so that they then could bowl again in difficult conditions. Surrey didn't get many more, and then Middlesex chased it down in the second innings. Just saying why, because if they'd have batted, 1, they would have taken time out of the game, and 2, the wicket would have got flatter. So they went, no, we'll concede a deficit of 70 odd just to keep bowling.
Tough part as well for Kent, as all the bowlers missing at the moment through injury. Indeed, what would they give for Grant Stewart walking out with the bat right now?
So here's that game I was just referring to. Surrey, it was rain affected game. Surrey 49 all out, and rather than bat, because there's little time left in the game, Brearley declared at 0 for 0. Surrey were then bowled out for 89. Middlesex on the last day when the sun came out and it flattened out a little bit, 142 for 1. There you go, old school. Bit of genius from Breers. (1977), Kev, you were just 18 years of age.
(95 for 7). That's 36 overs to Roland Jones. 4 for 25, racking up the wickets again this year. Middlesex captain. Full straight and pushed up to mid-on by Parkinson. So difficult for this pair now. Dig in or counter. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So I'm still looking at the game, extraordinary game in 1977. So first day was washed out, no play before lunch on day 2. So that's how much time. 3-day cricket, don't forget. So you've basically got 5 sessions left to win the game, which is why it panned out the way it did with really declaring.
Good take by Davies. That swung big after beating the batter. Or going past the batter, I should say. Drawn into it again. So difficult for this pair now.
So Wayne Daniel and Mike Selby playing in that game. A certain Mike Gatting took 4 for 3. More great captaincy from Breers. Just recognised it was just a little. The match figures of the seamers read Daniel 24 overs, 9 for 39. These are match figures. Selby 30 overs, 6 for 60. Gatting 4.2 overs, 4 for 3. And they won by 9 wickets. So yeah, the argument is Kent declare 95 for 7 and get bowling.
Trying to see if we could see Gat in the window. Right, Gatting. Usually here. Oh, look at that swing in from Roland Jones. Or on single again.
Parky's gone so far. There's overthrows to be had. The ball's down at fine leg. But Matt Parkinson has gone 15 yards past the stumps and won't get back.
Another good over from Roland Jones. Huge test. Benjamin with 5. Parkinson had the strike on 5. And 96 for 7, Ken. Pair of them with batting credentials that digging in is still the option, you'd have thought. But one more wicket to fall, certainly, and you'd imagine that a few long handle shots might be pulled out. I reckon Patterson feels he's missing out on a few here. He's bowling well enough for a few more than 2.
Yeah, it was too good for Parkinson, and too good for a lot of players. It was kind of reminiscent of the seam movement that Zach Crawley's dismissal achieved. It was just a bit shorter, so it bounced over the top of the stumps. So you want to get that kind of delivery, but 3 foot fuller, and you nick those.
Behind, defending with all his might, Parkinson.
Frustrating for Parkinson here as well. 96 for 7, you're a leg spinner. Big signing for Kent a couple of seasons ago. He's a wicket taker, but you need runs on the board. You want, 450, and then you can get your men round the bat and you can while away. But 96 for 7 in a game where the ball's seaming around, you think, I'm not getting a lot of work here.
Edged. Oh, shelled. Second. It's usually Leos deploy in there at Sam Robson back into the side. Eskenazi's at slip. Robson second. He'll be disappointed he put it down, but third slip's catch. Should there have been a third there?
Possibly. I mean, I think it was within reach, wasn't it? He got 2 hands to it. He'd be disappointed. It was. I mean, no slip catch is easy. It was tough. I thought he'd nick that one as well at a glance. But, yeah, he's just getting the ball go beautifully. I think the key here for Person is the angle. He's just angling that ball in, and it's still going down the slope, so it's a real handful.
It's pretty unplayable at the moment. 97 for 7.
So I take your point about 3 slips, and there's an argument to be had. Parkinson isn't going to smash it around the park, have 3 slips in. I actually like my slips staggered quite wide anyway, but because you cover more ground that way. Think of what Higgins did earlier.
Inside edge. A bit of excitement behind the stumps, but settling down quickly.
So I remember 2001 we had Darryl Cullinan come over. and he used to field at first slip to the likes of Alan Donald. I've never seen a man more behind a wicketkeeper at first slip, and it was almost like at half a slip. So I think he went about 7 games without getting a catch, and then he left. Andrew Simons came in. I went to first slip, and Simo went, room for brilliance, mate, spread out so we can have a dive.
That's all right.
Every run important here. Kent stealing one there. And I quite like that approach. You know, it depends. If you're in close, then you can't spread out too much because you don't have time to get a dive in. But actually, as the season goes on, the wickets firm up a bit. You can, and you stand a couple of yards further back. It just gives you time to pick it up and to get your dive in. So if you're in close, there's not much carry in the wicket. You have to be tight. But here, there's good bounce. I think the slips can spread out a bit. And Robson will be disappointed he didn't grab hold of that.
A few sleepless nights at the moment for Sam Robson as well.
New father?
Missed the last couple of rounds.
On paternity. Very nice. Congrats. Yeah, they're pleased to have him back, I think. Nathan Fernandez at the top, 150, didn't he? Didn't quite happen for him. Robson, very experienced campaigner.
Yeah, it was Robson and Fernandez that went in as the opening pair, but it'll be Eskenazi and Robson for this one. Oh, width again. No on the outside of the bat. 4 more.
Yeah, it's good for Benjamin. You can't just let these Middlesex guys run in and bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl without throwing a punch back. That was kind of wide and swingy. He did well to reach it. He just needed the cue extension for that one. But stretch the arms out. Roland Jones, just watching him walk back. I know sometimes he has that laboured walk back and then he'll turn and charge in, but it just looks like this might be his last one, I reckon. He's bowled beautifully. Just perhaps a bit of fatigue creeping in. He'll want 5.
Challenging that outside edge. You mentioned his walk back, Roland Jones. When he first came in, even as a youngster, the first thing that struck you was just watching him walk back to the top of his mark. Had there ever been a bowler look more like Angus Fraser walking back to the top of his mark than Roland Jones? He's, even as a sprightly 23, 24-year-old.
Yeah, we tell young players these days, don't we? Talk to Mike about walking like Rory McIlroy down a fairway when you've just hit a 370-yard drive. You know, stick your shoulders back and your chest out.
That's gone. That's the 5 for 30 for Roland Jones. Benjamin flashes at a wide one. He falls for 9. Middlesex nearly through on the first day here at Lord's, losing the toss, but winning heavily the morning and now the afternoon as well.
Yeah, at first glance it looks like a poor shot from Chris Benjamin, but he's batting with the tail against best chance, and it did just nip away. Late bit of shape up the slope. It was an inviting hit-me ball, and then it just went about there, and that's why he nicked it. And you can't blame Benjamin for trying to put bat to ball in this situation. If he has a little half an hour playing shots like that and comes off, gets himself a 50, can push up to kind of 170, 180, but it doesn't look like it's going to get to that stage. Benjamin goes for 9, and Middlesex almost through. They are right amongst the tail now.
And again, we don't know what Middlesex would have done. Again, I'll ask them tonight, no doubt. They'll say, yeah, we'd have had a bowl. You don't know what we don't know what they'd have done this morning, but a very, very good toss to lose. Perhaps should Middlesex have potentially looked at it the same way and thought, yeah, let's get out there and get runs on the board. 102 for 8. There's only 39 overs on the board still, isn't there? So we're barely through the first session as such. I think we only had 29 maybe this morning. In fact, it was 28 and a half, I think, when the wicket fell just before lunch. But Patterson 2 for 24. He'll feel that he's bowled better than 2 for 24 from 11. 5 for 30 from 13 for Roland Jones. And now As Garrett joins Parkinson, you'd imagine the counter-attack may well be on, because this could be over in 2 deliveries now.
Yeah, both these guys could be quite obdurate. I'm not sure counter-attack is their style. It is Joey Everson's, it is Chris Benjamin's. They can be tough to dislodge. But they're lurking batsmen rather than counter-punching batters. Parkinson might have been listening to you. Kashif Ali will give it a go. He'll play some shots, I reckon.
I'm just thinking of the amount the ball's doing. I mean, one of the weak, I say weak, when the county championship was really pushed deep early into April, however long ago it was now, 15 or so years ago, teams were getting shot out cheaply, and there were some shots that were described as reckless. Batters had come off and say there was a ball with my name on it. There was a lot of debate around that time about, well, is it just excuses? Should you be doing that? Should you be digging in like Parkinson's just done on that delivery? But in this situation, it's only 2 balls and the innings over, isn't it? You're better hanging around, scratching your way to 10, 15 more.
No, I'm with you. I think at this stage you do. You play shots, especially with the ball doing a bit, and you just think, well, we might as well get out here bowling, rather than just let the pitch have more sun on it, which is only going to please the Middlesex batters. As the afternoon progresses, you might as well get a few quickly and get bowling.
You never know. 30 runs from here all of a sudden. Just give the innings a little jolt towards the end, wouldn't it? Tough day. Only 3 into double figures. Compton with 14. 29 for Leaning and 26. Sorry, 29 from the AA and 26 for Leaning. Things do always seem to happen though when Kent play Middlesex. Kent will hoping that plenty more happens today, and they'll be out there for what will be a considerable period with the ball now. As we were saying, the hardest part is the absentees they've got, especially with ball in hand.
Yeah, this is the big thing for Kent. No Gilchrist, no Dudgeon, no Stewart. The opening attack against Northants that did so well. You lose Dudgeon, and then you lose Grant Stewart, and Gilchrist to a concussion. That's tough to swallow. Of course, what it does do is it affords opportunities for others. So George Garrett, who's been bowling nicely this week in the nets, might enjoy these conditions. He's the type of bowler who likes to pitch it up. He'll charge in. Runs it like a long jumper, George Garrett. Long limbs and flies in. Not quick, but he'll hit the bat. I like these conditions, I think. I don't know an awful lot about Jamal Richards, but what an opportunity for him on loan.
.102 for 8. It's in the run-up of Tickner at Derbyshire. Blair Tickner, big, tall Australian bowler. That's a lovely clip. Might get full reward. Chase on here. Carey's on as the sub-fielder. He's a scurrier as he runs, to Carey's. Yeah, Tickner, when he starts his run-up, he pretty much jogs on the spot to begin. Then he starts doing knee-ups on the spot, to begin. He's bearing in mind he's been jogging on the spot by that. With knee ups, he then holds the ball in front of him with two hands and starts running in. Prancing pony was the best way you could describe the running. Huge amount of energy before he's even started to move off the spot.
Yeah, sounds like wasted energy to me, but everyone's a bit different, quirky.
I mean, I guessed it was somewhere out of the Mark Wood theory that it wasn't the longest run up you'll ever see. So he was kind of getting himself moving without actually having to propel himself forward. Worth looking out for though when you see it. You won't forget it once you have. Edged on the floor to backward point. Apologies, Blair. Said he was Australian. He's from New Zealand. Oh, it's a lovely ball again. Burst past the edge of the bat. End of the over, 1:05 for 8 here at Lord's. 55 overs remaining today, so we've had 41. We're talking about the remarkable day 17 or 18 seasons ago. Just drop the scorecard on that one in a moment, have a look and see. But reasonable crowd in for this one. That's the you can see top tier of the Compton there on the right hand side. Where you can just see the fielders down below, very close to being in line. There's the grandstand. Sun or the shade, where would you be, Fultz?
Sun all day long. Yeah. Sunscreen, obviously, Kev. You have to look after your skin, especially at my age. But you've
can't damage those good looks.
No, you got to look after your skin, but yeah, a bit of colour and a bit of warmth at this time of year.
On the beach, Whitstable yesterday?
I was watching a school game. I was helping coach a school game. National knockout. Our Canterbury Academy side lost to Simon Langton. Good game of cricket, two good sides. So I did that in the afternoon, and then I was straight to club training. I coach at Whitstable. And we've got one more pre-season friendly this Saturday, and then we're into it. 10th of May. Stairs away. That's the first game. So, high hopes this year. Talented group. Just need to get some of the senior players to training, and we'll be all right.
Come on, you're not getting away with that on the mic. You're not getting away with that on the mic. So hung up the bat last year.
Yeah, I am officially retired for the second time. Unfortunately enough, my last 2 games, bearing in mind the general curve of my career was down and then down some more, I managed to get 150 odd against Middlesex at Canterbury in my last game, 2006, and I retired for 15 years, came out of retirement, played a bit of club cricket with my sons, got 100 in my last club game in September and retired again.
It's whipped away. Long leg will get there, just a single. 2006 was your last game, so I commentated on that. That's frightening.
You probably can't remember it, Kev. I would have bored you senseless.
2005 was my first season,
Was
so
it? Okay.
2006 I
There you
can't.
go.
I'm gonna have to look up this game now.
It was a funny game because I was dropped 2 games previously for Joe Denley, who I'd kind of mentored for a couple of years, and then, as is the natural way of things, as one man gets older and falls off the professional rungs one way, someone else takes his place, and Joe was lined up to take over for me.
Oh, the swing on that! Robson nearly pulls off a stunner, just out of reach. 4 more for Parkinson.
Well, he did hit Parky. Good bit of bowling from Patterson. He's been unlucky, Dane Patterson, hasn't he? He's bowled really good areas. To be fair, that was a straight ball that Parky made look very good, and it didn't quite carry to Sam Robson, so I don't quite know how he nicked that one. If anything, it went up the hill. He's played a bit across it. But yeah, that Middlesex game I was recalled for because Rob Key, talking of Sam Robson on paternity leave, Rob Key had his had their first, Aaliyah, and he took paternity leave, which meant I was called back into the side. And it was my 200th game. I think I was 35 short of 12,000 runs, so I was able to play my 200th game. What cricketers are like, you know, if you're a few runs short of a milestone, it leaves a slightly unsatisfying taste in your mouth. So I was able to get over the 12,000 run barrier. I got 200 games and I managed to get 150 in it. So I opened with Joe, who looked a lot better than I did in those early exchanges, I can tell you. I kept going.
Brooks into the attack, the bumper.
Yeah, it'd be interesting this to see how if Brooks can finish this off. You know, he's got an opportunity here to get 2 for. He wasn't quite at his best bowling from the nursery end, and he was a bit short, wasn't he, on a wicket that says just hit a good length. And he started with a bumper, which some bowlers do to get loose. He'll start with a bumper, but I think he would be better off trying to hit a good length. He will know George Garrett, of course, from their time together at Warwickshire.
Neil Dexter was playing in that game for Kent. 603 for 6 declared. David Fulton caught Pepler. I've been calling you Dave all these years.
Yeah, Dave. I prefer Dave. I mean, it says David on the score. Only my mum when I'm out of order calls me David. Yeah.
Caught Pepler, bowled Silvered, 155, 292 balls, 361 minutes, 18 fours.
Yeah, no sixes. Keep it on the floor.
Oh, wow. Josh to carries. There's a sub. Good to see him smiling. Has made his first appearance of the season yet. Luke Holman giving the nod for this one. Yeah, made a big impact with the run out there. So yeah, 104 for Matt Walker. How much was your partnership there? So Denley put on 66. Yourself and Matt Walker shared 196 runs for the 3rd wicket. With your mate for the last dig.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it was nice. And then Martin van Jaarsveld, I think, was captain in Rob Key's absence, but he went off injured, so I captained the side for old time's sake. I mean, there was nothing on the game really, so I managed to captain as we tried to enforce the win.
chance. Stump to aim at, one hand, pick up and throw. 126 unbeaten for Darren Stevens. 156 balls.
That was my
Neil Dexter
biggest legacy,
35.
of course, as Kent captain, was signing Darren Stevens. Yeah, what a signing that was. I think when he came to us, he was averaging 70 with a ball and 27 with a bat.
Straight from Leicestershire?
Straight from he got released by Leicestershire, and I had to convince the committee that he was the replacement for Mark Elam.
That's fended off. Fine of Takeri's square leg. End of the over, 112 for 8.
And yeah, hit the ground running. We lost Alex Loudon, went to Warwickshire, obviously top order batter who could bowl. And we needed someone that could, because myself, Rob Key, Hawksley bowled a bit, but not much. So we needed a top order batter that could send down some overs. And Steve-O opened the bowling against myself and Keezy, one of those kind of dead games late on day 4. They just threw him the new ball. And I thought, actually, this bloke can bowl, but he never bowled much. There was Darren Maddy, there was Vince Wells, there was some of the players at Leicester that did what he did, so he didn't get the ball much. But I remember facing him that day thinking, actually, you know, he doesn't look like the answer to our problems on paper, but he was such a talented striker of a ball. We thought, you know, if this guy clicks, he could be a bit special. We didn't realise he was going to be quite so special. But, and then the funny thing was, when he came to Kent, he had this kind of, we'd all be hard at work netting, and Darren would just be kind of walking around the field, whistling and looking at the clouds. I remember saying to the coaches, I said, is this right? Should we not be saying, Darren, do you want to have a hit in the nets? And we kind of came to the conclusion that, well, we'll just see what happens. We'll leave it be. If that's his way of preparing for the game, you know, then we'll just let him go. And a couple of hundred runs later against Glamorgan and another 100 somewhere else, we thought, well, you can't just do your own thing. Everyone's different. Not everyone has to hit a million balls before the start of play. He did things his own way. What a Kent career he had.
Higgins into the attack at the nursery end.
Yeah, change of ends from Higgins. I'm interested to see how he goes from this end. I tell you what, he wasn't a million miles away from playing this game. Darren Stevens, if Kent had lost any more bowlers. I mean, they got Jamal Richards on loan, but been throwing balls at the batters, and he's been around the group. I was going to say, still looks in good shape. He never really looked in wonderful shape, but he certainly hasn't put any weight on. He's the same old, same old. I don't think he's here today. He's working with Essex Women, doing quite a bit of private coaching. He's, you know, just keen to be amongst the group and around the game. When I first rocked up, I thought it was one of the groundsmen. He had his baggy shorts on, and it was a bit scruffy, and I thought, oh, it's Steve-O. But yeah, it hasn't changed.
Lovely ball from Higgins. Tim Mercer looks fitter now than when he retired.
There's a few players like that, aren't there? Warney was the same. Warney, when he
Rob Key,
Andrew Flintoff, you know, suddenly went through a phase of being, you know, finished for a while. He looked like he'd spent his time in the gym. A glow up.
is that where you're off to tomorrow for a glow up?
I had my eyebrows done yesterday, mate. It's just, I thought, I'm seeing Kevin tomorrow. I don't want to let myself go. I'm look my best. Just wondering what the plan is for Kent here. It feels like we're trying to eke out as many runs as they can, but all the while they're batting, the sun's on the wicket. I just think, I wonder what the chat is up on the balcony, whether it's, you know, we're just hanging here, get as many as we can, or these two aren't renowned as big shot players.
tempter. 112 for 8 here. Just looking back still at that game, 2006 at Canterbury, September 20th to 23rd. So 603 for 6 declared. Centuries Fulton, Walker and Stevens. Middlesex in reply, forced to follow on, but they did make it as far as 413. 99 for Ed Joyce. Been a year or so shy of his England call-up, I reckon.
Yeah, good player. Lovely player to watch, Ed Joyce, albeit not when you're out there playing against him, because you wanted him out of there quick, get him early. He got in, he was very elegant.
Hutton, Compton, Shah, Joyce, Smith, Kent player of course, Paul Weeks, David Nash, the wicket keeper, 60. He was the second highest scorer in that innings. 64 for Nash.
W. Denley's, yeah. Now the interesting thing about Nash in that game was that, if you remember, he used to have this quirky. We had many quirky habits, Nash.
What do you mean had?
Well, from a cricketing sense. And he used to hit it at fielders and he'd go, no, not to Rothesay, no, not to Faults, no, not to Van Yarsveld, no, not to... So he used to call it the person he hit it to, and he'd say no, and he'd say their name. So I had this brainwave in a game, and it might have been this game, but it might have been another game, where we had a couple of guys go off, and rather than get the usual 12, we got a couple of academy lads on who he didn't know. So he'd hit it, and he would go, no, not to, and he wouldn't know who they were. So he turned round and he said to me at slip, he said, Fulsey, what's the name of the fielder? I said, Nashi, I'm not telling you. And it really bothered him. He said, no, I need to know who he is. Because it's just like, it was almost like superstition that he needed to call the name. When he, no, not to him, no, not to him. So we had 3 lads on, he didn't know who they were. And you could see him getting more and more uptight about it. And then I think he nicked off. I don't think it was this game, but I seem to remember him nicking off not long after not knowing who these fielders were. Oh, if only we knew that was the way to get him out.
Oh, Garrett now drawn into it.
So he got 100 here. He's probably listening to that. I don't know why I'm bigging Nashi up. Terrible bigging Nashi up. He can do that himself. But he got 100 here against Murley in 2003. And I think he swept every single ball that Murley bowled. He might have reverse swept a couple. So I don't think he hit one in front of square. We had a slip and a silly point as our only fielders on the offside. And he kept getting it into gaps on the leg side, despite us having 7 fielders over there. It was almost like an Embry coached side, so it's just, we don't know what we're going to do against Murley. I know, let's just sweep, because he loved the sweep, Embers, didn't he? He had his own unique style of sweeping and falling over. So it's obviously like all these players coming out sweeping and falling over as they did it, but it was mighty effective because Murray just ran through sides. But he didn't run through Middlesex. I think we won the game eventually, but he just swept and swept and swept. Played him really well.
Edged and gone. Second slip. Robson holds on. Brooks has his first wicket. 113 for 9. Kent. And the resistance of the 9th wicket partnership eventually ended. Just 10 runs the pairing put on, keeping Middlesex at bay for a little while.
Yeah, that'll please Brooks. It didn't do that much. He just fenced at it, George Garrett. Former Warwickshire teammates, of course. We played a lot together growing up, probably at the second team. And a great celebration from Henry Brooks. Just a little fist clench. He feels he's due. Slightly better length. A little fence from George Garrett. And gives his old mate a wicket.
Robson nearly taking a blinder a little while ago. Put down a difficult one, but he holds on now to get rid of Garrett. Brooks on for 25, Garrett gone for 5, and Kent 112 for 9.
Umpire signalling to the ground staff that Toby Rowland-Jones has called for the big roller in between innings. So that's going to be a factor, I think, on this track. Sun's been on it, whack the big roller on it, try and take some of the sting out of it, because it's consistently seamed about. It's a pretty decent effort that from George Garrett. He's a tail ender, as is this man. Their job still to come really with the ball. Have Kent got any kind of riposte to this Middlesex bowling performance, which has been excellent?
Well, it has, and that's the big challenge now for Kent, isn't it? When they do, there's still 1 wicket to go, of course, but when they do get out there, there's been a bit going on all day. A heavy roller. The sun that we've had today will have affected it a great deal. There's still more than half a day's cricket to be had, so there'll be a real chance for Kent to come back at Middlesex, but it's going to be a tough challenge. The depleted attack that they have. The batting lineup that's been heavily tested now.
Talk about that depleted attack. I just wonder how much of a factor that was in the decision at the toss. I mean, I was kind of down there, but I wasn't part of the brains trust. I think most people agreed it was probably about first wicket given the overheads, but that the first hour or two was going to be difficult. I mean, it's kept seeming maybe a bit longer than we thought. But if you'd have had a fully fit and firing Gilchrist and Grant Stewart and someone like a Keith Dudgeon around, you would have thought, actually, we wouldn't mind having a bowl on this.
It's lovely. It's through. Let's have a go. Dame Patterson. Oh!
Well, he can be forgiven. He's just finished a pretty decent spell. Probably a little stiff, but it was a lovely shot. First of all, from Parkinson, the very best of Parkinson. Lent on it. That'll be one. He'll be clipping that up for the collectors, for the footage, for the reel. Patterson maybe got stuck in the turf and had a swipe at it, missed it. Can't quite believe it. See the funny side at 116 for 9.
Fortunately, so can Higgins. You wouldn't want to upset Higgins, would you? May well be his first boundary conceded as well. 1 for 14 in his 9th over, Higgins. The first mistake that Patterson made was not to dive for the ball at mid-off. Cover was very clever. Max Holden went down early, didn't he?
He's had a long spell, and you can be forgiven for being a little bit stiff, I reckon, as an opening bowler. With that boundary, Matt Parkinson moves 3rd in Kent's run getters in this particular innings. No man yet to reach 30. 29, leading 26, and Parkinson going past Compton. Don't know how many times Matt Parkinson's top scored in an innings. My guess is maybe never. I'm not behind that.
Ooh, bumper from Higgins. Confirmation that was the first boundary he conceded as well.
Higgins hasn't liked being driven for 4. He's gone 2 bounces in this over.
Six overs bowled, so we're approaching the halfway point of the day. 50 still to be bowled today. There'll be 2 loss for the change of innings, unless these 2 make it to tea.
Extra half hour for 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this could be an extra long session now. Yeah, Cash Ali will probably play his shots, I would think. I don't know him well enough to know. He might have that dropping anchor in his locker, but I would think he'd be best advised to just, if it's up there, take it on.
So extra half hour for tea if 9 wickets are down. There's 50 overs remaining in the day. Tea's taken with 32 left. That means tea wouldn't be taken until 24 overs left in the day.
Yeah, it'd be a long old session. Might need a drop of water if we're going to go on over that one. looks to be eyeing a 2 for 20 odd here.
Start. Just got to finish that match in 2006 because you were sledging Nashi there.
I'm saying how I just told the story about Nashi getting 100 in 2003. He got 60 odd in that game. I can't believe we're talking about 2 games we've got so many runs. We weren't sledging him, we were merely putting fielders on the pitch whose names he did not know, because that seemed to throw him a little bit, because he's those typical wicketkeeper quirks.
Oh, thick edge on that one. So he was 64 in the first innings. LBW Denley potentially sweeping.
He could well have been sweeping, but my memory is good, but it's not that.
Number 11 was Chris Silverwood, 43 off 25 balls, 3 4s, 3 6s. Good old Silvers. Yeah. 413.
Decent number 11.
Well, indeed, Chris Wright was number 10. Johan Lowe had a tough time of it. He was overseas for Middlesex that year. Chris Peplow, Ealing cricketer. Oh, now. Wristily worked.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe that. That was like a leg glance hook.
Brooks won't like it. The roll of the wrists.
A little bit of Brian Lara, like the right-handed Brian Lara.
6 for Robert Furley in that Middlesex first innings. They were following on 264 for 5, saving the game, unbeaten. At the end, David Nash, not out 22. Middlesex 264 for 5, a century from Nick Compton and 52 from O.A. Shah in that game as well. That innings. He'd probably be tuned in today, Nash, I'm sure he would. As usually. Mind you, he'd probably have messaged by now if he was tuned in. Bank holiday weekend, he could be off on a road trip or anything. Make sure you stay well stocked to the road trip, if so, Nashi. Oh, now. That one goes through from Brooks. Parkinson's been watching. Kashi Valley. 117 for 9.
Yeah. Right option. If it's there, take it on. Brooks likes it halfway down, doesn't he? I know he can work up a head of steam, but I still think against these guys you're better off pitching the ball up, nipping around. I think Higgins will probably show him how it's done. Kashi Valley thrown a bit to him over the last couple of weeks. He's prone to nicking one, but he's also prone to the odd flamboyant shot, so I think he'll give it a good go.
Higgins just pushing backward point a little finer. Almost to a deep gully there. And a long leg back. 6-3 Fields. It's almost you miss and I hit territory for Higgins, isn't it? I'd say they added 30 or so for the last 2 wickets. It'd be something to take out. It was 102 when the 8th wicket fell. A couple of quick boundaries here, be it inside or outside edges. It does feel like it's time to throw the bat.
I think so, with so much time left in the game and the forecast set fair. I think there's a whole heap to be gained by eking up minutes. It's all about the runs.
As you said, Parkinson 15 from 42. He called it. He'd dig in for his side.
I think it was a game somewhere last year. He was kind of like 0 of 45 deliveries or something. I don't know what the record was, but I think at one stage he might have been on course for it. Just trying to save a game. Let's see if memory serves. It might have been someone else, but I think it was Parky.
Leg side from Higgins. Going for the stumps.
What this can do, it can really frustrate the fielding side. A number of times you get team 9 down and you go hunting, trying to knock that last player over, rather than just sticking to what you've done, which is just hitting a good area, holding onto your catches, the chance will come. So that one there from Higgins has been beautifully around the off stump to the top order. And tail comes in, he's going to go straighter and knock him over. Gets it a bit wrong, gets taken down the leg side. Just got to stick to the stuff that was working well against the top batters.
Oh. Good shot for none. Could frustrate a few batters. Actually, looking at Parkinson now, he's really replaying a whipped effort through the onside.
He's played pretty well, hasn't he? I mean, it shows what you can do on this surface. He's been pretty compact. I mean, he's had a couple of flamboyant swipes which he's missed. Other than that, he's been largely untroubled.
I reckon Higgins fancied Parkinson might try and go harder at the next one as well. He's gone onto the stumps and that's clipped nicely, but only to mid-wicket. A dot ball on 18 for 9. Kashif to have strike again. Cloud cover comes over Lords once more. Nicely done. Oh, it might be really nicely done. Long chase for Patterson. Oh! If he made the mistake of go with his hand last time, he's correctly decided to go with the boot this time, Patterson.
Yeah, old school. Size 12s down there. There might not be size 12s in Patterson's case, but the easier way of doing it, I think, rather than getting the full-length dive out.
Oh, that's taken from nearly outside off, just steered for a single wide of mid-on.
He likes a little bit of a whippage, Parky. Just get over on the leg side.
Well, the other option here, of course, is Zafar Gohar against the 9 and 11.
Yeah, Zafar against Cash Ali would be interesting, I think.
Again goes for that. Well, signal to the dressing room from Kashifali, who's about to try to describe
delayed effect. This one, it was banged in by Brooks, and he went for that little kind of flicky pull shot, and just connected with the arm, and he kind of. Sometimes they hit you, and at first impression is you're all right, but then the pain kicks in. The last thing Kent need is another injury to one of their fast bowlers. Joe Denley is here at the moment, throwing to the Kent batters and helping out. He got his arm broken by a short ball, round about that spot that Cash Alley's holding now. There's a couple of plates in that arm holding it together. Looks in a little bit of bother, and it is his bowling arm as well by the looks of it.
Just hoping that it's above the wrists at least.
Play it particularly well. He's a number 11. But it didn't sit, and then there's a walk now, so it's just delayed effect. Unscrew that arm and screw another one off.
There's an awful lot of bone up along there, isn't there, to hit?
It's not a padded area, that part of the forearm/wrist. But judging by the way he's gripping the physio Dan George's hand and moving his arm, I think he's all right. They'll just probably strap it up so it doesn't swell too much and carry on. Tough boys, these fast bowlers. My day, Kev, that would have been the magic sponge, wouldn't it? You just get the bucket and the magic sponge. But spray, cold spray.
Was there even a physio?
Yeah,
was it just the coach with the bucket?
We had physios. It was in the 1930s I played in Kev. Once our female physio, Fiona Errington, fine physio, but slightly alarmingly, Courtney Walsh nipped one back and hit me in a delicate area, and I went down like a sack off. She came out with a cold spray, waved off pretty quickly. It's like, oh, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Thanks, Fee. No one needs to see that out here in front of. Yeah, it was a West Indies tourist game. There were quite a few in. We took an early lunch. All the players. It was 3 minutes to lunch when I got hit. And Graham Kent. We lost a few wickets. We were following on. We got 340, we got 80 without on day 2, and then asked to follow on. We were 10 for 2 in the second innings. It was a quick, bouncy pitch. Graham Cowger was at the other end and came down. I was crumpled in a heap on the floor. Fiona had been waved off. And he said, "If you lay down there for 3 more minutes, we might get off. We might get off without losing another wicket." I said, "Stay down." Umpires called an early lunch, and all the West Indies players walked past me. And it's funny when someone else gets hit amidships. Everyone else finds it funny apart from the person who's got hit.
Yeah.
So I'm curled into a ball, and that was lunch.
Oh, short one up in the air, long leg. Oh, it's just gone the wrong side of Patterson as well.
Well, Patterson bowled beautifully, but his fine leg fielding has not been at its peak.
Yeah, he's run past that one. So, 1, 2, 4 for 9. 49 bowled, 47 remain today. They've added 22 since the loss of the 8th wicket.
They had another 222. Yeah, feels like a useful effort. Parkinson's played nicely, but ultimately it could be pretty futile. Just love to see Kent bowling right now. Having said that, what this partnership does do is it means a shorter session for the bowlers. They can really charge in before tea.
over or two of this, and they've surely got to be tempted by Zafar Gohar. Finally managed to find that 23 wicket day here at Lord's. Middlesex against Kent. It was 2011. Kent batting first, all out for 87 in the 32nd over. Top scorer 32 from Azam Mahmood, 41 balls. Stephen Finn picked up a couple of wickets. Tim Mercer 5 for 27. Corey Collingwood 3 for 24. Middlesex in reply 153 all out in 44 overs, 44.3. Sam Robson and Scott Newman put on 54 for the first wicket, so Middlesex were 99 in collapse. Only Stephen Finn with a not out 18 from 14 deliveries made it into double figures after the opening pair. So that would have been circa tea on day one if lunch was taken at 87 all out. So circa tea, 153 all out Middlesex. And then Kent at stumps. Well, at the start of their innings, they were 33 for 3. 10 for 2 when Sam Northeast departed. Rob Key was first to go, then Northeast. 10 for 2 in the 4th over. Van Jaarsveld made it to the 13th over when they were 33 for 3.
Simon Cook, 50 at number 11 by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Former Middlesex man as well,
Yep.
Simon Cook.
Another one of my signings. Darren Stevens and Simon Cook. I'll do my best to. But, yeah, Asa had a pretty good game. Didn't he? Only wickets did Asa get in that first innings. 6 for
36.
top scored in both. Well, top scored in the first, 50 not out in the second, and 6 for finish on the losing side.
None for 14 off 8 in the second innings. Cost inside the game. Sam Robson not out 94. Scott Newman made 45. Dan Houseco 14. Sam Robson played in that game, giving chase here. And we'll pick up 3. 1, 2. 129 for 9. So they've added 27 since the fall of the 8th wicket. We said they'd never do it prodding around. Need to swing the bat and they might get a quick fire 30.
This is never swinging the bat.
You could argue Middlesex aren't quite getting this right now though. 2 tail enders.
Well, it's frustrating. It often frustrates the last wicket partnership because you're trying so hard just to finish things off, as I mentioned earlier. Example there for Brooks. I mean, that was a bouncer. But Cashew's gesturing. That's Parky's gesturing to the umpire. He might get away for that. A yard over his head.
And that is that. Parkinson hooks at one down the leg side, 129 all out. Davies with another catch. A second wicket for Brooks, 2 for 35. Sent in with the short stuff this morning. That's how he finishes it off. For Middlesex, Kent winning the toss. Put on real pressure by Middlesex here, and there's just that little deflection through to Davies. He takes his third catch of the innings. Middlesex finally wrapped them up. 129 all out. So Parkinson gone for 17. Kashifali has 10. So here's Roland Jones leading them off, 5 for 33 from 14. Cap off for the skipper as he gets an applause from the pavilion. Again, he lost the toss. Well done, Stephen Eskenazi. He lost the toss. He takes them off with 5 for to his name. And his bat is ready to go out. Gets stuck into what's left of today. 45 overs remaining to change innings, including this one. So it'll be 42 overs for Middlesex to face, and they'll be out for a small go before tea. Join us back. We'll take a short break here on the live enhanced stream from Daffabet. Dave Fulton, myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you day one of this one. Join us back in a few minutes' time.
Charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
And all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always have fun. Catch. thrill. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords for an elongated evening session. 45 overs, still half a day to be played here virtually at Lords. Kent all out for 129, having won the toss this morning, and underestimating what a pitch with a bit of greenish tinge would do. Top end of the square, which can be a batter-friendly end of the square historically here. That greenish surface offered seam movement all day, a little bit of swing as well. Glorious sunshine to start the Middlesex innings, though, with Stephen Eskenazi out there to face up. First of all, he's got Sam Robson back in the side with him at the non-strikers end, and it will be Kashif Ali to open the bowling at the pavilion end. I'm Kevin Hand. Dave Fulton's alongside me here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet, and the start here is oh so crucial to Kent, isn't it, when you're replying to 129?
Yeah, 129 on the board. You've got to make early inroads. You don't want the batters getting off to a flyer. I think this pitch will be a bit easier than it was first thing this morning. Kent knew that it was going to do a bit early. It did a bit more and for a bit longer than they expected, and they nicked a lot. Credit to Middlesex, they bowled a good length, they held some stunning catches. Ryan Higgins with a couple of crackers, one in particular diving to his left to get rid of Jack Leaning. And no Kent batters making 30, so disappointing day so far for the visitors, but they can make up for it here. But it must be said that they are shorn of their top attack. Cash Ali, one of their overseas bowlers. Keith Dudgeon injured his knee, 7 for on debut and then injured and gone. Jazz Singh with an ankle, Nathan Gilchrist with concussion, Grant Stewart with an abdominal strain, which means there is opportunity for others, notably George Garrett, who will probably take the new ball, Jamal Richards on loan, and Joey Everson might have something to say as well. 3 slips, bat pad.
Sending it wide, sending it down the slope to Robson, to Eskenazi.
Chris Benjamin behind the stumps on debut. Not always the easiest place to keep. Lords sometimes get that little wobble with the red ball. You notice it standing at slip. Just a slightly nervy start. You pan that one. Just catch him when it counts.
It was a Lord's tour. I was here the other day. I was just downstairs and listened to it. I don't think there was any play on at the time, so I just had an ear across it, and they were talking about the slope. I can't remember what the tee up for the story was, but they were quoting the fact that Sachin Tendulkar said he could never get his balance when batting, which if it's difficult for him, then what chance do the rest have?
I'm surprised they didn't level the ground for Sach.
Well, there's the first run. Welcome back, Sam Robson. Called through for a quick one by Eskenazi, who was run out with what would be the last ball of the session down at, or up at Derby last week. Middlesex following on, batting to save the game on the final day. Most displeased he was. He had to walk off.
Doing what? Was it a mix-up? Was he trying?
Well, it was 2 wickets and 2 balls. And Middlesex batting to save the game.
Taking on a fielder?
Day 3. Day 4 indeed, following on. So Nathan Fernandez went first ball of the innings, 0 for 1. Eskenazi and Holden Pot, a brilliant partnership, circa 165. Poor old Max had a rush of blood in the last over before lunch on the final day following on. Still 80 odd behind at that point. Middlesex 1 down, 160 odd for 1. Holden Tries to hit 6 to bring up the century before lunch. Out he goes. Leas de Ploy comes out to join Eskenazi with a runner, which is why de Ploy's not in this side, because of the toe injury. Drives a glorious shot through covers, comfortable 3. Everybody looks away and then looks up, and Eskenazi's halfway. I'm trying to remember. I mean, it looked as though Eskenazi was screaming at de Ploy, so Nathan Fernandez was sent back out as the runner. He's obviously over at square leg. The ball's gone out to the covers, and yeah, Eskenazi at the non-striker's end, turning for the third, halfway down. Was sent back. A throw came in as Eskenazi'd run out. 2 set batters gone at lunch on the final day with the follow-on. Still shy of the deficit as they followed a 1 without loss there, Middlesex, here as they begin their first innings. But yeah, he was spitting as he walked back, Eskenazi. Middlesex saved the game. Final day batted through. Ryan Higgins, Safa Gohar going nicely at the end.
Coming back to Sachin Tendulkar and his lack of balance, which is not something you say often. It was quite a nice story. I think I was chair of Matt Walker's benefit, and we did an auction item which was to come to Lord's as a 10, lunch in the tavern, and then you got to have a net in the indoor school lined up because it was at Camp Middlesex Camp 2020. Garrett Jones and I think Marty Van Jansveld were going to do a little hours coaching session with them before they got ready for their game later in the day. And then they had a hospitality box, so it's quite a nice item.
Garrett from the nursery end. That's a long leg, a single for Eskenazi. That was quite a straight line that he took that from.
But when I saw the 10 people rock up, a lot of them were quite senior, so they were so the net side of things and the coaching with Garrett Jones and Marty Van Jansveld. I thought, I'm not sure too many of these are going to be able to run in and bowl much. They had their gear with them, so I thought I'd set up a bowling machine. So I set the bowling machine up. They then went on a tour of the ground, which was also part of the auction package, and they then went for their net. By the time we got back to the indoor school, the bowling machine that they put out was being used. So I, rather disgruntled that someone had nicked my bowling machine that I put out for my corporate guest as part of this auction item, went strolling on up to have a word with the person using it, only to find it was Sachin Tendulkar putting in balls to his son.
That's a straight line as well, but Robson, it's one of his favoured shots. He's off the mark and he's returned to the side.
So rather seizing on this opportunity, rather than have a go at Sachin, which I thought just wouldn't be the done thing, I went and got another bowling machine and put it in the next lane and asked Sachin if he wouldn't mind posing for a picture with my corporate guests. I think I might have tried to pretend I'd laid it all on for them. But yeah. But yeah, it was the change of tack when I was kind of going up there to have a bit of a moan. Oh, hello, Sachin, nice to see you. Is he hitting them well, your lad? Wouldn't mind posing for a picture with you.
First boundary of the Middlesex innings, that races away. Robson so strong off the body and off the pads.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. George Garrett just straying onto the leg stump. He was bowled beautifully this week in the nets, Garrett. This is his first competitive run out for the first team this year. He'll be keyed up. Just needs to locate that off stump and tight channel. Heavy roll has been on this surface as well, so it might just deaden it down for a bit.
Turned the bat, dug out by Robson. Robson chases one on the back foot.
Sam Robson back in the team, short wide. He's almost ended up, but it wasn't really a cut shot. It was more of a grope. It was there to hit. It did, to be fair, seam out. So I think he was thinking of back foot punch, and in the end, because it seamed out, he ended up kind of pushing at a cut shot. A bit of seam movement.
Some hold up. Umpire's happy now. Is it probably the radio? He's just putting it back into his pocket. Maybe he had something to say. The scorer's box. Top ball to end the second over. 7 off it. Leg stump half volley put away by Robson. 8 with that loss.
Yeah, better as it went on, that over from George Garrett. Just needs to get into his work. Tall, angular figure, really charges in. I think that's something that he's always done, but seems to be running in quicker than ever. He's trying to find half a yard of pace. So he's quite a skillful operator. As I say, it's his first game of the season for the first team. Kashifali from the pavilion end just needs to locate his length. He tends to be back of a length, a little bit short for English conditions. Roll the ball back into the right-hander. That's why they've got the back pad and the extra fielder on the leg side. 3 slips, back pad. Wicket also a catching option. It's Jamal Richards on debut.
Still a delay. What is it now? By Bailey. Oh, is it? Let's see. Ah. That's not the right colour for behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? You're not thinking, I'm off to the cricket today, I better not wear the kind of orangey red number in case I'm behind the bowler's arm. Crikey. You know what would be classic here if Kashifali decided to come round the wicket for this ball? She's just moved.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah,
Max
come round the wicket.
3.
Yeah.
Well, won't need to see the number 3 just yet. Crunching drive.
I was just about to say, I hope Steve Eskenazi doesn't nick this one now, having asked the lady to move, but as it happens, he's seen it quite well. Maybe it was a good decision. It's funny how things get in your mind. You see something like that in the crowd. I guarantee that it'd have absolutely no bearing on whether he can see the ball well or not. It's not coming out of her dress. It's going to be above that, which is why people are allowed to sit in the front. But if you see that and you notice it and it gets in your head, he's right to move her. I'm not sure. The only time that lady would have been in his line of vision with the ball is if maybe someone like Matt Walker had bowled it, who's 5'4". But Cash Ali, he's not a tall man, but he's tall enough. The sight screens are there at a height for a reason.
not sure I've ever seen that before. Your attire is too bright, you need to move.
Can I just say, it wouldn't work on red for Ruth Day, would it, in the Test match? Can you imagine that, red for Ruth Day? We're cancelling that because the batter doesn't want anyone in red anywhere near the bowler's arm.
I was thinking all the eggs and bacon in there as well over the years. I mean, not that I'm wishing either Eskenazi or Robson are out, but that is going to be a beaut when Max Holden comes out to bat. Left hand, right hand. She'll have to keep going back from either side.
Just get a white blanket and throw it over. wrap it round her shoulders. To be fair though, when you now look at, you can't miss her now, can you? I mean, she's 250 metres away from where we are. But you can actually see her now.
I reckon
it's been pointed out because everyone else is in your more kind of conservative colours, and then boom, orange.
Just below the left sight screen there. That's a lovely ball. And carry through to the keeper.
Take by Chris Benjamin and make him feel better after clanging the first one. George Garrett, I think, holds the key here. I just wonder whether he might get a little spell here and then get switched to the other end.
Robson, key scoring area for him. Quite got all of it. I'll take him for a third.
I think you're delighted with a 3. I think you take the 3 and you get up the other end. New ball. Turn the strike over. You may take some of the pressure.
Was that a Fulton special?
Well, 3.
Yeah.
It's because I couldn't hit it far enough for a 4. I used to get 4s down the third man off an edge because we use the pace. You hit it in front of the square, quite often get a 3.
Wow. There's a ball. Eskenazi has a look around. Works out how that one got through. It's not too dissimilar to the wicket this morning from Dane Patterson when Zach Crawley was LBW. It just clipped his pad on the way through and he was gone LBW.
Oh,
this
yes.
one here, oof, an absolute beaut from Garrett. Outside at the top of off stump, couldn't be better. For the bowler, disappointment for Eskenazi. He has a look back at the lining up of it all. Kent have their first wicket. Eskenazi bowled by Garrett. He's gone for 6 and Middlesex 15 for 1.
Still can't quite believe it, Steve Eskenazi. He's looked back about 3 times. What did that one do? I take my point about the 3. That could have been Sam Robson getting that one. He's up the other end. Sometimes that's the luck of the draw. Get the 3. But that was a beauty from Garrett. That's exactly what he's all about. He's been a little bit guilty of being a bit middle and leg to Robson. He does like to get across offside of the ball and work that mid-wicket gap, as you mentioned. But, that was a beauty.
Well, here comes Middlesex's form batter. 3rd match of the season at Lords. 2 centuries to his name already, a half century as well. The only failure was when he was chasing runs in the dark, trying to knock it off quickly for Middlesex against Glamorgan with bad light and rain coming in. Sent out to slog in the last innings here. Now it's right-hander, left-hander at the pavilion end though. They've found a jacket. Is that going to be enough? The gentleman has offered her his jacket.
Yeah, white wine's fine, red wine.
Yeah.
The batters won't be happy. Although it was Eskenazi, wasn't it? He's gone now, so maybe. I'll tell you what, they finished that wine, I think.
Lady in red stops play.
Yeah, I don't think Krista Berg's singing that one.
Might wake
Too much of a mouthful.
Might make it into wisdom this year though. Three slips in a gully. Wide fourth, whatever you want to call him. Kent are on the attack. Holden taking that distinctive step forward of his as a trigger movement. He'll pick up a couple, but felt like it was a pretty straight line.
Yeah, if he misses that, he's absolutely dead. And he has hit that from middle and off, down behind square on the leg side. And the good thing for Holden is he's in good touch. He's coming off all those runs. When you're out of touch, you miss those. Played it late, inside half of the bat, and you pick up a couple.
Oh, it's a beautiful ball. Keeps his line across the left-hander.
A little bit of swing into the left-hander and then just a nip up the slope. See how far down Holden is. He's trying to negate that swing, take LBW out of play.
17 for 1 after 4. Either or right now for Kent would be a massive wicket. We've talked about the absentees for the away team, but for Middlesex, Elias Deploy, the big name in the Middlesex lineup, is missing this one. Toe injury sustained at Derbyshire, ruling him out this week at Lords. Middlesex with a break next week before they're back here for the Leicestershire game in a fortnight. Scorecards have Luke Holman down at number 4 for Middlesex, Higgins at 5, Geddes at 6. We'll have to wait and see if that is the way it plays out. I'm not wholly sure it will be, whether Geddes will be pushed up to 4 or maybe Holman at 6. We'll have to wait and see, but either way, move Deploy from any middle order. It leaves a fair old hole. If it is Holden being at 4, that'll be the highest he's batted in the Middlesex side. And it makes this Robson-Holden partnership the big pairing probably for Middlesex. Get past one or both right now, Kent, and have in mind the chance to try and get Middlesex somewhere around their own first innings total of 129. Do bat a long way down though with Roland Jones at 9. For 1. Holding on to strike. Lady in red's got the jacket on now, so no problems at the pavilion end. Well, Robson wasn't perturbed, it didn't seem anyway, with the jacket on. Around the wicket comes Kashif Ali to Holden.
There's a good point you make about the depth of your order. Jones at 9 versus Parky at 9, I think.
Zafar Gohar as well, serious batter.
Yeah.
End of the 5th, 18 for 1. Side again, gets away with it.
Yeah, he's been guilty a couple of times, George Garrett, straying onto the pads. He's trying to bowl wicket to wicket. There's no point running up, just bowling in the channel here with the slope taking it further away. He gets in pretty close to the stumps. He has to kind of pitch middle and off and just stand the seam up. He had to nip down the slope, a bit like the one that did for Eskenazi. It's quite a small margin of error. If you get it slightly wrong, you're onto the pads. But, target the stumps, target the front pad. Just wonder whether, with your 4 seamers being Jamal Richards and Joey Everson still to come, whether they might just switch Garrett's end, bowling 4, take him off, and they can follow Cash Ali.
$18 for 1 after 6. Middlesex trail by 111. Mention how far the batting goes down. Obviously Grant Stewart was a big miss for Kent today. Big part of the Kent side down at Canterbury earlier this season. Likes playing against Middlesex. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that the last time he was here he clipped the legs of Old Father Time with a 6. But then the Grim Reaper had the last laugh because he was out the next ball.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with that, are you, here at home cricket? Another Cricket would have looked down unfavourably.
Would have been like the fairground if you could click 5 times. He starts spinning around.
Isn't he a weather vane? Yeah. I think he'd end up in the same position. I think that's got to be how they work.
You get 12 if you get it to spin.
Get it spin round twice.
And get a free cuddly
Extra
toy.
yeah, just watching Kashi Valley here. So he bowled a bit in the nets in recent weeks. So a lot, works up a good head of steam, ball flies through. But, English conditions early season, just at the top of off stump. Kind of classic Pakistani flat wicket bowler where you think he can get it to reverse, he can make things happen, but he's not going to hit that kind of a traditional English county seamer line and length. He kind of roars in, flaps it in, hits the bat hard, he'll go Yorker, and he'll go bouncer. It's just a little short for these conditions. Probably just take half a yard off his pace and just try and hit an area, which is counterintuitive when you're a fast bowler and you're used to trying to hurry batsmen up.
Oh, it's a great ball.
Exactly where he needs to be. Does it not quite carry? Much better length. Didn't bounce, did it? Which in the end saved Sam Robson, because if it bounced it would have gone straight into the midriff of Jack Leaning. He hasn't dropped many, so Cash Ali, that's the strapping from that ball that struck him earlier from Henry Brooks. Good news is he's okay. If he'd have broken his arm, he certainly wouldn't be bowling like this. But, took a bit of a whack on it. Compare the lengths of those last two deliveries. The previous one had the batsman half pushing forward, groping at the ball. That one he can just sit back on the back foot, let it come, tuck it off his hip. So much easier on a surface like this when you can camp on the back foot. Try and find a way of pulling him forwards.
Robson will feel like he's got some runs to make up. Having missed the last couple of rounds. Important business, of course, but a batter's a batter. He likes scoring runs.
What's your ideal situation really as an opening batter? You know, you lose the toss, you find yourself in the field, you knock a team over for 120, you start your innings day one, you don't start it till 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Always tough to start your innings first morning of a championship game, and your worst case scenario is probably 10 minutes before the close. You've got that awkward little 2 or 3 overs to navigate. Your best scenario is 129 all out, and then we'll come in then.
So we've got company in over the top of the pavilion. It's looking for somewhere to land. That's what I usually see heading down to the Battersea helipad. Walked past there for the first time recently. Actually, it's some noise, that helipad right on the river. There's about 3 or 4 or 5 landing bays there. A shot by Holden. It's down the hill. Again, we've been saying it's a lush outfield here at Lord's, so got to make it. They'll take 3. Holden doubles his tally. 22 for 1. Did the chauffeur pick you up immediately outside the helipad this morning?
Yeah, I wish. We've got the train up and the tube. Rush hour. It was on the 6:49 from Whitstable. Get there early.
The rattler.
Throw a few balls, yeah.
Oh, now he's gone. Robson back and across, got himself into a bad position, gave the umpire every chance. And Garrett has a second. He has both Middlesex wickets to fall. Robson's return doesn't bring the runs he'd have liked. Might have just been sliding.
Yeah. Well, we spoke about Joey Everson's one, didn't we, from the same end? And I don't know whether it's the slope which actually works against the batsman here, because the umpire thinks, oh, you know, it's not going down. If it had been from the other end, you would have said, oh, it's going down with the slope. But to me, that looked like it was missing leg. And Everson's was very similar. What that one wasn't doing was going over. It stayed down a little bit. And that can sometimes make it look worse as well from a batting perspective when you get done like that on length. But he does get quite a way across, Sam Robson, because he likes that clip through mid-wicket. But I think he can consider himself a trifle unlucky there.
22 for 2, Middlesex. Luke Holman walks out at number 4. What an opportunity this is for Middlesex's young all-rounder. Big spinner. 200 runs in the seconds in 5 innings so far this summer. It's a fine bat. His runs just fell away a little bit in his last stint in the first team. He took 10 for down at Hove with the ball. I think the youngest leg spinner to ever take 10 for Middlesex. In fact, I'm almost 100% sure on that one, but it was a match where Middlesex in the first innings had racked up their highest first innings total in their history. A record wicket partnership between Robson and Stoneman. And Holman went and bowled them out twice. Relatively flat one, but again, it's what pressure does.
Well, as we were talking about with Matt Parkinson, that was the thinking behind winning the toss and batting first. You negotiate the first couple of hours, you put a big score on the board, and you bring your leg spinner into play. That hasn't happened for Kent, but it did for Middlesex against Sussex on that occasion.
Good leave. First ball from Holman. Confident player. He's got a swagger about him in the middle when he bats.
Yeah, he has. He's an imposing figure, isn't he? He's a big man. He's got that England under-19 pedigree. We've seen, haven't we, with a few guys. We've seen it with Ryan Ahmed up at Leicester getting hundreds, opening the batting. We've seen Paul Walter being pushed up the order for Essex sometimes. Just a change of position in the order can bring the best out of people.
He's off the mark with a boundary. Full ball. Just in front of point.
Yeah, Kent won't mind this. They've got 3 slips in the gully waiting. Just needs that to nip up the hill a little bit, find the edge. You see him playing away from his body. Got enough of it. Threaded it through the offside.
Shot again. As far as mid-off, he needs to be a little bit careful, doesn't he, not to get carried away, getting engaged outside the off-stump, getting too happy on the drive.
Well, I think this is why it's such a good cricket pitch. Yes, it's seamed about and it's done a bit, but actually, if the bowler misses and you bowl the half volley, it just gets put away. We saw Daniel Bell-Drummond's first scoring shot, half volley from Dane Patterson, he just drilled it wide and mid-off. So if the bowler misses, you'll get your value for your runs, albeit it's quite a lush outfield. If you can hit the spot as a bowler, you're in the game.
Oh, and there he goes. Just follow. Moves to the keeper, it passes, end of the over, 8 done. Another wicket down. Robson, perhaps a little unlucky, as Everson was earlier in the day. 1-1 maybe on that count. Yeah, I didn't want to go too far on the Everson one earlier because I thought it might sound a little bit too Middlesex leaning to say so, but yeah, it looked as though the pair of them probably could walk off feeling a little bit rough, Robson and Everson. 26 for 2 then after 8. Holman 4, Holden 6. 2 left-handers now to settle into.
Yeah, can't need Cash Ali to come to the party here. So 3 for 60 against Middlesex at Canterbury in the first innings, then none for 56 in the second innings, none for 77 and none for 53 against Gloucestershire. So he's gone 3 innings without taking a wicket. Overseas strike bowler. Holder wants the screens joined together here. There we go, just getting pushed together. We'll talk about the lady in red.
It's beautiful timing by Holden. That's a really good stop. Real sprint up the hill, short boundary. Couple for Holden. There's the sight screen. A couple of orange bibs. Can we see that orange bib down, orange dress down below still? Oh, she's gone.
Yeah, it's the Kent. It's Adam Hollyoake. He said, lads, go and put all your orange bibs on. Let's mess with their mind, mate. So that was a bit Ange Postecoglou, wasn't it? It's the way we play, mate. It's the way we play.
Who's your team again?
I'm a Forest man. Yeah, great season, although not last night. That was very disappointing. Yeah, just hit a bit of a wall. Lost 4 from 5 in all competitions. So yeah, just at the wrong time of the season. But still all to play for. We've got Chelsea last game of the year. We've got Leicester and West Ham and Crystal Palace. So doable still. That's what I call pretty bowling, that one that kind of whistles through to the keeper. The batsman really hasn't had to engage with it too much. You know, Cash Ali's charging in 30 odd yards, he's got a long run up, he's expending a lot of energy. Max Holden just goes, no, I'll just let that go. That is, to me, victory to the batter.
About 10 years or so ago, Middlesex attack, I remember they were labelled with bowling pretty lengths as a unit, big tall quick bowlers, just a fraction too short for county pitchers.
Yeah, well, Jason Gillespie, when he was coach at Yorkshire, I know he used to talk about hitting the knee roll. Rather than hitting the top of off stump, hit them on the knee roll, because if you're bowling that kind of length, then you're bringing many more dismissals into play.
Back down on that one, Holden. 28 for 2. No gone. Yeah, he was a great man for county cricket, Jason Gillespie, for many reasons, wasn't he? But yeah, I remember him telling me exactly that. He said that when they used to come over for the Ashes, the mantra that they just all had on the plane on the way over was knees, not hips. Knees, not hips. They just kept on reminding themselves as a bowling unit, knees, not hips, it's England. The great side that they were.
Well, yeah, you think of the lengths that the likes of McGrath used to bowl. It was that kind of in-between batsman, half forward, the ball jagging about. You think of what he did here in 2005 in that opening test. He hit the stumps, he found the outside edge.
Oh, it's taken from a very straight line again by Holman. There's that line to Holman again.
Yeah, it's probably out if he missed it. It's not as middle of the stumps as the one that Holden clipped. It wasn't missing much.
Keep it simple, stupid was the other great mantra, isn't it, of that Australian side of McGrath in particular.
Yeah, as you said, it's a pretty simple game at times. It can be complicated, and you make it complicated, but actually bowling in particular, you run up and you hit the spot the way Gus Fraser used to operate. One of the hardest guys to play against, because he just gave you nothing. He just wore a hole in the wicket on a length, and eventually one would do something. It would nick back and pin you in front, hold its line and nick you off. You've got to be there often.
Nice from Holman, just a gentle offer in the bat on that one, didn't go fully through with it. Ball was shaping on him. Just had a good watch for it. He's going to pick up 3. Three for 2. Overtakes Holden. Remember when I first saw Luke Holman for Middlesex, he just came out with this confidence and swagger in the middle, and as you said, presence at the crease. Really, really reminded me of Rob Key. Just the way that he held himself when he was in the middle from a very young age, just walking out to the middle. That kind of bullish temperament. Even just the way he prodded away he'd walk down the track and prod away at the surface after a delivery, as if to say, "Who are you lot?"
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that was a left-handed version, but I can see in terms of, you know, the build is not dissimilar.
Well, I was leaving that out of it.
Well, no, I mean it's just solidly built, isn't he? The build is similar, the mannerisms are similar. And like you say, even when he taps the bat and then holds it up, there's some similarities.
Up a couple. Yeah, I had to have a little chat with Luke about that eventually, because as I was dubbing him exactly that left-handed Rob Key, a few of his mates in the dressing room took it a different way. I said, no, it's got nothing to do with build, purely about mannerisms and that confidence.
There's Rob Key. Test double 100 on this ground in front of Her Majesty the Queen.
West Indies, wasn't it?
Yeah, against the West Indies, 2004. Still, I think she said it was her favourite ever innings. That's what he says anyway.
Six for 2. 10 overs bowled.
She had a very fine series. He got a double 100 in that test, and he got 90 in a run chase at Old Trafford on a lightning fast pitch. Fidel Edwards bowled really quickly. He played quick bowling very well, Rob Key, and many a partnership. We really used to enjoy ourselves when the ball was flying around. It just felt like proper cricket, high class cricket. And the guys cranked it up to around 90 mile an hour, but he played it well, and he played it particularly well on that occasion in a test match. He rates it far higher than his double 100 here, which was on a placid pitch, easy to come by.
England under-19 World Cup winner with O.A. Shah. Golden generation, wasn't it? A little unlucky, Rob Key, a little harshly treated by selectors.
I think, yes. I think he. I mean, the irony now is he's obviously running the men's test team, but I think at times his face didn't fit. I think he was possibly seen as a bit cynical, his humour and everything, which is just the way he is. You know, he's a force for good in the game, but I didn't necessarily see eye to eye with Duncan Fletcher on everything. He was a very good player, and you think 2004 double 100 here, 90 at Old Trafford. The following summer was the great Ashes series, and Ian Bell had gone past him, and I think he might have got 90 odd belly at the Oval on debut against the West Indies. And Kesey came back in the winter in South Africa when Mark Butcher started playing, so he went 200, 90. Next test, next but one test, he was left out of. So yeah, he could have had a much longer test career than he did, but it's not a bad, it's not bad on his CV, is it? Double 100 at Lords in front of the Queen. Not many have done that. Intrigued to know how long this opening spell both these two is going to last. It looks like it could be a double change in a minute. Bowled only 6 and 5 here. We'll have tea, aren't we, soon? Oh, we've had tea. We've had tea. I'll shut up. We've had tea. I was just looking at minimum remaining today, 34. I'm thinking, hold on a second. So actually, long session, in which case you would have thought one of them might have come off and switched ends.
$11 done, 36 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's economical here, Cash Ali. But he's not really asking many questions of these two. He's just a little bit short. 6 overs, 1 made, none for 9. Can't remember too often him going past the outside edge. Garrett looks like the one to me that's asking the questions. Well, here is Joey Everson, change of bowling. So I just wonder whether George Garrett would get a change of ends.
Bit of swing from Everson.
Yeah, he was another one who had a little niggle. But, good news is he's come through. Yeah, he's an underrated bowler, Joey Everson. He's quite skillful. He'll swing it back into the left-handers, get the odd one to kiss the seam. 70 miles an hour, around about that kind of mark, maybe a little bit quicker when he bends his back. So it might just be. Sometimes there's a pace to bowl on a deck. And Cash Ali's roaring in, not quite happening. Maybe just kiss the surface.
Oh, is that ball? Not quite sure what umpire spotted at this end, but chatter in the field, maybe.
What is a batter? Oh, was that a bird come across? Or paper? What's that flown across?
I think that might be in front of the camera as opposed to... Maybe it was.
Well, I can't see why else they would have stopped play, because he's turned that away from runs. spewing if he got out the next ball. He would have been down the other end.
Smiles in the outfield. Yeah, I wonder, is it just somebody left a little bit of the conversation hanging too long to bowler run in? Timing of it just seemed odd, didn't it, from the umpire?
As long as I can remember, Middlesex have had this kind of battery of left-handers, haven't they? A few years ago, there was like 6 of the top 7 were left-handed. So Milan was there. I'm trying to think who else.
It's Milan. Obviously, go back far enough.
Joyce, yeah. Well, these, so the way Joey Everson operates, he'll be bending it back into the lefties. He'd love to have a right-hander out there challenging the outside edge.
John Simpson. Mark Stoneman of Lassie years. Just trying to think. James Franklin was the skipper in 2016. Nick Gubbins. Obviously Max Holden has been around for a while now. So Joyce is probably just a little bit earlier than that array of left-handers.
Yeah, maybe right at the back end of Joyce would probably overlap with Milan and some of those guys you mentioned. But yeah, I'm thinking probably that Gubbins era here. There were a lot of lefties. I know that the chat this week was, you know, who bowls well to left-handers, because they've got a lot of them. And this type of bowling, kind of 70 mile an hour swing with the odd bit of nip, it's always more advantageous to the bowling side when you're swinging it away from the bat. Joey here bending it back in. He's still got things in play. You know, he can bowl and sneak one through the gate. You get LBW. You might even get one to nip up, swing in and just nip away from the outside edge. Start from Everson. He was the one Kent batter, not the one Kent batter, but the Kent batter that could feel most aggrieved with his dismissal. It was a slightly harshly judged LBW. Some good balls and some great catches, 1 or 2 loose ones. Jamal Richards just loosening up. I don't think it'll be long before we see him replacing Kashivali. So just looking at this last delivery from Cash Ali, he's working up ahead of steam, but this length, or its back of a length banged into the pitch, and you just see it deviate just down the slope, but you've got time as a batter just to get on the back foot, adjust slightly, knock it down. If that's a yard fuller and nips out, you haven't got the time. It's a nickable length. You've just got to find that fuller length.
Squared up Holden a little. Single back at a point.
Same again there. It's really gone down the slope. Turned him right round, as you mentioned, but because it's back of a length, you adjust. You can play it. You get it a yard fuller. You haven't got time to adjust. You try and adjust, you nick it.
Slight pause, I'm quite sure. Thought it might just be Holman settling in. 4 go down behind him. No ball called. Nice shot again by Holman. Just leans into it. Don't go too hard at the ball. He's at his best, Holman. It just feels with the bat, and again this goes back to more his earlier innings on the side, but it just felt almost as though everybody else was playing his game, which I think that's probably the best way I can compare him to the impression that Rob Key always gave me when he was in the middle. This is my game that you're playing. Pads just offering a sound perhaps. Under the 13th, 43 for 2. How close has it been? 43 for 3.
So much better in terms of length, wouldn't it? Look how he's gone forward to that. Where earlier when Max Holden was playing off the back foot, Luke Holman's had to go forward to that. It's straightened. It's an absolute beauty. So there's still life in this surface. You've got to get it in the right spot, and that's the credit to the Middlesex attack. They did that time and time and time again. Eventually the wickets came.
Well, the experience of the opening pair, Roland Jones and Patterson, just set the tone, didn't it? And the skill of Higgins to follow. Brooks grew into the task. Part of Holman's elevation, I wonder here as well, is the next name on that list of bowlers today was Zafar Gohar, which means that we saw Josh DeCary's out there earlier. He's not in the side at the moment. He's playing either Holman or DeCary's as the spin option last year, but now Gohar absolutely nailed on it. Number 8 in the lineup and the front line spinner. So for both DeCary's and Holman, it's a case of you're going to have to get into the side as a batter, and then you'll be the second spinner. I wonder, is this just not just, I should phrase it that way, is this a way of saying to Luke Holman, look, you're there in the long-term plans? Yes, we signed Zafar Gohar, but a shot by Holden, much like Holman, just leaning into it. I don't think they're fully through with that one either. It's a much shorter boundary. It's 4 runs for Middlesex's number 3, who'll be looking to settle in here for another big score. 3 matches at Lords. This is 3rd match at Lords, 2 centuries already this summer here.
What the signing of Zafar Gohar does as well is it means you're likely to play on better surfaces, because if you're trusting your spinner to impact the game, you're not having to leave as much grass on the wicket. That then has a knock-on effect to your batters. So instead of playing on kind of green tops where you're relying on trying to bowl a side out of 150 and sticking them in, you play on better surfaces. There's more ways to skin a cat all of a sudden. You might knock them over first up, like they did with the scene today. But it might have been a Middlesex one toss they'd have a bat, because they'd fancy Gohar coming into things later. So you play on good cricket wickets because you've got a balanced attack, and that's going to help the likes of Holden, Holman, and the other young players. I mean, Holden's not that young anymore, he's at 27, but he's still got a lot of good years ahead of him, and I'm sure aspirations to play at the higher level. So as a batter in county cricket, you don't want to play all the time on wickets with loads of grass, or it's a bit of a lottery.
Now here's an interesting move. With Max Holden on strike, the keeper's going to stand up. We touched on Holden's trigger movement, which he's introduced to his game, which, as I understand, came through T20 and then it was slowly introduced. Well, why don't you try lining up the championship game like that as well? So he's going to be kept in his crease. You'll see how deep he is in his crease now, so that he can keep that trigger movement. A silly mid-off as well. Welcome to the stumps. Everson sends down a wide one. Can do that to a bowler though as well, can't it? When a keeper stands up, it disorientates a little bit.
Yeah, it shouldn't do with Joey, because he's used to the keeper coming up to the stumps. He's never been express. He's a canny bowler, swing it about. I think this keeper up brings the LBW into play.
It's shaping that one in nicely, wasn't it? And as you mentioned, for the keepers as well, Lords can be testing, and standing up now will be a test, but Everson just down a little on pace.
Be worth an early look at Matt Parkinson. Again, he'll be slightly frustrated that there are two left-handers at the crease. He has got it wrong. Prefer right-handers. Either that or an awful lot of rough outside the left-handers off stump. None of which is going to happen in the near future. We're going to change of bowling from the pavilion end. Jamal Richards on loan from Essex. He's going to get his first run out. Make any runs. Looked absolutely devastated when he chipped one off Toby Roland-Jones to extra cover. Just a bit of a kind of prod drive. He's a bowling all-rounder. I think he can offer a bit with the bat, but a bit nervous on Kent debut. Shirt got printed pretty quickly, I would think. A couple of days ago. An opportunity. Essex's second team has played a bit of white ball cricket, the odd first-class game. We'll have a look at his numbers in just a second, but he might feature for Essex quite soon as well, with the likes of Sam Cook going up to England. They might call him back.
Yeah, slope at Lords can affect all sorts, can't it? Balance for the batter, judgment for the keeper, and the run-up for the bowlers.
Just the one first-class match against Ireland 2 years ago.
Leg side and a no ball. Can happen when you're running in from the pavilion and that you overstep. Just that momentum takes you in a little bit more. ball indeed, brought up the 50 for Middlesex, 51 for 2.
So Jamal Richards 5 for on debut against Ireland for Essex, 5 for 96 off 19. And then in the second innings, Ireland had a target of 232 to win at Chelmsford. 232 without loss. James McCollum 100, Peter Moore 100.
Sterlo wasn't even opening.
Sterlo got 100 in the first innings. So lots of runs on a decent looking pitch at Chelmsford. But, yeah, 5 foot on debut for Jamal Richards. And that was the best part of 2 months ago, May 2020, 2 years ago rather, May 2023. Hasn't played a first class match since. Essex, tough team to break into. Obviously you've got Simon Harmer who bowls a lot of overs, and then a decent attack, the likes of Poulter and Cook and Snater. A bit of Walter. So he's up to bide his time. May 21. It's a tough gig for him as well, because he kind of knows you get 5 for on debut, you don't play again. He could take wickets here and find himself out the Kent team next week. He's here for, I think, for 2 weeks. He's signed for. But Kent will probably have Gilchrist back next week. Grant Stewart could be back next week, so this might be his one opportunity. I'll be keen to seize it.
Settling into this over now, isn't he, after the no ball to begin? Last run up first attempt.
It's tricky with loan signings as well, because obviously Kent would have had a look round at the circuit, probably made a few phone calls, find out who's about. Guys who are playing week in, week out for their county sides aren't going to be loaned out.
To end the over, 52 for 2, just 4 off it. 2 of those in the no ball column. Extra 30 overs, a full session to go today.
Yeah, I think Middlesex, to some extent, fortunate that tea was taken when it was. To go back to the kind of the idea of Kent declaring a bit earlier rather than eking out those last few runs, is that if the innings had finished sooner, they could have had 2 bites of the cherry with the new ball either side of tea. Instead of that, they've got one very long session, which is always physically and mentally tougher for a fielding outfit. And to charge in for 45 overs this session, which is very long indeed. It's a 3-hour session as opposed to 40 minutes and 2 and a bit hours.
It's pretty much where Everson wants the game to be at the moment, to the 2 left-handers, isn't he? He talked about right arm over to the left-hander from the nursery end. Tim Murtagh down at the nursery end was certainly magical at times. A piece of string for him. Bit swing or seam, just holding its line. Inside. Everson worked away.
The thing I liked about the previous delivery, it was the first one that kind of swung in and just held its line and beat the outside edge. Joey's obviously going to challenge the front pad and the inside half of the bat because he's swinging it back in. But if you're just going one way all the time, you can line that up as a batter. You want it to be able to swing in, and then the odd one just zip away off the deck. Keeps them honest. Just some signs here that this wicket beginning to flatten out a touch. Kent would have known all along that this is the best time to bat on day one. They would have been hoping to maybe be 4 or 5 down, no more than that. And you are making use of the best time on day one to bat. You get rolled for 129. The danger is it flattens out and the opposition use a decent surface to good effect.
So ball's in the over. So just picking up the ball. That silly mid off. It's as much about the pace as Everson as opposed to the pace of the surface at this stage, isn't it? Silly mid off in there. But they're both Holden and Holman. I guess Holden as well, in particular, the form batter for Middlesex at the moment. He'll be thinking really about tomorrow, not about today, even though there's 29 overs left. He'll be knowing that Middlesex can take a really strong grip on this game on the second day, but they need to finish the first day strongly.
Yeah, he'll be aware of that. I don't think he'll be thinking too much about tomorrow yet. He'll be thinking about the next ball, the next over. Just break the day up.
It's a nice shot from Holman. Finer perhaps than he intended, but open in the face.
It was back of a length again, wasn't it? It was short and able to just stand up and play off the back foot. What's been noticeable, the different lengths. Kent have been very good, I think, bowling for the nursery, and Garrett was excellent. Occasionally got a bit straight, got clipped, but his lengths were Patterson-esque. But at the far end, that was a bit short. Cash Ali was a bit short. Just need to look at how Middlesex bowled Higgins and Roland Jones from that pavilion end. Obviously, it's home grounds. They are tried and tested. They've done it over the years, particularly Roland Jones. We can learn a lot from how the opposition bowl.
But they'll be aware as well that this is far from a first choice Kent attack. I think what Middlesex would reflect upon at this stage of the season is that they've played some really good cricket, bearing in mind they're one of the 2 fancy teams to go back up. To go up, indeed. Lovely shot for 4.
Which is just on this occasion overcompensating, and Holman with a full flourish. Bat swing over the shoulder. It's a lovely cover drive between extra cover and mid-off.
Well, this is what Kent have to be careful of. I say Middlesex, in terms of match awareness, they'll know that there's a real opportunity to get on top of Kent here. Which is just going to have to be careful. He's a punchy player, Holman. Positive player.
Slip comes out to under BA. He's going to go into mid-wicket, so Kent a bit more on the defensive here. It's 129 on the board. Can't afford Middlesex to get off to a flyer. Their run rate 3.9. It's kind of dangerous territory from a fielding perspective. The boundary is starting to flow. So 1 slip, gully, 5-4 field.
Better, Richards. But yeah, for Middlesex to look back across the season so far, they'll be pretty happy with their performance levels as a team. But moments in matches just keep getting away from them. Yeah. And in particular, the match at Canterbury is probably the one that screams out the most. 79 for 6. in reply to Middlesex's 2-2-2. Wickets were tumbling 16 on that first day, but then the partnership got going. 17 done here. 12 off that over, 65 for 2. Middlesex only trail by 64 now. So that's what I mean as much as anything with Holden. Holden in the form that he's in as well. He'll be looking for another big score here. Should have had a 3rd century of the season last week.
Yeah, I think when you start any game, if you're in good touch, you kind of send yourself that message of positivity, and what would that feel like if I got another big one, and then you just concentrate, you break it down, you go ball by ball, just play as well as you can, you play every ball as well as you can, and if you play 130 balls, 150 balls well enough, you'll end up with a big score. In my case, 27. I played my 400th ball quite well, bringing out the 3 figures, but the form Holden's in and the way Holman approaches it, he's a pretty fluent, dominating player. If he's in for a period of time, in for a couple of hours till they're at the close, they'll be going nicely.
Edged and gone. Everson around the wicket. Holden on the back foot has a little dabble. Not to be at Lord's again in this innings. 2 centuries in 2 games to start the season. May still be in the second dig here, but it's a big wicket for Kent. The form Middlesex batter falls. Just flashing a little wide at that one. That's a very, very good grab by Leaning at slip. Outstanding, especially with the keeper standing up. Oh, that looks good. Feels even better for Leaning. A big smile on his face. Not feeling so good for Holden. He'll be disappointed as he walks off 16.
Well, his dad was a goalkeeper, Jack Leaning. Oak City, if memory serves. And that was goalkeeper-like, wasn't it? The way he went down to his right-hand side. I thought for a minute he got his hands the wrong way round, because I think he was expecting it to go a bit higher than that. But credit to Daniel Bell-Drummond and Joey Everson. Different plan, change of angle around the wicket. Instead of trying to bowl those kind of curvy in-swingers, he's gone the other way. Got it maybe just to hold up the hill a fraction. A little bit of lapse of concentration. Max Holden maybe thinking about that big score rather than just the next ball, and before you know it, you're on your way. So good opportunity for Ryan Higgins. 65 for 3. Kent just eyeing a foothold in this game. A couple more wickets. 80 for 5, and they're right back in this.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins comes out, and in terms of seniority with Deploy missing, we've got Robson and Holden. They were to get Higgins cheaply here, as far down as Middlesex bat, and they do go a long way down with still Geddes, Davies, Safa Gohar, and then Roland Jones at number 9. So there's a lot of batting still to come, but equally, in terms of seniority, Higgins will be looked to here to try and be the man that goes big for his side and does try and take that hold, that ascendancy in the match for Middlesex.
Importantly for Joey Everson, with the swing he was locating to the lefties, he's now got a right-hander at the crease. So 2 slips and a fine gully.
Down the track he comes.
This is my point about the right-hander. With the shape that he's getting, back into the left-handers is no problem, but you suddenly produce that to the right-hander. A bit of a grope. The man who's just come in, but it went late and it kept going off the seam. That's a beauty. So with his own medicine, Ryan Higgins.
I mentioned the clouds coming over earlier. It's got a bit funny here again. You can start to see one or two of the lights around the grounds are starting to peek through. As I say that, though, the sun starts to come out once more, but funny glow about it a few moments ago. But certainly a couple of those lights in the pavilion, the flats over the top of the pavilion, just shining through a couple of lights. It's just one particularly big grey cloud that was in front of the sun. Passing on its way again now, though. Wicket maiden for Everson. He's picked up the form batter for Middlesex, Max Holdham. A couple of centuries and out on 94 last week at Derbyshire. But he's gone cheaply today for 16, caught by leaning at slip. So Higgins joins Holman. Middlesex still 64 behind, 65 for 3.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of innings. Max Holdham, given the form he's in, he'll be kicking himself up there in the dressing room at the moment. He's done a lot of the hard work he got himself in. He battled against the Kent's new ball attack. Got the change bowlers on. Just beginning to get Kent where they wanted them. And a change of angle, just a fraction loose outside off stump. Rather than playing it back where it came from and getting a handle on that angle. So here's Richards to continue.
That's a lovely shot by Holman. Offered up there by Richards, but put away by the Middlesex number 4.
Well, it wasn't a half volley. In fairness to Richards, he lent on this on the up. And he's quite skiddy. A little bit low in his delivery stride. Means he's quite skiddy. And he's coming onto the bat nicely. It's a high-class shot from Luke Holman. The left-handed Rob Key, there he goes.
Well, he's shown why Middlesex have backed him in at number 4. Top scorer in the innings so far. The only batters to go past 20 or to reach 20.
Only batsman in the game so far to get past 30.
Could give Middlesex quite a problem here, couldn't he? If he goes on and gets a score, at least deploy back for the next game. He had to drop Nathan Fernandez down with Eskenazi coming in for Robson and then scoring runs. Robson returns and Fernandez drops out. Just about down on that one.
They're good problems for a team to have, aren't they? If someone comes in and scores runs, and yes, it can put others under pressure, but what it does, it focuses a few minds as well. If you're in the batting lineup and you know that someone's coming back from injury, and the new bloke's just got himself in and got himself a big score, you're thinking, hello, it could be my name that's up for the chop, so you have to get your head down.
That gets away. Dragged down the leg side. All by signals.
It's a bit harsh on Chris Benjamin that. Richards wide down the leg side, swung even wider. So both these men on debut, it swung and it kept going, and he's got absolutely no price of getting that. And it counts against him in the buys column. Zach Crawley just having a word here with Jamal Richards. He's expensive. He'd probably dreamt of going out at Lords in a championship match and knocking Middlesex over. It's proving tougher.
That's the hips on leg. It's back.
So I think when a bowler struggles like this, particularly with a ground like Lords, I'd be whipping him out the attack and switching his end. Because I just think the slope can do funny things to you. I don't need to tell you that, you've seen so much cricket here, but you would have seen bowlers struggle from one end and maybe it just clicks from the other. So if he's struggling, Joey Everson's going nicely, but you could have a little look at Parkinson. When Everson's finished, give him a little blast of 3 overs, see if it picks up from the other end. Just think with the way he's trying to shape it, might just help him.
Oh, there it goes again. This will be buys once more because it's just gone late with the swing.
I'm feeling for Richards, so this is not nice to watch because but it has swung and it's kept going. It's gone between first and second slip. Benjamin got a tiny finger on it. And he looks back at the umpire to see if it's wides or buys, and it's buys. So,
I mean, out of the hand, he wouldn't have felt too bad with that. But as you say, that late swing.
Well, I think what happens as well, he's quite low and skiddy, and he gets in quite close to the stumps. So if you think about the angle where Roland Jones lets go of the ball from, say, mid-crease, the ball's angling in and then swings. If you start too straight and you swing it, it's only ever going away and then further away from the right-handed batter. So I know Martin Saggers was a big exponent of away swing, and when it was really swinging, he used to be wider and wider and wider on the crease. So the ball would angle in and then straighten up. And I think Richards at the moment is just so tight to the stumps, it's just all going away.
Just sending back the long leg around to deep backward square. Well, my apologies, the left hand, of course. Deep backward point. And from deep third. 2 slips. Short extra cover, the 3 close catches. Back to basics for Kent right now, just to get a little bit of control back into it. Top of off. We talked about the run rate, didn't we, for Middlesex. They managed to keep that down at all times, and now they kept it down so well against Lancashire. When Lancashire got on top with the bat, but they kept full control over the scoring rate, though.
Yeah, Richards is 3 overs for 21, so that's 7. So you could probably add on the 8 buys as well. Maybe 3 overs for 29, you're going at 10s. When you've only got 129 on the board, you can't keep going with that, unfortunately. As much as Daniel Bell-Drummond is that kind of compassionate captain who want to kind of get him involved in the game, it's got to be ruthless sometimes. You're whipping out the attack, and you either give Garrett a go or you get Parkinson on.
In. It's a Holman. It's a really good end to the over. Swings one in and gets one to hold its line with the slope against Holman. He doesn't nick it through, and it's a maiden, which tightens things up. Everson 1 for 8 from 5 with 2 maidens.
Yeah, Everson going really nicely, and Daniel Bell-Drummond turning to George Garrett back for a second spell. Change of ends for him. This is the right move. Didn't quite happen for Jamal Richards. Maybe touch of nerves on debut. Playing upper level, just his second first-class game. Playing for Essex Twos. Gets the nod. It's maybe a change of ends for him down the line. But, George Garrett, excellent from the nursery end. Expecting the bowl well. He's a kind of tall, angular, McGrath-like bowler. Quite putting him in that bracket.
Straight onto the spot, which is what Kent needed.
Yeah. He's 5 overs for 27. George Garrett a couple of times was just a bit leg side, got clipped, but he did bowl an excellent length. And whereas when you bowl from the nursery and sometimes you feel you've got to be kind of pitching middle and off because of the slope, here he can afford to be in the channel with the odd one nipping back. So I think this end will suit him.
Light, as you can see on the screen there, the sun's gone for the time being, but it's just a particularly thick band of cloud that's rolled in over Lords. Just be a single. Gets Higgins off the mark, 9th ball. We saw this earlier today, didn't we, when there was some cloud cover just filled in over Lords for a little while. Still some patches of blue here and there around the sky, but it's just one really heavy band of cloud rolling across in front of the sun.
Where's James Harris when you need him?
There's not a storm hitting the UK this week. It was extraordinary. He couldn't have run headlong into a stronger wind. It was an unbelievable weekend.
The storm coming. Got all the credit for James Harris's 9 for nothing to do with the bowler and his skills. Bless him.
I just felt sorry. I mean, there was the number of times that he had to pull out of his run-up because he was just getting buffeted on his chest, running from the nursery end into that wind as well. Strike bowlers end so often, Pavilion end here at Lords.
It was an extraordinary finish, wasn't it? Because I think was it finished at lunchtime or just after lunch? I remember I definitely got away early. James Harris, I'll always be very thankful to him for that, because we all like a half day.
Half day Harry.
Very good half day Harry. The best one ever was up at Edgbaston. I was doing a game for Sky Sports News, and and Warwickshire were playing really nicely against Lancashire, and the game seemed to be going nowhere. I thought we might get an early handshake on day 4, and then Gary Keady and Simon Kerrigan took 7 for 13 or something, 11 overs to wrap things up. And I was back to put the kids to bed, and they were small.
Oh, but a whip there. Goes after it.
So we can see this here. Luke Holman has a big whoosh at this, and then afterwards he points to where it should have gone. It's just like play and miss, play and miss, play and miss. That's where it should have gone. Through there for 4. It's Babe Ruth style. That's what he used to do, wasn't it? I'm going to point to where I'm going to hit it.
Now, if we were on radio, Faults, you and I would have to try and stretch our vocabulary to describe that picture. But we're on TV, so we can just leave it to the folks at home. It's a lovely shot, but that's why it's got so dark here. You can see the sunlight bursting through in the distance, but over Lords, grey skies. Ooh, just about. Very nearly through from Everson. extraordinary light here, bearing in mind the temperatures we've got at the moment. And well, that sun's been beating down so far this week. 29 degrees, they said yesterday, Fulton. But right now, very much early April light conditions, and you could well imagine the floodlights, which are up, you could imagine them being switched on, which I don't think at any point today, even when the cloud cover rolled in, it wasn't as heavy as this earlier. It was just consistent overhead, but despite the rays of sunlight in the distance, you can imagine the floodlights going on any minute now.
Good little battle this between the all-rounders, Everson and Higgins. Just to think, one of the things we used to do back in the day, I'm sure they still do it now from time to time, is you kind of line up your opposite number and try and outperform your opposite number. So, you know, opening batter to opening batter, but particularly poignant here with the all-rounders. And Higgins, dangerous batter, bowled nicely. A couple of cracking catches. He's had a decent game so far, Ryan Higgins. He won't contribute with the bat, but up against him is Kent's kind of equivalent. What was established as Ryan Higgins, Joey Everson, but with a lot of potential. Very dangerous with the bat. Similar kind of style of bowling. Higgins probably a yard quicker.
Short, cut to point.
Ryan Higgins and Feely missed out on this one, just got a little bit of short and wide, and that is exactly what you want. And he threw the hands at it for the cut shot. Might have been advised to go up and over, but he picked out Ben Compton. But, you can hit those flat straight at the field, but he did hit it into the ground. I'll take your point about the skies, it's looking gloomy.
The rain alarm has just gone off in my pocket, which all of a sudden, if you're just south of Aldershot, Guildford, that kind of way, a bit more Surrey, isn't it, than any interest here for Middlesex or Kent, but it looks like they're getting absolutely drenched at the moment with some pretty torrential stuff. If it does keep coming, then that's about an hour at least away. We've got just over an hour left today.
Yeah, 22 and a half or 22.5 overs. Trail by 50. The rate Middlesex are going at, even with Garrett back on, you'd imagine. If we get all of those 22 overs in and that rain doesn't hit, Middlesex will be past Kent. And if they're 3 or 4 down, they'll be pretty happy with their day's work. So to Kent to try and find a fight back here. I just think it'd be worth a little look at Parkinson. Just imagine he's going to bowl from this end because of the slope. And you wouldn't want to be bowling to Holman with a short leg side boundary. And the ball turning in. So I imagine Parkinson will follow Everson. Unless he feels he wants to give Cash Alley another little run.
that one a little bit. Get the single. It's a back point. Yeah, we saw Gohar given half an hour before lunch this morning, didn't we? The ball seaming around. Frontline spinner was throwing the ball.
Yeah, look, I still think there's a role for it. Actually, you don't know whether the leg spinner is a big turner of the ball. Might just get a couple of straight. The batsman might think, oh, why it's not seaming, and take a couple of liberties. It's definitely worth a look for a couple of overs. You can always revert to your seamers. I always think if you don't have a look at spin, you might be missing a trick. It's tricky because the wicket has seamed, so the likes of Garrett, you'd imagine, would be your best bet.
A couple here, but single will do. Yeah, over 23 done. 22 to go on this long evening session, which can be long for Kent as well. It's about it being a long time for Middlesex batters. And how far through this innings would be. Floodlights are on here at Lord's. How we would never have imagined this earlier today, certainly all week long in London, in the south. I'll just tell you that the overheads at the moment should be favouring the quicker bowlers. He's going. Cash Ali. So no side leg spin at the moment, deciding that these overheads are a factor. Going back to his overseas strike bowler. Change of ends for the opening two. Garrett and Cash Ali. Gone, 22 remaining. It's 45 over session. It's tough going. Most sessions 30 overs. So you're doing an extra hour's work, really. Just go back to that point about the tea break and when it was taken. It really did Kent many favours. He's delivered it pretty wide on the crease as well. Higgins hasn't gone a long way across either.
Yeah, not a lot to. I mean, it just about hit him on the edge of leg stump, but from where Cash Ali lets go of the ball, that kind of in swing, in slant, and missed by a good 6 to 9 inches.
Restoring a little bit of control here, aren't they, Kent? Just slowing the game down a little bit, which I think they needed to do. Holman was going at near a run a ball when he reached 30.
Yeah, the concern for Dynamo Drummond would be obviously Jamal Richards, a little bit expensive. And I can't keep bowling with your opening bowlers, so Kashif Ali and George Garrett will probably pull the run rate back a touch. But if they're doing too much work, it's going to hurt Kent later in this innings. It might be after lunch tomorrow. They can't keep coming back with the same intensity. So how Daniel Bell Drummond, one, gets Matt Parkinson in the game, and two, reintroduces Jamal Richards, who'll have a part to play. Key to Kent's bowling performance. Garrett's been excellent. So operate round the wicket to the left-handed Holman now.
Nicely done by Holman, just over the top of it. Angles it away for a couple. Sun just threatening to break through, which is a good thing. Could be quite important as well, because the floodlight is just starting to create the foreshadows around the players out in the middle. And of course, when the natural light is overtaken by the artificial, there is, certainly has been, whether it's still ongoing, a debate as to whether county cricket's better off just ignoring the floodlights at all, because you'll get more play with the natural light. Ooh, leading edge from Holman. Again, he was only looking to steer, but it was a little bit of late movement. Movement of the hand from Holman there, signalling. That bat face open.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where the impact position, his head was way outside the line of it, so he actually came across it. I think of the angle of the ball and the angle of his bat. It's not what you recommend from a kind of coaching perspective. You want to be hitting that more back to where it came from.
Was he falling down the slope a bit like Sachin?
Yeah, like so. If Sachin can't get his balance, and Luke Holman, who's a much taller man, perhaps not as gifted with the willow. Not that he's a bad player at all. He's playing nicely.
Better leg spinner than Sachin there. Only just.
I think Sachin he got a few with his leg spin, didn't he? He's got probably more Test wickets than Luke Holman. But yeah, we'll give Luke Holman that one.
So far.
So we wouldn't put it past him. He goes well here. He might get an India Test match. Reminded that if you missed the earlier news, Shoaib Bashir keeps his spot, as does Zach Crawley, and the two uncapped players in the 13-man squad against Zimbabwe. First test at Trent Bridge, Jordan Cox and Essex's Sam Cook. They're both of Essex now, of course. So Sam Cook, 386 wickets at an average of under 20 with the ball. He's been a fantastic servant of Essex for a few years now. He'll be expected to replace Jimmy. Even though Jimmy's been gone for a while, they've missed that kind of bowler. Pitch upswing it in English conditions.
It's brightened up a little bit here. End of the 25th, 83 for 3.
talking to Jordan Cox and Sam Cook. Essex all out 206 against Somerset at Taunton. Very green surface down there. So Sam Cook is just about to be unleashed, I would imagine. Porter, Cook and Co. might have something to say about proceedings down there. Other games. Warwickshire game moving forwards as well. Warwickshire all out 205, Warwickshire 84 for 4.
Short and wide and given the treatment. Higgins, his first boundary, moves to 6 from 23. Digging in.
Game. Joe Root out for 1. We mentioned that earlier. Johnny Bairstow, top scorer, skipper these days, of course. 47. 33 for Harry Brook. Talking of captains, as white ball captain. Some of the big guns out for Yorkshire, but just 205. They are fighting back by Yorkshire. 84 for 4. Two, Lancashire 304 for 3. Marcus Harris enjoying life at number 4 for Lancashire. 155 not out. Cardiff, Gordon 295 for 5. Contributions all the way down to the northeast. 63. Colin Ingram still going 64. The Prancing Pony, Kevin Blair Tickner, 1 for 71 of 17. Martin Anderson, Ian Davis, none for 32. How did he play last week?
Anderson, he scored a century.
Yeah, I know. Did he play well? I mean, you generally play well for 100, but not always. I had 1 or 2 scratchy ones.
Only 1 or 2. I mean, Middlesex felt they had him pretty early on with a big LBW shout. He cashed in thereafter. He's got a lovely drive on him, hasn't he, Anderson? And, yeah, going well. Change of counts. He seems to have done him well. He picked up 1 wicket, but then had some sort of niggle and didn't particularly bowl for the rest of the match.
Run drunk. Yeah, it just happens, doesn't it? Players kind of coming back to haunt their former counties. It's happened over the years a number of times to former Kent players who come back and have good games against us.
Number 26, 88 for 3. Who was the one that got away for Kent? I think over the years, probably the biggest one that got away for Middlesex was the man on the right of the screen. They've got him back at last, Ryan Higgins.
Well, a number of players. I mean, David Gower was at King's School, Canterbury, so even though he didn't grow up in Kent, there was some talk that he might have ended up on the staff at Kent and not gone back to Leicester. Guys like Vince Wells, he moved to Leicester, did very well. plenty of others. Keelan went to Nottinghamshire, came back to win the county championship at Canterbury.
Oh, one-handed pickup. I did wonder whether it would be a one-handed pickup and throw from Kashi Valley, but yeah, that'd be the one, wouldn't it, Elam, in terms of one who played.
Yeah, probably, in recent times.
Short, and Holman eases it around the corner. Oh, Kashi Valley down there, caught with the close half off.
It's very nearly 5. So I think if you catch it in your jumper, it's 5. So he swiveled on this, and I think if he'd have, oh, quick jumper, put it on. Did he put it on or not? That's fine. I mean, it's not a conventional wearing of the jumper, but there we go. That's better.
Could you imagine if that had gone wrong for Kashi Valley there? I think there's an account called So Village, isn't there, on social media somewhere?
So probably can't quite see here to the left-handed Holman, 2 guys who are right of screen. We've got a deep square and a fine leg. And just the last couple of deliveries to both batters, actually. George Garrett has attempted the bouncer. Kent trying to force things, make things happen here.
Nice shot. Oh, scramble and stumble. Scramble again.
I don't think George Garrett is that kind of bowler. I think he's a kind of pitch it up. He charges in and he hits a good area. He's a decent bowler, a fine prospect. But I think he's quite quick enough to slap it in halfway down. Yes, as a surprise ball, he's got a bouncer in his locker. We talked about Cullen and Brooks and the kind of lengths, like the battering ram type of role. I don't think that's Garrett.
Trying to get it either side of put back on point there, Holman. Tap of the pad with the bat in frustration, replays the shot.
This is where the early tee really starts to bite for Kent, because 26.5 overs, you'd be expecting a break round the corner, and yet you look up and it says 19 remaining, and that hurts a bit when you've been out the field, particularly been charging in like Garrett has. Garrett and Kashi Valley have got through some work. It's going to the end of his 9th over.
Shorten punished by Holman. He's jabbed at that one. He had a go at one earlier in the over. No mistake on that.
It's a short arm jab. That's what I mean by the lengths. He's got so much time just to pick his spot, swap that through mid wicket. Garrett's length's too short, banging in, not his method really.
There's a nonchalance about his batting, isn't there?
There is. I mean, it's too easy. It's a surface that's got a bit in it. We've seen that. It's probably starting to flatten out, but that is not the length to bowl. I mean, if you think how many, the only person who really dropped short from Middlesex was Brooks to Tawandamiaya, and he got punished. All the
Brooks is
wickets,
no slouch either.
No, he's a couple of yards quicker than George Garrett, and the length on this pitch is full and half forward and find the outside edge. So Kent turning to Matt Parkinson, which is right move, I think, and it will be turning the ball away from that short boundary.
A big moment this, isn't it? 18 overs remaining today.
We give it plenty of air. He bows it quite slowly, but he can really give it a rip. Interesting to see how many he gets off the straight here.
Sweeper back, so just the single. Lightened up nearly fully now at Lords and threatening to burst fully back through. Just start to see that on the horizon, perhaps that little bit of rain that we saw on the radars a few moments ago. Single shadows now instead of the 4 from the floodlight. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Holman makes the signal with his hand, it goes straight across him, takes the little nick through, and Parkinson in his first over gets his fellow leg spinner. Scalp for him there, and the man who's comfortably scored the highest of the day so far, Holman.
There's a good take from Benjamin as well. It's just in the webbing, I think, but he won't mind that. Drift, and that's what Parkinson does offer because he gives it a rip. Even if the surface isn't playing ball, he can curve through the air, and it was just the away drift that did him. Big drive, nicked him off. And we've been calling for Parkinson, just something a little bit different. Doesn't have to spin for him to be in the game.
Batted well there, Holman, who'll be disappointed with only 42 from 65. Caught Benjamin off the bowling of Parkinson. Middlesex 96 for 4. Ben Geddes strides down the steps. He talks about Higgins being the senior man, but Geddes again another capture by Middlesex that they're really excited about their recruitment of the last couple of years with Zafar Gohar, Lewis Deploy, Dane Patterson, and Ben Geddes just perhaps filling a few holes in the squad they felt they needed if they were to challenge to get back to Division 1 and indeed stay there. A bright start to his Middlesex career so far, signed from Surrey, where he couldn't break into that international 11 that Surrey blessed to have, but already a strong part of the Middlesex middle order.
He's got 50 in every game this year, isn't he? It's 10 in 74, 13 in 75, 83 and 59. So yeah, that's a really strong start. You want to kick on. Square on Hollyoak this morning outside the nets. A bit of a verbal banter. It's all kind of pleasant and friendly and fun, but yeah, rack up 3 figures, but he's got to get himself in first. Not easy starting against leg spin, even on a deck that isn't offering much assistance. Silly point on now as well as the slip.
Full first up, just a little full. Parkinson is able to ease it away. So Holman's gone. For 42. Middlesex 96 for 4.
It's just a drift. You see here the no spin, but look at that curve in the air. That is just revs on the ball that causes the drift, and a really good catch from Benjamin. He'll be delighted with that. Good first contribution for him in terms of behind the stumps. Just got it. I think it would have gone to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and he missed it. But never easy for slip when the keeper gets it. Sometimes it can flick a glove and go past you. So good grab for the keeper.
See the delight for Bell-Drummond running up to celebrate with his bowler. Introducing him into the attack and a wicket straight away. Now, Kashif Ali was impressive at Canterbury's wicketless so far. Over 19 from 9, 2 maidens. It's a partnership that Bell-Drummond hope they can rely on for a spell here. With a new batter in Geddes as well. Turn 1 into 2. Middlesex still 33 behind. Oh, the head from Higgins. Eyes it up, weighs it up. as I think about it. Crucial passage of play this now, with just over an hour to go on the first day. 96 for 4. It's a pinch point where Kent can, if they could have a little purple patch here before stumps, just keep Middlesex tight to their own first innings total. Davies in next, so if we go hard then. 2 very good left-handers still to come, but 2 right-handers. The last of the top 6.
Isn't it all 4 Kent wickets taken from this end, the nursery end, and 8 of the 10 wickets that fell at the other end for Middlesex, bowling from the pavilion end. I don't know what the breakdown is here in terms of, well, you'd imagine fairly 50-50, but probably more from the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's a funny one because without any shadow of doubt, historically, the pavilion end is the strike bowler's end, isn't it? Tall fellas run in, hit the deck, especially to the right-handers. Ball just slides back down the slope, jags back in. It can keep a fraction low as well. But then obviously Tim Mercer operated fully from the nursery end almost exclusively. Short, around the corner for a single. But yeah, Mercer, just at the nursery end, he made it his own, didn't he? So many wickets for so many years. And the 9th for James Harris was at the nursery end as well. Holmes nearly ready false.
Nice looking shot that. Just lived on that. So Geddes away. Yeah, I've asked if they don't mind landing on the outfield, but the last bloke who got out of a helicopter on the Lord's outfield had a lot of cash with him.
Whatever happened to him?
Yeah, best we leave that one, I reckon. Only cash on the outfield at the moment, mate, is the bloke charging in. It could do with something in the wicket column. Parkinson has 1 for 1, that makes pretty reading. But Kashi Valley, who's pretty raw in terms of his international cricket, just 1 test match. But I say 3 for 60 against Middlesex in the first innings at Canterbury, then none for 56, none for 77 and none for 53 against Gloucester. Just feel that with Kent's other overseas bowler Keith Dudgeon, who took 7 for on debut, having gone now, he's out. You just really need Big Cash Ali to step up.
That's a nice first ball landed. It's the right hander, that's there or thereabouts where I want to keep it. About 2 here. Settle on the 1. Ian Salisbury saw before the start of play. Spin bowling coach. Close eye on what Parkinson is doing. It's another reunion for Adam Hollyoake from the Surrey days. Swept hard on this occasion. 100 up for Middlesex, 103 for 4, 138 minutes, 177th ball. Flying in the deep backward square leg.
A little bit of drift and just got his line wrong, just to help it round the corner. Didn't have to hit too hard. It was the perfect line and length for that stroke. Didn't necessarily middle it, but of a bottom edge. I was always going to run away.
Oh, long hop, gets away with it.
Yeah, that was one of those as a batter that sometimes your eyes can light up. You can either swing and miss, or you try and hit it out the ground and pick out that guy at deep square leg. So you can just take the one. I feel you missed out.
We're 5 for 4, so 15 to go today. Cashy Valley taking off the sweater again.
Just wonder now whether we have a quick blast from Cashy Valley. We've still got 15 remaining today. And then probably Jamal Richards is due a go. He might want to switch his end. So now you've got two right-handers in. You can maybe go Parkinson from the pavilion end. One spin up the slope, one slide through the gate maybe with the slope, and give Jamal Richards a go for the nursery end. I just think if you bring him back on following Cash Alley, he could have the same problems. As if you switch his end, it just gives him potentially a new lease of life. It's worth remembering that Kent are shorn of their first choice seamers. No Gilchrist, no Stewart, no Jazz Singh. Dodging the overseas. Took 7 for on debut. Wantage Road. He's out as well. He won't be coming back this season with his knee injury. So blighted with injury. So this a little bit second string, pulling Jamal Richards out of Essex second team match to come on loan. It's a challenge for that young man. And then Cashy Valley, who's already bowled 10 overs here, has been economical and he's run in, he's hit the pitch. Hasn't caused too many problems.
Sending up tall to that one. Good. What do you make of Division 2 this year? There's been some interesting starts so far. Undefeated Derbyshire away at Glamorgan.
Derbyshire and Leicestershire at the top of Division 2, perhaps a slight surprise, albeit they played a game more than Kent. Middlesex, you think, will be there or thereabouts. It's interesting dynamic, isn't it, with the 10 teams in Division 1 and just the 8 in the Division 2. So everyone you feel in Div 2's got a bit of a chance if you can put a run together with just the 8 sides.
Leicestershire seem to have a good shape about their team and their squad this year.
I think what's been good as well, we've had some good weather. I know there's been some pitches, a bit of grass on the wicket. There was certainly plenty of grass up at Wantage Road game 1. It's probably suited the Kent bowling attack. But we've had some good weather. It's allowed the games to breathe a bit. There's been some decent cricket played. I think if you get the damp weather and the ground pitches, it can all be a bit bowler friendly. So there's been some good scores, some good performances. The likes of Holden and Compton and proper batting.
sharp by Geddes. He got a good chunk of it, which put pressure on Parkinson at cover. Back for 2. Yeah, Lancashire not quite having the start that everybody expected. The Division 2 favourites tag that they had. Middlesex were put in second favourites.
We'd imagine the teams that have been recently in Division 1 would be up there as favourites. Relegation 2 years ago for Middlesex, they haven't been in Div 2 long. They were third last year. Maybe Kent's form of last year counts against them.
Yeah, it was Kent that stayed up that year with a draw against Lancashire. Middlesex were at Trent Bridge on that final round, and it was confirmed it would be they and not Kent to go down.
Yeah, and Kent last year were bottom by some distance, so I think that will be taken into account when the bookies look at it. And obviously, look at the acquisitions of Zafar Gohar, Dane Patterson, line that up against some of those other teams. You probably think that nudges Middlesex further ahead. So, after 2 games, Kent played 2-1-2, but and then these injuries have kind of kicked in, which hasn't helped.
Back for the second, quite comfortably.
It's the dilemma Matt Parkinson always has, because he bowls quite slowly. If there's not a lot in the surface and he's just back of a length, you can just kind of rock on the back foot and pick your spot. It's a better length. Where he really comes into his own is when the wicket starts to spin, because he gets so many revs on the ball. And start really throwing it up around that leg stump area, getting it to bite and spit. Again, a lot of time on the back foot there. What he also hasn't had is a score to bowl at. So he's missed the first few games, first 3 games. Suddenly gets on what looks a slightly flatter pitch. Go on back, lads, get me 450 to bowl at. 129 all out, so you feel for him a bit. He's got a different job here now.
Just 5 off that over. 13 from his 3 so far. Middlesex 112 for 4. 13 to go on day 1 here at Lords. Live in Heartstream in association with Dafabet. Dave Fulton alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on day 1 for this one. Will hope to be on duty tomorrow morning for Middlesex. Talked about Holden earlier being the form batter for Middlesex at the moment. Saw Ryan Higgins in the last match here one morning. He was muttering to himself, and just the 2 of us walking along, about being short on runs, which Higgins, one of the absolute key players, player of the year. A couple of years in succession now for Middlesex since his return Gloucestershire. That's pulled away. Long leg's going to come round, holding to a couple. big boundary down there, so it gives the fielder the chance.
Yeah, didn't quite get it, did he? Just a bit high on the bat. Kashi Valley, a little bit of pace, was in quite quickly. Wasn't that short. Really thinking about that hook stroke. But, pulled it round the corner, got enough for a couple. Just wonder how long Kashi Valley's going to keep going here. He's into his 12th, second spell deep into it. This might be his last one. So we're having a little look at the short stuff now, I think. Zach Crawley comes out of slip. He's going to mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side. Just gone out of shot. But, yeah, got 2 men back. That long boundary to the leg side. So I expect a little bit of short stuff.
Oh, now showed him all the stumps to whip that one away, Higgins. That'll just excite a little bit of interest again.
This is the old bluff, isn't it? 2 men back. Get him thinking about the hook stroke. Big in swinger. And yeah, what he did well there, Higgins, is he managed to keep his balance. So often you can fall over to the offside and it can sneak through the gate. Shelley got that one to dip in. Higgins watched it well. Same field for Geddes.
Oh, that's width. And that is punished. Powered that one away to the front foot, Geddes.
Really nice shot from the former Surrey man. It was kind of inviting though, wasn't it? It was up there and out there, just free his arms. Lovely cover drive. The next one should be, if Cash Alley's got anything left in the tank, round his ears. One last look at him upstairs. Big boundary to the leg side. See if he wants to take it on.
It's a thick edge. Back-to-back boundaries. Forget his pushes Middlesex close to that. Kent first innings score now.
Better delivery from Cash Alley, that one. Good length. He's just coming across it ever so slightly. Just want to see a really good bouncer. It's probably his last ball of the day here, Cash.
Oh. He's eyeing up that short boundary again with the cover drive. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Middlesex.
It frustrates me a little bit that if I was a captain out there and I've got the big boundary to the leg side and we've got a young fella in who's obviously a good player, but I haven't seen him hit a pull stroke yet. I think he looks front foot, a couple of glorious drives. Well, let's see what he's like off the back foot, see if he wants to hook Cash Alley. And he might do, he might nail it for 4, but you know, you've got to, not much happening, a little bit of in swing, yes. But why not have a look? If he shapes up a bit ugly, you might have found a weakness. If he nails it and picks out a fielder, you might get one.
I understand he is a good hooker and puller, but he's been out twice playing the shot this season.
Well, there you go. I mean, strengths can be weaknesses. That's the thing. You know, if someone likes a hook stroke, and you know, Kent have done their homework and think, okay, we've seen a bit of footage. He's picked a couple out. He's got a whopping great big boundary down there. If he goes upish, you're a chance.
Nice ball to start the over, lands it nicely under the nose of Higgins. Just the single, sweeper set back. Got a width on that. Higgins picks out cover again. Game within a game at the moment. Single off the over. 1, 2, 4 for 4. 11 to go on day one. Middlesex trailing by just 5 now.
Yeah, nicely bowled from that Parkinson. Is it Crawley on the drive there? It looks like he wants to launch it in that direction. He's a fine fielder. He's got a long reach. If he just gets a bit of dip on it, Parkinson, try and get him to chip it in the air. He's in the game. So change bowling from the pavilion end. It's going to be Joey Everson. Coming back to Jamal Richards, who's been a little expensive. I do feel that the Essex loanee is going to have a part to play in this game. You can't keep relying on the Kashi Valley and George Garrett. Everson and Richards will do their job. Joey Everson, very good. 6 overs, 1 for 8. Swung the ball. Prefer him at this end, I think. Swinging it up the slope with a bit of a nip. It's Benjamin up to the stump straight away. Gets the batsman back in his crease, makes LBWs more likely. Fielding change. Drummer just putting himself in extra cover.
Still swing. Puff of the cheeks from Higgins.
Yeah, they've got that short boundary through the offside, haven't you? And that kind of that length, you're almost eyeing it up, but you've got to be wary of the late swing and the nick. There's a slip and a kind of fine gully / fourth slip in there.
He's going to chip it for a moment, Higgins.
So you see the slip is just, he's having a word with the umpire, but yeah, it's Jack leaning at slip. He's coming across to his conventional position, and you've got that kind of fourth slip, which is pretty much where Ryan Higgins operated for quite a lot of the day. Took 2 smashing catches. And that is Tuanamiea.
Punched away again. Higgins Moves to 14, Middlesex. Just a run behind Kent's first innings total now.
He had one earlier, didn't he, from the other end, which he nailed at point. And this one, he really threw the kitchen sink out, got it in the gap.
Just the single. Scores a level. Stretching shadows at Lords. Kent's chances of keeping this first innings tight started to stretch now as well. Higgins 52 balls. Kent is on 14. Only 20 faced though, but again, good form this season so far. He's been steady. I think they'll both see this is their chance to go at least to a big 50. Come back tomorrow with the ball well into its 40s. 1, 2, 9 for 4. Much like the pair of us fools. Did I read it right today? David Beckham's turned 50 today.
He's joined the club, mate.
So
Doesn't look as good as us, though, does he?
So life begins, isn't it?
I hope so. Six-3 field for Parkinson here. He's going to hang this outside off stump. Zach Crawley very much in the game there on the drive. He'll toss it up and out there and see if he wants to slap it in his direction as a sweeper back on the offside.
Control here from Parkinson at the moment, isn't there? Again, that's what Kent desperately need before stumps tonight, as much as wickets would be very welcome. Bumps into the offside.
That's what he's trying to do, Parkinson. Just trying to hang it outside the off stump, see if the batsman will drive or slap it in that area. If it just bites a little bit, just stops a fraction. Beltram and Crawley in catching positions. Well, let's stop this one. It's threaded through for a single. 30. By 1 the home side. Decent over from Matt Parkinson. And Middlesex will be ruthless here. They've had a few starts. Holden with 16, Holden with 42. Top scorer of this game so far. Don't want to throw it away here. Temptation with Parkinson looping it up outside your off stump as he's going to get down on one knee and slap him to that short boundary. He resisted that temptation, these two. Sun's out, Kev.
Sun's out and Middlesex in the lead. Everyone's happy, fools.
Long way to go.
Live enhanced stream here at Lords from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Dave Fulton alongside myself, Kevin Hand, taking you through the final half hour tonight. What a lovely looking half hour it is. It's swelling up in the distance still, but It looks as though it's going to drift clear of us, hopefully, that little bit of weather.
Sharp bit of work by Benjamin. It's decent behind the sticks. Not an easy place to keep with the ball hovering and just swinging after it goes past. Higgins keeping his foot down here, nicely balanced. Benjamin had the bails off in a flash. He's taken a good catch. Get rid of Luke Holman off Parkinson. 8 byes have gone past, but he can't do much about those. His run, Joey Evans. Just looking at Higgins' numbers this year, he's 7 knocks, 150. A couple of starts, he'd be pretty keen to make the most of this opportunity. He's too good a player to let too many starts go by.
Yeah, that was his grumble last time out here at Lords. He got the 50 up at Derbyshire and helping to save the follow-on on that final day. As you say, too good a player. That was almost the grumble about the lack of runs at the start of the season. Well, the wickets are coming. You know, the runs will certainly come for Higgins at some point. As you say, from a Middlesex perspective, this would very much be the time to do it and put them into a very strong position in the match if Higgins could get in and get going here. And 30 for 4. A little bit of width on that one and good stop. Skipper picks himself up, tightly knit in the offside. Still landing them nicely. Parkinson hasn't quite had that delivery yet that really makes you sit up, whereas a batter just puts a serious amount of doubt into your mind. Holman will still be kicking himself, I'm sure, about the one that angled across him. A little bit of drift, as you pointed out, Fultz, but overall he hasn't had that one ball. Just all of a sudden makes, well, the ball pop and the game pop a little.
Daniel Bell-Drummond and Zach Crawley, busy men at the moment, aren't they, in those extra cover and drive positions. There's a game of cat and mouse.
Oh, that was an edge all along the floor. 38 bowled, so there are 7 remaining of the first day here at Lords. 130 for 4 on Middlesex. Not sitting in for tomorrow just yet, not focused on it just yet, but again, Having reached this stage, these two will know that Middlesex will expect one, if not both of them, to go on and put their side into a strong position in the match.
Yeah, there's funny kind of decisions to be made by the Middlesex batters, because they might be tempted to just whack Parkinson back over his head.
Just off the hip.
From a Kent point of view, if Parkinson can bowl his overs economically, they get through today. Not much of a deficit, they regroup, they go again. If you dance down to Parkinson, you whack him over his head a couple of times. A bit like Leaning did to Zafar Gohar. Not much happening for the spinner. If you take that calculated risk on, it then presents Daniel Drummond with a real problem.
Now, it is opening up. It's over mid-wicket. Middlesex tick along to 135 for 4.
Not that short. I think the camera, like we did, this might be the light, the sunshine. Yeah, it was almost like a straight back pull stroke. And he got a good piece of it. It wasn't running, so he knew he got it well.
Yep, likes the short stuff, but as I say, he's been out to it a couple of times this year, so I thought Kent would have been well versed in that. Punched away. As much as Middlesex will be thinking about day 2 as the day to really nail their advantage in this, they need to be a little bit careful not to let a few cheap runs slip away this evening.
I was talking about with Parkinson here. So just at the moment they're content just to tick him around, but with not much spin. If they were to launch him a couple of times and there's runs leaking at the other end, they could really be galloping away from Middlesex. Taking a view against Parkinson that no risks necessary. The cover's going back.
From that, but stopped. Compton, cover. A bit of shape away on that. Getty's watchful with a drive. Single out to the skipper at deep point.
Yeah, Getty's 13 of 75 at Canterbury. Jack Leaning got him in the second innings. I presume the bounced out one. Paul Stroke was off Jazz Singh in the first innings, got 13.
Through it goes. Middlesex ticking this evening now.
Yeah, this is the third 4 of the over. This time Higgins. A couple of short ones. This one over pitched, bit of width, a little bit of swing, but it's gentle. Higgins didn't time it to perfection, but it's a short boundary. Didn't need to, but low on the bat. He squeezes it through. So just wonder whether Daniel Drummond might be tempted even to go to Jack Leaning here and go double spin. Just to rest up his seamers, try and calm things down a bit.
To Parkinson in particular here, just to nail down this control again. Pavilion end. Made for the off break of leaning, potentially, as you say, just to wind things down, quicken things almost to the close. Long session for Kent. They need to regroup, get back into this tomorrow. Ooh, no ball. No ball calls.
Jack leaning just at mid-off, loosening up, so I think that will be the call. You can see him there circling the arms.
You'd have made a good skipper, folks.
Well, I just think the first thing you ask yourself as a captain is who's our best bet to get a wicket, and obviously you can't go Garrett or Cashy Valley because they got through too much work. So you think, okay, Joey Everson maybe over Jamal Richards, but he's just started to tire a bit. And then you're thinking, okay, we've got 5 overs left, how can we get through unscathed? Ideally you want to be attacking the batters with 5 overs left, but you can still do that with the spin. You can get a couple of men round the bat.
Would you give Richards the last 2 from the nursery end this evening?
I would have been inclined to bowl Parky from the Pavilion end and give Richards just 2 more overs, because he's going to maybe 3 overs from the top. You can always go to leaning if it doesn't work, but I think across the course of this match, and look, he's not a Kent player, albeit he is a Kent player for these next two weeks, and I know that he's been welcomed into the squad and he's been treated, you know, very much like a Kent player. But what I'm saying is, you're not worried about his kind of long-term development quite like you would perhaps with a Jas Singh or one of your own that you're trying to nurture and bring on in weeks and months to come. He's a kind of gun for hire that you're coming in, you're bringing in to do a job today, this game, possibly next week. But for Kent to succeed in this game, he might have to play a part. He might have to produce a couple of wickets and a contribution, and he's going to leave today feeling pretty down, I would think, with a 0 with the bat and 3 slightly erratic overs. So if you can get him in the game, you try to.
I think it is. Leg slip in place, Mieye. Drags first one short. Oh. Anderson has to pick himself up, tumbling over the ropes.
Yeah, it's not what Joey Everson would have wanted here, a deep mid-wicket. You've just got taken off because you're probably a little tired, and you have to chase that, and then that was more of a fall over the rope than a dive, but there was a horrible drag down from Jack, loosener. He's actually done pretty well with this method. He likes to, when there's not much in the pitch, he'll come round the wicket and try and bowl at middle and leg, that kind of line and length. Just try and build some pressure, just join the dots up. He's got 2 1-savers and a leg slip. If it does grip and you're pushing into the leg side, you might get a catch. But really just about keeping the runs down and getting through your overs. That is why that leg slip is in, and instinctively as a batter you do follow these, but that spun and bounced, and if you glove that to leg slip, you say, well, bowl Jack leaning.
There's a certain Middlesex left arm spinner that will be very keen on seeing that.
Well, and the likes of Luke Holman, I know he's playing as a batter, but he could have a say in this as well. So he's now asking for the helmet. He's seen one spin and he's gone, we'll have a little bat pad, and why not? Sometimes it's just a bit of kidology, a bit of taking a bit of time, building a bit of pressure that way. Can spin the ball. I think the bounce is what would have encouraged him more than anything, because the leg slip is often a wasted position, because even when it spins it doesn't carry there. That kind of bounce, you can glove that round the corner.
That's what I was thinking, Gohar. Bounce for the finger spinner. Such a big part sometimes, can't it? Again, looks for that ball from Parkinson. We haven't really seen one, have we, that makes us sit up but all of a sudden leaning. Find some turn and bounce.
And it might be. I mean, some pitches are more conducive to finger spin rather than leg spin. Some pitches turn more from one end than the other end, so it might be, you know, Zaffer bowled from this end, Parkinson's bowled from this end. Maybe they'd be better off operating from the pavilion end.
Got his line about perfect here, isn't he? Leaning.
Well, after that first one, it was a bit of a loosener. He's been bowling nicely in the nets. This is how he does it. He comes around the wicket, bowl at leg stump.
Just a single, one leg set back. 5 off the over. Middlesex bringing up the 150 with that boundary earlier in the over. 151 for 5. Leading by 22. 4 to go today. Parkinson continuing. At the nursery end. A couple more to bowl.
Yeah, I think it would be double spin all the way in here. I think Kent would be just content to try and get 4 quiet overs in, get off the pitch, regroup, come again tomorrow, and hopefully there might be some overheads and they'll be rested up. But this has been a monster session for them. 41 overs, it'll be 45 by the time they finish, and that's not a lot of fun. When the going gets tough, it's fun when you're taking wickets.
Snap of the wrist from Higgins. He drives that one. Deep cover will hold them to a couple. So late evening. Shadows stretching at Lords. Warner stand is. The shadow of it is creeping ever towards the pitch. Same again, a little closer to the fielder on this occasion. It's just the singles. Garrett gets the throw in.
I sometimes think with a situation like this, maybe you just move a fielder.
That's nicely flies.
So you've got Daniel Bergdrummond at mid-on. Every shot that Parkinson has bowled, every shot's gone through the offside. So if you move Daniel Bergdrummond from mid-on and you just put him over on the offside and you said, we're going to leave that gap. So again, drilled at extra cover. So you just say, okay, or even if you take those 2 fielders that are mid-wicket, mid-on, and you move them over the offside and you just bowl the same stuff, you just say to the batsman, go on then, just go and turn it into that gap. You know, it's with a couple of overs left, you've got nothing really to lose and everything to gain. It's the kind of thing Warney would do. You just move them over. Now, go on then, get me through there, mate, if you're good enough. And sometimes someone tries to be clever and do it, and you're on your way.
Always hark back to commentating on a couple of games here in 2005, 2006 maybe. 2006 it would have been Shane Warne captaining Hampshire and Stephen Fleming captaining Nottinghamshire. The field was so meticulously placed. Almost every single ball. They weren't wasting time doing it. It was just psychological, really, wasn't it? To try and make something.
Yeah, Warney used to move fielders all the time for no other reason than he was trying to get in the batter's head. And he'd tell you where he was going to leave a gap, and he'd tell you where you could hit it, where you couldn't hit it, and you weren't good enough to hit it there, and you know he'd be trying to get a reaction. Falling for those kind of traps. Dermot Reeve set them years and years ago when I was new into the Kent side, and I thought, I'm not falling for that again. And leave a gap, and he'll tell you that you're a good player and you can hit it through there. And you thought, oh, thanks, Dermot, I will, I'll try. Oh, no, I'm out. Yeah, so you learn. But sometimes you've got to try things.
Who was the best you played against?
Captains.
No, just player.
Well, Warney was close. Warney was decent. Kirtley.
Ooh.
Dragged down. A lot of fun being Ben Compton in there.
Yeah, mind your head at short leg.
Yeah, I mean, when you're opening batter, you always look at the opening bowlers who are the toughest to face. Your Wazims and your Wackars and your Alan Donalds. Kirtley was up there.
And your Angus Frasers.
Obviously, Angus Fraser was hard work. And county cricket, Ryan Sidebottom, Jimmy Ormond, Martin Bicknell, Glenn Chappell, kind of guys that swinging about a bit up top. Didn't really mind the out-and-out quick guys, you know, your Simon Joneses and your Saj Mahmoods and people like that who were sharp. I felt that we had a chance of scoring.
Oh.
Into the ground, Kev. It's been a long day. You thought. I mean, you would have thrown this up, Kev. No one hand, one bounce, even at Lord's. There and in.
Maiden for leaning. 2 to go today. 154 for 4.
Jack Leaning has had one delivery which has turned and bounced. Not much else has happened, but that was the one that just encourages the spinners.
Put something in the commentators' mind. So.
Well, it does. I mean, we'll hark back on day 3. Nothing's happened. But do you remember that ball? Evening of day 1. Turn and bounce.
Well, then who was the best you captained against?
The best I played against. Oh, the best I captained. I did captain against him once. Lara. I captained against the West Indies. They turned up 45 minutes late at Beckenham. They misjudged the South Circular, tossed up in the corridor. But yeah, Lara was up there.
Oh, that's edged. It's just searching for it slightly. A thick edge.
This is why it's just sometimes a patience game. You know, nothing happening, and then suddenly flicks the edge. First one from Parkinson, which is gone. We'll look at that one in just a second. Parkinson gets through these overs pretty quickly, so tough to squeeze in a replay. Let's have a look in a minute. And slapping that on the up. So here's this ball that did turn. Let's just get his edge. How far away from Daniel Bell-Drummond was this? Yeah, it did spin. No chance down into the ground. But first sign of one that's really gripped.
Trescothick on his knees might have had a chance at second there.
Yeah, Trescothick on his knees these days might not be able to get back up. Pretty decent effort by Matt Parkinson. He's bowled 9 pretty tidy overs. He's got the 1 wicket, important one as well. Luke Holman's going well. He's the kind of player who can take a game away from you pretty quickly, but since his demise, Ryan Higgins and Geddes play very well. It's a worrying lead from a Kent perspective. It's only 27 at the moment, but last over of the day, just take one. As you can enjoy your dinner and your night's sleep a little bit more. Leaning over the wicket now. just over today, just looking to nudge it out to the sweeper and go and stand on your bat at the other end.
That'll do.
Yep, he won't hurry back for two. It'll make it look like he was. Had a game at Folkestone in the second team when Matt Walker and I, good mates, old mates, we had one over to face, and there were 5 singles. It was like four slips, 2 gullies. Like, yep, come one. And he was like, yeah, 2 can play that game. Like, yeah, there you go again, back to you. And he's like, no, you don't. There you go.
Whitstable at home tomorrow or away?
Well, our firsts and thirds are away at Canterbury. Our second team is at home against Canterbury. Last week of pre-season friendlies. When you do get the one and you get up the other end, you still have to imagine that your mate's going to do exactly what Geddes has done. You don't switch off thinking your work's done. You have to be prepared that favour might be returned. So Leading, just trying to work out how we can get an extra fielder in here. This is the kind of silliness that happens last ball of the day. It's all right, we'll just shove a few fielders in. Why not?
Well, this is Warner and Fleming territory now for me. They'd absolutely have the bat surrounded. Serves it across. Frustrated with himself, Leading. End of the 45th, end of the first day, 158 for Middlesex's day, no doubt. Thoughts you're back on moving day, which is day 3 of this. Although I've got a feeling moving day is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, it could well be tomorrow. Yeah, Kent second best, winning the toss, 129 all out. So not good enough from a batting perspective. A couple of soft ones, but credit to Middlesex. Toby Rowan Jones, 1 for 33, excellent leading from the front, and he was well backed up. He was excellent. Brooks came to the party late on, so you're always up against it, and the sun's been out just deaden this pitch a fraction. And despite taking 4 Middlesex wickets, it's Middlesex who are in the ascendancy, so Kent will regroup and will come again to freshen those bowlers up. Second string counter attack, no disrespect to any of them. They're missing so many frontline bowlers. Hollyoake and his team will have to get a rabbit out of a hat tomorrow.
So Fulton, thanks very much for your company today. Good luck tomorrow with Whitstable. Last pre-season games. I'll be back tomorrow morning with Dean Wilson taking us through day 2 of this one. It's very much Middlesex's ascendancy at the moment, and the fight back needed by Kent. They did it in day 1 with the championship game down at Canterbury. They're going to have to do it on day 2 here at Lords. From myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the team here on the stream, with the live enhanced stream in association with Daft Bet. It's a very good night to you all with Middlesex 158 for 4.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again off the bat. Again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't. He hasn't. He has. What a catch.
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That ball.
Catch.
Throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.